Good afternoon, everybody. We are live here throughout the entirety of the severe weather event here in Indiana. Well, currently there are no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana. However, that is about to change here over the next 20 minutes or so. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings right up to our borders here with Illinois. Next counties on deck would be Warren, Fountain, Vermilion, Park, and Vigo counties in Indiana. Need to be severe weather aware as this line quickly approaches from our neighbors to the west as it approaches Indiana. Currently, this severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag on it, meaning it has history of producing little mesovortices or embedded areas of rotation. Currently, it is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind and quarter-size hail, so it has a considerable tag on it now. Well, we don't have any warnings currently in Indiana. I'm going to go to the model run here. I'll show you the latest guidance here that we have here. And we'll go ahead and time it out for you. So here we are right now. This is 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This line is expected to rapidly expand as it enters Indiana from north to south. So Gary, Indiana, all the way to Fort Wayne, Indiana, Evansville. You guys are all on deck. I don't know why it just did that, but there we go. Here is 4 p.m. And something we're going to have to watch here are these cells that are out ahead of it. Will they be severe? Will they not be severe? That's where our uncertainty lies right now. There is a blanketed tornado watch across the majority of Indiana right now. Will you stop that? There we go. But as we move here throughout the afternoon, again, widespread severe weather is expected today across the entire state of Indiana. Here we are at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Once we get into the 7, 8 p.m. time frame, residents across northern Indiana by about 8 p.m. should be in the clear from Gary, Indiana, all the way to Fort Wayne, Indiana. But then our attention turns to southern Indiana. South of Indianapolis, we could have a secondary round move in later on tonight. Here's 9 p.m. A pretty potent squall line looks to move in around that time frame, and it slowly exits the state. Here we are at 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and midnight tonight. So the main time frame is now through midnight tonight for our severe weather chances. And here we go back to the radar here again. No severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Indiana, but that is about to change here over the next 20 minutes or so. Our neighbors to the west do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is warned for 70 miles per hour winds and quarter-size hail at the current time. As you can see here, this pocket right along the I-74 corridor, just outside of Danville, Illinois, you can see that brighter reflectivity there. That is a really intense pocket of really intense winds, probably pretty close to 75 miles per hour in that zone right there. But again, we're going to have to watch these cells that develop out ahead of the main line, as those will have the greatest tornado potential associated with those before they merge into the main line as well. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and jump into the comments here. We got a lot of you guys in here. We got Kimberly in here, Becky's in here, Jody's in here, Sharon, Anita, Brandy, Wendy. Welcome, guys. Welcome to our severe weather coverage. Again, we'll be here all night long, beginning to end here, covering this live for you, and we'll time it all out for you as well. As we go throughout the evening here. Again, currently no severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Indiana. However, we do have a statewide risk here today. The entire state is in an enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5 by the latest advisory by the Storm Prediction Center. In fact, I'll go ahead and I'll get that pulled up here for you, and I'll show you what the latest is here by the Storm Prediction Center while we're waiting on our severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana. Give me 1 second here. Let me get it pulled up here for you, and I'll drag it down and go ahead and show you here. Give me 1 second here. Here we go. So here's the current day one risk here. You can actually see Indiana is not the only state affected here. The severe weather risk goes all the way down from the thumb of Michigan all the way down to Louisiana. So again, a widespread severe weather outbreak expected today across the entire eastern half, Mississippi Valley, Ohio Valley, and Great Lakes regions here today. As we zoom in on Indiana, the entire state has been included in that enhanced risk, 3 out of 5 here for this afternoon through this evening for all hazards possible, from damaging winds, tornadoes, and large hail. Here's a tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. Again, the entire state has a risk for spin-up tornadoes today, with the highest risk being concentrated across southern Indiana. We think there's a little bit better wind shear down there in directional wind shear versus parallel wind shear. That's kind of the driving factor there, that we could have additional greater tornado risks down there across southern Indiana this evening. Again, the entire state, though, has a risk for spin-up tornadoes here today. Hence, our tornado watches are now in effect for the majority of the state of Indiana, with the exception of southeast Indiana. That may change here going into the overnight hours, or not overnight hours, later afternoon hours here today. Damaging wind, primary risk this afternoon into this evening here. You can see a blanketed high risk here for severe winds. Up to 75 miles an hour cannot be ruled out across some of the stronger bowing segments here this evening. And go back to radar here. Again, we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning yet for Indiana, and the key word is yet. They are right up snug to our Illinois-Indiana border here. Again, these are warned for between 60 mile an hour and quarter-size hail on the southern flank of the line here. And up here approaching Danville, this severe thunderstorm warning has a considerable tag on it for 70 mile per hour winds, 1-inch hail, but it also has a tornado possible tag on it, meaning there's embedded areas of weak rotation that has been picked up on radar associated with that. So again, the entire state, I see a lot of questions in here about exact locations. Unfortunately, I'd love to tell you what's going to happen at your exact location. However, I cannot do that. The entire state is blanketed in an enhanced risk 3 out of 5. Damaging winds, primary threat, secondary threat, tornadoes, and thirdly, hail. So again, a multi-hazard risk here this afternoon through this evening. All hazards are on the table here as these storms progress through the entire state of Indiana. I think it's safe to say that most areas will see some thunderstorms here today as these storms enter Indiana. Again, counties on deck that need to be on alert across western Indiana, especially areas from Terre Haute, Lafayette, Portage, all the way up from Lake County, all the way down to Sullivan County. You guys be on deck here for these storms that will be moving into western Indiana here over the next few minutes here. Again, we're waiting on our first severe thunderstorm warning for the state. It'll likely be issued somewhere between Sullivan County, Indiana, and Warren County, Indiana, somewhere in this zone here as this line quickly approaches western Indiana. Kind of zoom in here. Our strongest cell right now, right along the I-74 corridor here, moving into Danville, Illinois. A nice pocket there of really bright reflectivity there, indicative of those 60-plus mile-an-hour winds approaching 70 miles an hour, if not perhaps a few pockets of more intense gusts mixing down to the ground here, right along the I-70 corridor. But again, we're going to have to watch these cells that develop out ahead of it here. Those will have the greatest risk for an isolated tornado or two if they're able to be sustainable before merging with the line itself. So again, main hazards today, damaging winds up to 75 miles an hour. Large hail can't be ruled out either, especially if we get some isolated supercells. Those isolated storms will have the greatest risk for hail, especially your larger hailstones up to golf ball size hail can't be entirely ruled out in those isolated storms. But the primary risk being that damaging wind risk up to 75 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few significant reports of damaging winds this afternoon and this evening across Indiana. The tornado risk cannot be ignored either. We have plenty of wind shear and plenty of dynamics to work with here for tornadoes today. This will likely be spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of the line here, similar to what we had a couple weeks ago in the overnight hours of actually Sunday night 2 weeks ago. So a very similar situation here. This is just during the daytime versus the overnight hours. As we go throughout the day here today. But again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Indiana, but that will change here over the next few minutes here as these storms approach our border from Illinois. We wanted to come on here a little bit early here to time it out for you, and then also give you a look around the region of what our hazards are today and what we are expecting here through the remainder of the afternoon and this evening here. But these storms do extend all the way up to northern Illinois, just east of the Rockford area, northwest of Chicagoland area. So these are filling in here, and that is expected to fill in as it approaches Gary, South Bend, Indiana as well. So the storm is not limited. Severe weather is not just limited to southern and central Indiana. The entire state is actually in a severe weather risk today. Again, an enhanced risk 3 out of 5 for the entire state of Indiana here. And we have our first severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana of the evening. It has a considerable tag on it, 70 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail, and it also has that tornado possible tag on it. So treat this as a tornado warning. Again, QLCS tornadoes spin up very quickly. A lot of times they'll be under the radar. They're very shallow. So the radar has a really hard time of picking them up, and they spin up very quickly as well. Again, this is for Fountain County in west central Indiana, Park County, Warren County, and Vermilion County in west central Indiana until 3:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Again, it has a considerable tag on it for 70-mile-per-hour winds. If we zoom in here, you can really see where our strongest winds are right now, really between Georgetown, Danville, up to 136 here. So Attica, you guys are on deck. The I-75 corridor imports just south. It does not include Rockville yet, but we'll have to keep an eye on you as the storm progresses eastward. But again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail is what this warning is for western Indiana. Again, these storms are also moving east at a fairly good speed. They're moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So we have very fast storm motions today. We have a lot of strong winds aloft that are pushing these storms east and northeast across Indiana today. And that also helps bring a lot of the damaging winds down to the ground as well when you have that speed shear component that we talked about earlier today. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now for Fountain County in west central Indiana, northwestern Park County in west central Indiana, Warren County, and Vermilion County until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And again, you can see our strongest winds here and associated with this Boeing segment here. You can kind of see how it protrudes out. That is where your pocket of the strongest winds are, right along the I-74 corridor and points northward and just south between Georgeville, Danville, just south of Hoopeston, Illinois. Moving into the Attica area, I-75 corridor, we got Covington, Petersburg. You guys are all on deck. Perrysville, Eugene, Highland. All of you guys need to be in your safe place again. Treat it as you would a tornado. Once you get into a considerable tag or winds greater than 70 miles an hour, you're on the scale of a weak tornado already, just in the form of straight line winds. So straight line winds can, as themselves, be just as dangerous as a weak tornado. Granted, you don't have the rotational component associated with them, but straight line winds can cause significant damage. Think of it like a steamroller moving on through. That's essentially what you have here when you have a considerable tag, 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. So again, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning so far. We do expect more to be issued here as the severe weather risk moves fully into Indiana over the next couple of hours here. So again, this does have a tornado possible tag on it, and the National Weather Service will put those tags on there when the rotation is not quite tight enough to issue a tornado warning, but they'll have a tornado possible tag in it just because they want to put the warning out there that we are seeing signs of rotation. And in these types of scenarios, rotation can tighten up very quickly, sometimes without warning or between radar scans. So sometimes you can have a brief tornado touchdown before the radar beam comes back around. And so a lot of times in those situations, they'll put a tornado tag on it for tornado possible. So treat this as you would a tornado warning. Lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows, basement preferred. But if you don't have one, find a bathroom, closet, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can as the storm approaches. Again, these storms are moving very, very fast. 65 miles an hour northeast is the going rate for a lot of these storms. So they're tapping into that speed shear that we have aloft. They're moving very, very quickly. So not a lot of warning time here. They are issuing these warnings well ahead of the main line to give you that warning well in advance to try to give you time to get to safety, grab what you need, and get to your safe place here. As we zoom out across the region here, we have a kind of a thunderstorm by itself out by Lafayette. Not severe at the moment, but again, we are watching this whole entire line here, this whole complex. This is termed a QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system. This is a fancy meteorological term for a line of storms associated with a cold front or a boundary is how these guys form. And these will quickly progress east, southeast, and northeast across the state over the next couple of hours. Go back south here. We're watching round 2 developing across southern Illinois. These storms we'll have to watch very closely for southern Indiana over the next couple of hours as these storms move east-northeast at about 65 as well. But currently, our severe thunderstorm warning is for the Vermilion County, Park County, as well as Fountain County and Warren County in Indiana until 3:45 p.m. 70 miles per hour winds, quarter-size hail is the going hazard with this warning here. Have a few comments in here already. Yeah, I see a lot of you guys asking for specific locations. Again, really the best way to say it is the entire state is in a risk for severe weather today. Everywhere in the state is in a 3 out of 5. That's an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms here today. Damaging winds, primary threat, secondary threat, your spin-up tornadoes, followed by hail. Some large hailstones can't be ruled out, especially if we get our isolated thunderstorms. Those will have the highest risk for larger hailstones if they're able to tap into the overall environment today. So again, unfortunately, I'd love to tell you what's going to happen at your exact location, but we physically can't do that. Think of it like this way. Here's a good analogy I like to tell people when they ask for exact locations. Think of it like this. You're cooking macaroni and cheese, but the first thing you have to do is boil a pot of water, right? You have your moisture there in terms of water. You have your heat source, your instability, that's your stove. But trying to predict what's going to happen at an exact location at an exact time is like trying to say where in the pot that first bubble is going to rise. You know everything's there, but you just don't know where that's going to happen at. And that's kind of the situation that we have here today. And a lot of times during severe weather events, the ingredients are there, but you don't know where that first storm or that first bubble is going to rise. That's really a good way to look at it here and why we can't say specific locations like Greencastle, Angola. I see a lot of people in there asking for specific locations. And that's the meteorological reason why we can't do that, unfortunately. But we'll try to explain the risks the best we can to give you as much warning as we can here. And we're going to go through our warnings here today. And again, new severe thunderstorm warning just got extended here. Another considerable tag on it. Our winds. The hail's a little bit lower. We're at 3/4 of an inch or nickel size hail associated with this thunderstorm. This is for, looks like, Benton County in northwestern Indiana, Newton County and Jasper counties, all under the risk here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Considerable tag on it here. This storm, again, these storms are moving at freeway speed, 75 miles an hour for this warning here. So these storms have a going speed between 60 and 75 miles an hour. And that's often the case when we get these QLCS setups, these line of storms developing. They often move very, very quickly across the state. You zoom in here, you can see the gust front here really pronounced here around the Danville area. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are expected here as these storms are crossing over into Indiana out of Illinois. Again, special weather statement back here, but we could see that transitioned into a severe thunderstorm warning if these storms show signs of intensification. But again, it does not include Lafayette yet, but you guys are on deck for this storm as well. We'll likely see additional warnings downstream as these storms progress. Again, the National Weather Service is issuing these warnings well ahead of the main line to give you guys as much warning as possible ahead of these storms, as they are quite dangerous. A lot of 70-mile-per-hour gusts is being warned for these warnings here. And if we go just to our south here towards Terre Haute, no severe thunderstorm warning for you yet, but we're going to have to watch this line here very closely as these storms approach western Indiana. I do expect more warnings to be issued here. So again, Sullivan County, Vigo County, you guys need to be on deck just in case a warning is extended into Indiana over the next probably 20, 30 minutes or so, if not quicker than that. Again, these storms are moving very, very quickly. They're very potent. You can really see the gust front here right along the I-74 corridor, as well as 136 in Illinois, moving towards the Attica area. Again, Covington, Waynetown, Highland, Fowler, Rensselaer. You guys are all on deck for 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, lesser hail to the north, about nickel-sized hail is the going rate for these up here for Rensselaer and Fowler. Quarter-size hail the further south you go for this line moving into the Danville area. Right along the I-74 corridor, 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So again, treat this as you would a tornado. Be in the center of your home, lowest level. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Once you start getting in the significant category, a considerable tag for a severe thunderstorm warning, that's for winds 70 mile per hour or greater, you start getting into the weak tornado category in terms of wind speed. So even though these are straight line winds and not tornadic at this moment, straight line winds can still cause considerable damage and pose a significant risk to life and property. So that's another reason why we like to say be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, again, find that interior room, closet, bathroom are all great ideas. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can as these approach. northeast at 65 to 75 miles an hour. So what we drive on the freeway or the interstate, that's what these storms are moving at. So again, not a lot of warning with these, but the National Weather Service is issuing advanced warnings out ahead of the main line to give you that lead time to get to safety and to let you know what the hazards are via the radar operators. So again, they're hard at work just as we are. See some comments in here about how active we've been over the last few weeks. Yeah, it seems like another weekend, another severe threat. It's just kind of been the pattern that we've just been stuck in over the last few weeks here. A very active pattern, a very spring-like pattern. And unfortunately, that pattern looks to continue over the next couple weeks as well, with another potential risk on Wednesday. But we have to get through this system first before a lot of our guidance models really have a good idea about what's on deck for Wednesday. So our main focus will be this system here first. And then throughout the week, we'll post forecast updates for our next storm system on Wednesday. So again, the entire state of Indiana is in a severe risk here. This line will move across Indiana here. Go ahead and time it out for you one more time here. Here's our wind risk here for the state of Indiana. Again, the entire state is in a high risk for severe winds up to 70 to 75 miles an hour. And we'll go ahead and time this out for you here. Here we are right now. Here's 4 o'clock p.m. or 3 o'clock p.m. This is a little bit behind here as these storms are now at our border coming into the state of Indiana. Here we are at 5 p.m. here tonight. This is the latest model run. This is the 18Z. And here we are at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. So after about 8 to 9 p.m., northern Indiana, you guys should be in the clear. And then our attention goes to southern and southeast Indiana as this line continues. And we'll have to watch this secondary line across southern Indiana late tonight after 10 p.m. could have a very potent line of showers and thunderstorms moving through. Again, all hazards possible from damaging winds, 70-plus miles an hour, and tornadoes. And then the risk should be ending as we approach the midnight hour tonight. Again, no severe thunderstorms are expected once this line progresses fully out of Indiana. But again, a very long afternoon to go and evening, and a very dangerous afternoon and evening to go for the state of Indiana here. And again, our storms are just now moving into Indiana now. They're currently moving into Vermilion County as we speak, as well as Warren County as well. Fountain County, you guys are in it, and as well as Park County as well. So again, a multi-hazard risk here today. Damaging winds is the primary risk, followed by hail and spin-up tornadoes. And again, this warning here does have a tornado possible tag on it, meaning some areas of embedded rotation have been noted here within this line segment here. They put this on there when rotation is not tight enough for a tornado warning. But again, QLCS tornadoes spin up very quickly. They're often very shallowly rooted, and they often form without warning as well. So again, treat this as you would a tornado warning. Lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows, until the threat has passed here. And again, storms are starting to fire here across northern Illinois too. Have a decent thunderstorm moving into the Juliet area. Sub-severe at this point in time, but we're going to have to watch these as they approach Porter and Lake counties here in northern northwest Indiana. You guys are also have been included in that enhanced risk. That was per the latest advisory this afternoon, as higher confidence is gained that this line will develop further north and further west than expected versus what we were seeing yesterday. So again, go through these warnings here for you guys. Our northern warning here, considerable warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. This is for Benton County in northwest Indiana, Newton County, and southern Jasper counties in northwestern Indiana until 3:15 Central Time or 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. So again, these storms are moving at freeway speed. They're moving very, very quickly here, which is a big reason why the National Weather Service is issuing those warnings far in advance, just because of how fast these storms are traveling here. And again, a tornado watch does blanket most of Indiana, with the exception of southeast Indiana. That may change here later tonight as these storms progress across the state of Indiana. Again, damaging winds, primary risk today, followed by tornadoes. We have a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere here today, to help these storms spin. So a lot of mechanics, a lot of things to watch here as we go throughout the day. Janelle asks, are you in the north, Caleb? Do you have a generator? I don't have a generator, but the power company did put up some brand new power lines on our roads, so we'll see how well they did their jobs. Hopefully they don't blow down here. We do have backup in the case of that, so hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll cross that bridge when it happens, I guess. Again, these storms here currently warned for 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail across the central warning here along the I-74 corridor here. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is for Fountain County, Park County, Warren County, and Vermilion County in west central Indiana until 3:45 here this afternoon. We'll probably see a downstream warning extension here as these storms progress further east here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail is the going hazard here. Again, moving east-northeast at 65 to 75 miles an hour. So these storms are racing across the state here as they move into Indiana as we speak. So we have a long road ahead of us here. Vincennes, you guys are in the clear right now, but we're going to have to watch these storms down here. Your threat kind of comes a little bit later here this afternoon. So again, a very potent risk for southern Indiana, just as well as the entire state of Indiana. These are the storms around the St. Louis area that we're going to have to watch for the Evansville area, southwest Indiana. This is kind of round one. This is round two. That's kind of a good way to look at it here as we go throughout the afternoon here. Once this line clears northern Indiana will be in the clear, but we have to get through it first. And then southern Indiana, your round comes a little bit later as these storms move into your vicinity here in a few hours. So right now, central and northern Indiana is first up the bat, and then on deck is southern Indiana as this line grows and extends to the south and then moves into southern Indiana here a little bit later. So again, a multi-hazard day today, damaging winds, primary risk, followed by a spin-up tornado risk here. And you can actually see, I'm actually going to switch radar products here. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. You can really see your gust front there. See how it bows out there from Georgetown, Ridge Farm, and Chrisman there, right along the US 36 corridor there. You can kind of see that bowed out front there. That's your gust front that is associated with our severe line of thunderstorms. I'm just changing a couple things here behind the scene here, so if I'm silent here, that is why. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Sorry about that. I had some technical difficulties here behind the scene. So, again, current severe thunderstorm warnings now for west central Indiana. They did cancel this severe thunderstorm warning that was going to be coming into the Terre Haute area. So that is good news. Some weakening there on that cell outside the Vigo County area. However, you guys need to be on alert for this line. Could re-intensify as it enters the state as well. Again, current severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Considerable tag here, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Does have a tornado possible tag on it. Again, I can't stress that enough. Spin-up tornadoes happen very, very quickly along these QLCS lines, and often without warning as well. You can kind of see a little bit of a notch here, just to the south of Georgetown, where you have a surge of air rushing out ahead of the storm, and then you have some slower air up here that those frictional forces can actually help embedded areas of rotation form. So that's kind of why they have a tornado possible tag on it. Again, the rotation isn't tight enough for a tornado warning. It doesn't really meet the threshold for a tornado warning at this time, but it is showing signs of embedded areas of broad rotation. But again, this is high up in the atmosphere as well. A lot of times areas of rotation in these setups are very shallow. They're close to the surface, so the radar has a harder time picking that up as well. So another reason why they have a tornado possible tag on it. And as we go up north now, we have a next severe thunderstorm warning issued now for northern Indiana. This does include what looks like Lake County and Newton counties in northwest Indiana. Just to the south of Gary Metro there, getting pretty close to Portage here for 60 miles per hour winds, nickel-size hail. And this does go until 3:15 Central Time or 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. These counties in northwest Indiana are on Central Time. So it goes until 3:15 local time for you guys. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So the line up to the north, moving a little bit slower than what our lines are to the south. But again, 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-size hail is the going hazard here for this line here. And this does include eastern Kankakee County in northeastern Illinois. And then as we get into Indiana, northern Newton County, Lake County, you guys are all under the gun here for 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-size hail. And it'll be for this line right in here, just to the east of I-57 in Illinois, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, or 55 miles an hour, rather. You can kind of see the gust front right in here. We can see those brighter colors there. That's your gust front here moving in. Maybe an area of rotation here just south of the Juliet area. So again, some embedded areas of rotation are possible here, if not likely, as these storms progress. So definitely a multi-hazard day that we're going to have to watch here going forward. So again, no severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette yet or Crawfordsville, but you guys are on deck here. The warning just to your west is warned with a considerable tag on it. Again, 70 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail is the going rate here. And the radar velocity looks fairly impressive as those winds appear to be coming down to the surface here. I'll actually use a tool here and see what the max wind gust is here. Still waiting on some of the stations to report there in that area. But again, you can see your gust front right in here with a little bit of a notch here. We're going to have to watch this area very closely here. Around the Georgetown area, just to the south of Petersburg, I-74 corridor, maybe a little bit of rotation here starting to form in this area here. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as it enters Vermilion County, just to the south of Warren County here. Vermilion County, as well as Fountain County. We're going to have to watch you. A little bit of rotation here starting to show up just off to the west here in eastern Illinois. You can kind of see that little bit of a hook starting to form there on the leading edge. That's kind of the storyline here with these QLCS setups. We have areas of rotation that develop very quickly. Sometimes they broaden and re-intensify within radar scans too. So something to keep an eye on here. Again, no tornado warning is in effect here, but we do have a tornado tag possible for a possible tornado. So embedded areas of broad rotation that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. But this line is showing signs of intensification here all the way up and down it from Fowler all the way down to Terre Haute. Again, this line is intensifying as it enters Indiana, and that was expected here as we go throughout the afternoon. We have a lot of ingredients to work with, a lot of speed shear, directional shear, and our instability is not too bad today. That was a bit of an uncertainty yesterday, but we had the clearing. We do have some daytime heating going on, so we do have that instability component across the state as well. Severe thunderstorm warning across southern Illinois, just to your west of Terre Haute here, for this line right in here around the Charleston area coming into Marshall, Paris. So we're going to have to watch this line here pretty close as it approaches Vigo County in southern Indiana. Not in a warning yet, but we're going to have to watch you here very closely here. But again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for northern Indiana, northwest Indiana, in effect until 3:15 Central Time. Again, these counties are on Central Time, while a lot of us are on Eastern Daylight Time. This is for northern Newton County, northwest Indiana, as well as Lake County there. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and looks like hail's up to 3/4 of an inch or nickel-size hail is the going hazard for you. As we go a little bit further south here, again, considerable tag, 70 mile per hour winds, nickel-size hail, and this is for Benton County and Newton County, as well as southern Jasper County and western Indiana. Go a little bit further south here. Again, considerable tag as well, still on this warning here. 70 mile per hour winds, quarter-inch hail. This will be moving into the Lafayette area, probably within the next 40 minutes or so. It'll be moving into your neighborhood, as well as Crawfordsville. We'll probably see a downstream warning here be issued, probably within the next 10 minutes or so. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service feels for that warning, whether it'll be 70 mile an hour still or 60 mile an hour. But again, some very strong winds still being picked up by radar here, so I wouldn't be surprised if they extend that considerable warning into counties west, such as Montgomery, White, and Tippecanoe counties. You guys are kind of on deck for this line right in here. So again, something to keep an eye on here over the next couple of hours here, and really the next 30 to 40 minutes as well. Again, blanketed severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down from Lake County, Indiana, and all the way down to Vermilion County, Indiana as well. And there's our extension here. This has a destructive tag on it now. So this is a level 3 tag for a severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warnings have different tags. You go your baseline, considerable, and then destructive. This is a destructive tag. Tornado possible on it. 80 miles an hour winds is what this is warned for, and this does include Lafayette. This is for northern Fountain County, Tippecanoe County, and Warren County in west central Indiana until 4 o'clock. This is moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So again, 80 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. This does include Lafayette. So Lafayette, treat this as you would a tornado. Be in your safe place here. Interior room, basement would be great. Again, this has a destructive tag on it, 80 miles per hour winds. So a very, very intense storm here. I'll see your radar indicated here, 80 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. These are destructive storms for Rainsville, Attica, Shadeland, and Lafayette. So again, tornado possible, hail up to 0.75 or penny, as well as a destructive tag on it. So again, be in their lowest place, treat it as you would a tornado. 80 miles per hour can do a lot of damage, significant damage. It can cause a lot of trees to go down. And it can also cause some significant structural damage as well. So again, treat this as you would a tornado warning. And we'll probably see a downstream watch here for Montgomery County here probably pretty soon here as well. Again, no severe thunderstorm warning yet for Vigo, but be on deck as this line approaches you from the west here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning just to your north is still warned for 70 mile per hour winds, tornado possible in it, 1-inch hail, and a considerable tag on it. Still in effect for Fountain, Warren, Park, and Vermilion counties in west central Indiana. This line is racing to the east-northeast at about 60 to 75 miles an hour. So it's moving at freeway speeds here as this storm quickly progresses across the state. Now I'm going to switch radar products here just to get another look and an idea at the velocities here on this storm here. Let me switch radars here to Indianapolis. Here we go. So a very, very pronounced gust front here. You can really see it right in here with your most intense gust front being right in here, indicated by radar here. Again, we kind of have a radar gap here. So the radar beam is a few thousand feet off the grounds here. So it's kind of hard to tell what's going on exactly at the surface here. Here's our severe warning for 80 miles an hour winds here. Something to keep an eye on, though, is this right here. This little appendage here is called the QLCS notch. Kind of has a tornado vortex signature on GPS. That's just an area we're looking for. You can kind of see where the brighter colors are right in there, which is a little bit behind the scan, just to the northwest of Kingman there, just to the south of Vetersburg. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on here over the next few minutes here. Again, decent rotation just to the north of Howard here in Kingman, just south of Perrysville here. Starting to see that hook there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning get issued on that just by the nature of how these QLCS systems are. In fact, I'm actually going to turn on correlation. I don't see anything on there that would indicate anything is on the ground at this point in time. But again, rotation is starting to pick up here on that cell. And there's our tornado warning. Tornado warning just now got issued. Like I said, these things spin up pretty quickly here. We'll go ahead and read it. Radar indicated here. This is issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. This is for Fountain County in west central Indiana, southwestern Tippecanoe County in west central Indiana, central Warren County, northwestern Vermilion County, and northwestern Montgomery County until 4 o'clock. This is a warned for a possible tornado as well as straight line winds in excess of 80 miles an hour. So if you're not getting a tornado, prepare for those straight line winds, destructive winds at 80 miles an hour. So again, even if a tornado is not on the ground, 80 miles an hour winds is enough to do significant damage to your home, local trees, power lines. That in itself is a wind speed that is the same as a weak tornado by itself. So treat this as you would a tornado is on the ground. Again, these tornadoes can spin up very, very quickly. This is the first tornado warning of the day here in Indiana. I'm going to get that warning here posted on our page here. That way people know what is going on here. There we go. Sorry about that. Again, tornado warning is now in effect here for that area of rotation that we talked about earlier. Just to the south of Covington, the I-74 corridor here towards Attica. Again, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Think of it as layers. You want to put as many layers between your body and the outside walls as tornadoes do their damage from the outside in. So having that additional layers is essential for safety purposes, obviously. So again, 80 mile per hour winds here, penny-sized hail, and a possible tornado here. We'll switch radar products here. Why did it go digital? I don't want digital. So here's your inflow notch here. You can kind of see your hook echo here. Just to the east of Eugene there, you can kind of see that radar gap right in there. This will be moving just to the south of the Perrysville area, getting very, very close to Perrysville, moving towards Vetersburg, Covington, Mellot, Newton, and Wingate here. Some decent rotation here showing up on velocities here. In fact, let me go ahead and turn on my debris tracker here, or correlation coefficient here. That's not the one I wanted. Why is it being goofy? There we go. I don't see any indications that a tornado is on the ground here, but again, these often develop here pretty quickly and often with little or no warning as well. So again, treat this as you would a tornado is on the ground, but nonetheless, a very pronounced gust front here on the south side here. You can see your rear inflow jet cranking back here at 80 miles an hour. So again, a very dangerous storm with a potential tornado, QLCS tornado in there as well. As we go up north here to Newton counties and Lake counties, 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail, but it does have a tornado possible tag on it as this one as well. We'll zoom in here. Yeah, a little bit of a rotation here just to the south of Schneider into Shelby and Morocco. This is, yeah, this is moving northeast still at 55 miles an hour. And this will be for Newton County and Lake County, tornado possible tag on it with the best area of rotation right in here, US 41 here, just to the south of Schneider, moving towards the Shelby area, Roselawn area. A little bit of rotation being indicated by radar right in here. This is for Newton County, but it'll be moving into Lake County and then Porter County, or Portage County. You guys are on deck as well. Move back further south here. We'll go ahead and switch radars here to get a better look at our storms here to the south. Still a pretty decent hook echo on it here. You can really see your notch where you see your little boat out front here and a boat out front here with a more convex form right in here just south of 74. That's your inflow notch. And then you have your outflow right in here. That's your area of rotation sitting right in there. Again, warned for 80 mile per hour winds. It has a destructive tag on it. It's a very high tag for a severe thunderstorm warning. So treat it as you would a tornado, even if no tornado is on the ground. Again, I know it says radar indicated, but QLCS tornadoes, I can't stress that enough on how fast they can spin up. They can spin up very quickly. They can often go undetected by radar as well. That's how fast these things can spin up and do their damage. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows, and put as many layers between you and the outside as possible here. Something else I want to do here real quick is turn on our hail tracker. We haven't really taken a look at that yet, but I want to see what our hail is doing here in some of these stronger cells as well. Let me get it pulled up here. Here we go. So pretty decent hail core now showing up just to the south of Covington, and likely just to your southeast now as the radar is trying to catch up here. Again, this is a very fast-moving storm. Here's your hail core right in here. Let's see if it's still warm. It's still warm for Penny, but I have to say that's getting closer to quarter-size hail, so we are seeing a strengthening updraft associated with the storm here as well. If we turn on something called CC, or correlation coefficient here, we can probably see what the hail core looks like here. Yeah, a little bit showing up there. You can kind of see, I like to call it spatter. You can kind of see those different colors there just to the south, which correlate really nicely with your pink. That's not debris. That's not a debris ball. That's actually a hail core showing up on radar. So what this tool allows us to do over here is pick up different objects of different sizes in the atmosphere. Raindrops are of uniform size, so they often show up purple or pink on correlation coefficient. But when you have starting other objects that are not raindrops, that are bigger, bouncing around, of irregular size, that's when you start getting different colors showing up here. And it's really good for tracking hail as well. And you can kind of see that there just to the south of Covington, moving towards the I-94 corridor here. So probably getting some quarters in there, moving towards Stone Bluff, Vetersburg, Covington, and Newton as well. So a tornado is not the only risk here. We have damaging winds, 80 miles an hour. Probably hail size getting close to nickel, if not quarters, in the center of that there, as well as a possible tornado. So again, a very dangerous storm here in west central Indiana. And here's our extension here. A very large severe thunderstorm warning was just issued here, now including Logansport as well, North Judson. Hail up to 0.88, getting close to nickel size there, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel size hail. This is now includes White County in northwestern Indiana, Fulton County, Pulaski County, Cass County, and Stark County in northwestern Indiana until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Expect tree damage and damage to structures as well. And we have another tornado warning here. Just got issued here. This is for Lake County and Newton County. This is for that area of rotation we were talking about here around the I-4 or US 41 corridor here. Again, a tornado warning has now been issued. Radar indicated for penny-sized hail and area of rotation here. Switch radar products here to get another look at it here. I know the tornado warning has not yet popped up on this tool here, but we'll go ahead and zoom in on it here. Perhaps maybe a little bit broader than what it was a few minutes ago, but nonetheless, it is still there. You can see your hook echo here. Just right on the edge of Lake County and Newton County, right on the county line here, getting ready to cross the river, probably into Lake County here over the next few minutes here. Again, radar indicated tornado. So again, lowest level of your home, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a radar indicated tornado. So we have 2 tornado warnings in the state of Indiana right now as we speak. One to the north for Lake County and Newton County, and then the other one here for the south. This one here is for Tippecanoe, northwestern Montgomery County, as well as central Fountain counties. Here for another few minutes yet. Looks like it is until, see the warning tag on it here. Yeah, here for another few minutes yet. Another warning there. So again, a multi-hazard severe risk here for the state of Indiana. We have one lone cell out here outside Logansport here. It is not showing signs of being severe at this point in time. Hopefully it stays that way and behaves itself here. But again, we'll have to watch some of these storms here over the next few hours here. But just as predicted here, you know, this line has really exploded here over the last half an hour, north to south. And we really have a mature quasi-linear convective system here, or QLCS, which is a fancy term for a line of showers and thunderstorms associated with the cold front here. Again, a really mature storm system here that'll be racing across Indiana here over the next few hours here. Again, this storm system, this line here is moving at freeway speeds at times, anywhere northeast. So these storms are racing. And here's our next severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable tag on it, 70 miles an hour winds here. And they still have a destructive 80 mile per hour wind tag on it for Lafayette. Again, penny-sized hail, 8 for central Indiana. This is until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here's our next look at our tornado warning here. Let me go ahead and switch products here for this guy. There's our one to the north here. Still have a hook echo on it. A little bit broader area of rotation for that one here. Switch to Indianapolis's radar here. You can kind of see a broad hook echo here, a really nice inflow notch here. So definitely a storm worth watching here as it's pulling in a lot of that unstable air into the storm itself. I don't see a lot of, I guess, really tight rotation here. Kind of see some streamwise rotation here on the flanking line. But again, your tornado would be sitting right in here, just to the south of Petersburg here, right around that area. Let me go ahead and switch to CC to make sure nothing is on the ground. Again, I don't really see anything on the ground here. You can really see your inflow notch here coming into Hillsboro. Again, that's your warm, moist, unstable air getting pulled in to your rotating updraft here with that storm. So it is a very dangerous storm. So treat it as you would. A tornado is on the ground here. Again, it is warned. Tornado radar indicated, as well as straight line winds of 80 miles an hour associated with that storm as well. So a very dangerous storm here moving towards the Lafayette area. It does include Tippecanoe County as well. So we're going to have to watch that to see if we get an extension here for that tornado warning. Locations impacted, it does include Purdue University. So again, any students that you have there, know of any students there at Purdue University, make sure they're in interior hallways, bathrooms away from windows. Make sure they're not writing it out in their dorm rooms. Make sure they're in a hallway, safe place, bathroom, storm shelter on the premises. Make sure they're in their interior rooms. Again, even if they don't get a tornado, 80 miles an hour winds is enough to do significant damage. You can blow out windows, knock trees down, send debris flying. So if you know anybody or any students at Purdue University, make sure they're in their safe place, lowest level of their home or their apartment, maternity, whatever they are in. Make sure they are in their safe places there. Other places included Battleground, Newton, Pine Village, West Lafayette, Shadeland, Williamsport. Again, considerable tag on it, destructive tag, or I guess they lowered the wind speed now to 60 miles an hour, which is good, but we're going to have to watch our tornado warning just to the south here, moving into the Lafayette area or just south of town here over the next few minutes here. So a lot of moving parts here. And they did extend this warning now. It does not include Terre Haute. It's just off to your north and east, north of Brazil here. 70 mile per hour winds, tornado possible, considerable threat on it now for you guys. Go back north here to our next tornado warning in the state of Indiana. Again, rotation seems to have weakened a little bit here. Not the best radar coverage there. Let me switch products here. Zoom up north here. Let me switch radars here to get a better look at it here. Still some signs of rotation here. Just north of Roselawn, Demotte, Lowell. Again, a little bit of rotation here, but not as strong as it once was, which is good. Still a tornado warning on it, though, nonetheless. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that guy to see if it cycles through or re-intensifies over the next few minutes here. Go back down to the south here. Really pronounced gust front here on the leading edge. Look at how bowed out that is here. Really strong winds here coming into Marshall here. Probably 60-plus miles per hour winds there coming into Wallace, Marshall, Waveland, Mecca, Rockville. Here's the I-74 corridor here just to the south of you. And then we have our tornado warning here for Petersburg, Newton, Wingate, Attica. Again, you guys be in the lowest level of your home away from windows and prepare for a possible tornado. So again, a very volatile environment today across the state of Indiana. Something else I want to look at here is the hail here. You can kind of see the blacks there. Let's go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here and look at that across this would be in southern Lake County here, just to the north of the county line there. Let's go ahead and turn on a hail tracker here. A little bit behind here, but you can see a hail core associated with it here. Warned for penny-size hail. Tornado possible tag on it outside of our tornado warning here, but wouldn't be surprised to see a few larger stones in there near the Shelby area, just to the east of Schneider. Moving northeast hour. And then we do have another tornado or severe thunderstorm warning now included for Porter County, Indiana. Is the going hazard here, moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. So this storm was 55. It has now joined the rest of the club, and it is now moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. So again, freeway speeds here is how fast these storms are moving here. So again, these storms are moving very, very quickly here, and very large hailstones still down here in this area as well. Again, hail tracker is a little bit behind here, but nonetheless a very dangerous situation here that we have here ongoing across Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warnings extend all the way from northwest Indiana all the way down to the Terre Haute area as this QLCS line of thunderstorms races east-northeast at 70 to 75 miles an hour. And again, round 2, we're going to have to watch down here across southern Illinois. This line is expected to expand and grow in intensity as it moves towards the Evansville area, Vincennes area, Jasper, Bloomington. You guys are on deck later this afternoon as this line moves into the state and progresses eastward. Excuse me. So we get a multi-hazard, a very long afternoon to go here as we go throughout the day here this afternoon. Going to look at something here real quick behind the scenes here. I'm going to see if I have any cameras along the I-74 corridor associated with that tornado warning. That is what I'm looking at right now, just to see. Don't really have anything in the path of it right now. Otherwise, I was going to pull that up. Otherwise, severe thunderstorm warning, a really large severe thunderstorm warning in effect. 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable tag. Our tornado warning has been trimmed back just a little bit here. But again, still a considerable tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, Lake, Porter, you guys are all under the risk there as well. And our next severe thunderstorm warning just to the south, still a considerable tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. This is for Fulton County, White County, Pulaski County, Cass County, and Stark County in northwestern Indiana until 4 o'clock here this afternoon. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-size hail, moving north and east at 55 miles an hour, but I would be willing to bet it's moving a little bit faster than that, as a lot of these storms are moving in the 70 to 75 mile per hour range east-northeast here. Go back down south here to our active tornado warning here that's shown the best interest here. Again, not really seeing much in the way of really tight rotation at this point in time, but again, this tornado warning is still in effect for another 15 minutes here, 16 minutes rather. And outside of that, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable tag on it, as well as penny-size hail is the going hazard here with that severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit further south here, again, Terre Haute, you guys got missed by round 1, but round 2 is right on your doorstep here. We got severe thunderstorm warnings just to your west, nickel-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds down to Paris, Marshall, Illinois. You guys are on deck as well. Move a little bit further north here. Again, let's switch radar products here just to get a better look here at our area of rotation. Again, starting to see a little bit more in the way of rotation here. Just to the south of Malott, moving towards Wingate and Newton there. Right in there where your reds and greens kind of meet, that's your area of rotation. Moving towards the Wingate area, moving northeast at probably 70 to 75 miles an hour. Again, I don't see any indications that a tornado is on the ground, but still showing some signs of rotation there. It may have cycled just to the south, right along the edge of our warning box here. So something to keep an eye on. That's something else with these embedded areas of rotations. They can move north and south as they cycle and deviate along the leading edge of the line here. So they don't necessarily stay in one spot. They can move north and south as they go through a cycling process and kind of regroup. As we go to the north here, we got a really large squall line here. A really mature squall line here now across northwest Indiana. A really intense line moving into the Chicagoland area now. This one's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds observed. So 70-mile-per-hour winds observed coming into downtown Chicagoland. Here we are into Lake County, Indiana. Again, good news, our rotation has weakened and broadened out a little bit. So that is some good news here. They're probably going to let this tornado warning expire. But again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. It still has a tornado possible tag on it. So again, those spin-up tornadoes are a risk here throughout the entire evening here going forward. Again, this is for Porter County, Newton County, as well as Jasper counties until 3:45. Or sorry, not until 3:45. It was issued at 3:45. It is until well, I'm not doing very good at clicking today. Yeah, for another hour here is the severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Move back to the south here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning next on the list is for nickel-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This one here is for White County, western Fulton County, Pulaski County, Cass County, and Stark County, northwestern Indiana. 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail is the going hazard here. Logansport, you guys are on deck. North Judson, Rensselaer, Wolcott, you guys are all on deck here. 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail is the going hazard for you. Go back down to the south here. This severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is they have dropped our tornado warning. You just saw it disappear there. Good news is our area of rotation, you can really see there's not a lot there anymore. It's more bowed out now. So that is some good news there. They allowed that to expire, but left a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, just in case that rotation decides to tighten up again. Otherwise, 70-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, does have a considerable tag on it now for Crawfordsville, Rochdale, Lagoda, Waveland, Waynetown, right along the I-74 corridor here. A really pronounced gust front here, moving into the Crawfordsville area all the way down to Waveland. It's on top of you right now in Waveland. Rockville, you guys are in it. Rochdale, Lagoda, you guys are all on deck for this line of thunderstorms here over the next couple of minutes here. Move back to the north here. Again, area of rotation here has shown signs of weakening, which is really good. Not really seeing much in the way of rotation up here anymore for Lake or Porter counties. But again, a really pronounced gust front here. Maybe even a hail core here, right in here where you see those deeper colors here moving towards the Valparaiso area. Couts area, US 30. So again, be on deck for some hail there, perhaps nickel to quarter size hail. Go back further to the south here towards the Terre Haute area. Terre Haute, you guys are in the clear right now for round one, but you have some storms in Illinois that are severe thunderstorm warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarters or nickel size hail, and that'll be moving in your direction here over the next hour. So again, you guys are on deck for this line here. The first line just missed you to the north, but we're on deck for another round coming here over the next probably 20 to 35 minutes or so. Yeah, sirens in Lafayette are going off. And not surprised, that tornado warning that was in effect clipped the bottom portion of the county there. So they probably issued that out of precaution. Again, every municipality has different regulations on how they issue or sound the sirens here. I really don't like the term tornado sirens because they're really designated for outdoor warning sirens. So some municipalities issue them for tornado warnings only, while others issue them for severe thunderstorm warnings or also considerable warnings too. Once that threat reaches a considerable level, some municipalities will sound them, and they're designed to warn those who are outside to get back inside. So they're reserved for outdoor warning purposes only. They're not really designed to wake you up inside or anything like that. They're primarily designed for those outside who need to be inside. Here's our warning extension now. Does include the Florida area, Delphi, Rossville, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. This is for Carroll County, Tippecanoe County, and Clinton County now in central Indiana until 4:30 p.m. Moving northeast at, get this, 80 miles an hour is how fast this storm is racing off to the east and northeast. Again, these storms are racing as they're tapping into that stronger wind aloft here. Next to the south here where our tornado warning was. Again, no real signs of rotation here anymore, which is good news. Primarily a wind threat here. A lot of the hailstones have been quarter or less, which is good news. And that is expected here as we've grown upscale into a line very, very quickly. Again, the hail threat would have gone up if we had our isolated supercells hang around a little bit longer. Just to the south here, this is for Vigo County, Fountain County, Tippecanoe, Clay, Park, Montgomery, and Putnam counties until 4:15. 70-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. Considerable tag on it. Again, a really pronounced healthy gust front moving right along the I-74 corridor. Crawfordsville, you guys are in it right now. If not, you will be here in the next minute or so. Waveland, you guys are in it. Lagoda, you're on deck. Rochdale, you guys are on deck as well. Areas downstream, Indy Metro, be ready for this line over the next 40 minutes or so as it moves in your direction. Further south here, we are watching this line here moving into the Vincennes area, Terre Haute area, Evansville area. You guys have no immediate threat. However, this will be the line to watch here as it fills in here over the next hour or so. Again, a multi-hazard threat here, and you can see our severe thunderstorm warning stretching all the way from northern Arkansas all the way up to northern Indiana. Again, our tornado warning still hanging on here, but again, the main line has moved north and east and out of the warning box area, so they're probably going to let that expire here. Switch radar products to get another look at it here. Again, no real sign of rotation, maybe a little bit of rotation right in here north of the Hebron area there. You kind of see that little bit of a kink there. But again, not super broad, not super tight, so good news there. But again, this warning is for considerable warning on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, as well as penny-sized hail. And here's our new downstream warning now. A really large downstream warning was issued here by northern Indiana. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag with it, as well as nickel-sized hail. Is the first severe thunderstorm warning for Michigan as well, so Berrien County now in it. This includes St. Joseph County in north central Indiana, northwestern Pulaski County in northern Indiana, as well as Stark County in northwestern Indiana, northwestern Marshall County in central Indiana, LaPorte County, and Berrien County in Michigan until 5 p.m. Daylight time here associated with that. Let me do something here. There we go. And again, we do have some chasers out in the field here. Parker's actually out right now. Parker, if you can hear me, I didn't know if you want to give an update as to where you're at or where you were going.
Yes, I am currently just north of Van Buren right now, getting ready to get ahead of this line. I'm currently trying to decide where I want to go. I'm probably going to sit somewhere along 15 and 124, maybe between Wabash and Converse right now. I'm going to try to see if I can get in position of a potential area that I may kink up or a QLCS notch. But regardless, the goal is to kind of get in position in an open field and kind of give you guys a view of this squall line as it begins to enter and continues to march across portions of central Indiana now. So we're just kind of watching and seeing as we kind of get closer to these storms. The goal is to, like I said, get an open field, kind of sit and have this storm pretty much run right over me so we can get you guys some good footage here as these storms are absolutely blasting off to the northeast.
All right, thank you, Parker, for that. So that was Parker. He's in central Indiana right now. He is actually heading off to the east here, trying to get a better view or in better position of these storms here. As he gets closer, we'll pull him back up here for more updates as well. We have other chasers in Indiana as well who may pop in from time to time. Back across our warnings are our newest severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Indiana, which includes the entire portion of northwest Indiana from South Bend, Indiana, all the way to Portage here. Again, this cell here warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, but it does have a tornado possible tag on it, as do a lot of these warnings, is, again, embedded areas of rotation or these little circulations oftentimes spin up very quickly within QLCS scenarios here. So these storms are racing at 70-plus miles an hour, east-northeast here across the state here. We'll go from south to north here and go through these warnings one by one. Down here to the south, outside the Greencastle area, tornado possible tag on it, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. This is for southern Tippecanoe, Park County, Montgomery, and northern Putnam counties here. Is in effect for another 20 minutes here. We'll probably see a downstream warning here if these storms remain severe. Go a little bit further north here, Lafayette, Monticello, you guys, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail is in effect until 4:30. This is for Carroll County, Tippecanoe County, and Clinton County in central Indiana. Moving northeast to get this, 80 miles an hour is how fast these storms are racing off to the east and northeast. So again, Howard County, Kokomo, you guys aren't no severe thunderstorm warning yet, but be on deck as these storms are racing off to the east, northeast in your direction. Move up here to the north here. This big blanket severe thunderstorm warning does include Peru, Logansport, Monticello, Winnemac, Rochester, Fulton, Argos, Plymouth. You guys are all on deck here. Again, 70 miles per hour does have a considerable tag on it. Tornado possible tag on it as well as nickel-size hail for another 50 minutes here. Go back up to the north here. We'll switch radars here. Again, kind of in between radars here, so I'm kind of switching around to see which one has the best here. I want to say this one does here. Go up here to our newest severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for an hour and 3 minutes. So they're issuing these warnings well in advance, which is awesome to see. Again, these storms are moving so fast. They're trying to get the warning out there as fast as they can for you and give you that lead time. That way you can anticipate the hazards, react to the hazards, and get to your safe place here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for northwestern Pulaski County, Stark County, Marshall County, LaPorte, and Berrien County in southwest lower Michigan, as well as St. Joseph County in north central Indiana. Again, in effect for another hour and 3 minutes here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail, but it does have that tornado possible tag in it there. Probably for this area, just to the south of Valpo there, a little bit of a notch there, a little bit of intriguing there. We'll go ahead and switch radars here to get a better look at it here. Then more parallel along it, but you can see a little bit of a notch there. Nothing real indicative of a tornado at this point in time, but an area to keep an eye on. Move a little bit further south here to the Indianapolis area here. Again, a really pronounced gust front here along the leading edge here. Moving into the Indianapolis metro. Again, a very, very strong gust front there. Again, 60-plus mile-per-hour winds cannot be ruled out there associated with that. Looking to see if I have a camera here to show you any good shelf cloud pictures or not. It doesn't look like I have one that's facing in the direction I need it to. So, getting blanketed severe thunderstorm warnings. We had one just get extended here. This one here in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. This one is for southeastern Tippecanoe County, Clinton County, now in effect for Hendricks County, Boone County, Montgomery, and Putnam County until 4:45 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail for this storm right in here for that Boeing segment, right along the I-74 corridor here. So those of you on deck, Lebanon, Thornton, Frankfort, you guys are all on deck here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. As we go up to the north here a little bit, again, this severe thunderstorm warning here, 70-mile-per-hour, considerable tag on it. It does have a tornado possible tag on it for those embedded areas of circulations. I don't see anything imminent for this area at the moment, but again, QLCS spin-ups can occur rather quickly here. It's in effect for another 45 minutes here. And this one is for White County, Fulton, Pulaski, Cass, Miami, Stark, and Marshall counties in northwest Indiana until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This does include Peru, Logansport, Plymouth. So US 30 corridor here, you guys are going to be getting into some intense thunderstorms here over the next couple of hours here. And again, we're going to have to watch some of these cells out ahead of it here to see how they react here and what they do here. We're going to have to monitor those here pretty closely. But again, sub-severe at this point in time. Go back further south here. Again, Terre Haute, you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but this line here is getting fairly close in your direction here. Switch radars here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning just off to your west here in Illinois. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter size hail. This would be for Edgar County and Clark County, just off to your west there in Illinois, just south of Paris there. So probably be in your direction here, probably over the next 20 minutes or so. We'll have to see if we get another warning here remotely for that. Vincennes, Evansville, you guys are okay for now, but we're really keeping a very close eye on these storms over here, as they could pose a very potent risk for severe weather across your area over the next hour or two, as they continue to move eastward at about 60 to 70 miles an hour as well. So again, very fast storm motions here today. And that's really been the story here as these storms are moving here. Go ahead and switch radar products again here. Sometimes I go back between just to get a better coverage. Some radars, some storms are closer to the radars than others, so it's like to get a good bird's eye view here. You can really see your pronounced gust front here stretching all the way down from Gary all the way down to Logansport and Lafayette here. You can really see that sharp edge there. That is your gust front here on the leading edge here. We're going to have to watch this cell just to the south of North Judson here. Starting to get a little bit of a hook on it here. Kind of see that inflow notch here. Starting to become a little bit suspicious here for a QLCS rotation on it. As well as this cell out front here, starting to get a little bit of a hook on it, a little bit of a curly Q, as I call it. So no real rotation associated with this guy yet, Star City, Keweenaw. But again, we're going to have to keep an eye on it here. The one that intrigues me the most is this one right here. You can see our rear inflow jet starting to protrude out and ahead of the main storm here. Kind of have a couple of them here. A little bit of rotation here, a little bit of rotation here. Moving towards North Judson, as well as Bass Lake, Winnemac here. Again, no indication of a tornado on the ground at this point in time. But again, starting to show signs of those embedded areas of rotation. This severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag on it, just to cover such areas of rotation in case they do re-intensify. Again, not really showing anything real definitive there that a tornado is on the ground. But something to keep an eye on here over the next few minutes here. See what the National Weather Service does. Probably some hail in there. That was that area right in here. For those of you wondering, this isn't a debris ball. This is actually a little bit of a hail core right in here. You can kind of see that on correlation coefficient. So probably some quarters falling just to the south of Sam Pierre, North Judson. But again, some areas of rotation being picked up on radar for their location as well. And there's our vertical integrated liquid, our hail tracker here. You can see that hail core right in there moving towards North Judson here. So again, there are some embedded areas of hail within these systems as well. But again, something to keep an eye on here. Again, very tight rotation here. Actually getting picked up here just to the south of North Judson here, right in there. Just crossed US 421, heading towards North Judson. Again, this is moving northeast at probably close to 80 miles an hour, if not 70 miles an hour northeast. See what this warning is warned for here. Moving northeast at 60 miles an hour here, but starting to show signs of some rotation here. This is for North Judson, Indiana, showing a decent couplet there. US 421 moving off to the north and east here at 60 miles an hour. Again, no tornado on the ground at this point in time, but is showing signs of strengthening rotation. Go back to the south here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for another 40 minutes here. This does include Clinton County, Hendricks, Boone, Montgomery, and Putnam counties. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. So something to keep an eye on as well. Go back down to the south here, just to the north of Brazil. Severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag on it now. Penny-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Probably the best area of rotation right in here. You kind of see a little bit of a hook there on that tail end, Charlie. Go ahead and switch radars here. And we'll show you that guy. Again, kind of broad at the moment. No real strong rotation there. You can really see your gust front here. Still really pronounced here along the leading edge here. Going into the west side of Indianapolis here. Probably over the next 40 minutes or so. Go back up to the north here to an area of interest near North Judson here. little bit of a QLCS notch there. You can really see an area of rotation right in here, just outside of North Judson. Decent rotation now being picked up on radar, just on the leading edge of your hail core here. Go ahead and turn on our correlation coefficient. Kind of see your inflow notch right in there. Not really showing any debris or anything like that would be indicative of a tornado on the ground. You can really see your hail core back in here at this time, which is good. But again, strong rotation now being seen outside North Judson, heading off to the north and east at 60 miles an hour. No tornado warning on it yet. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do there, up to their discretion there, on what they feel. They have even better technology than what we do, so they have probably a better idea of what's going on there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for all of northwest Indiana. Gary, Indiana, you guys are in the clear, probably in the clear for the evening here. Same thing goes for Rensselaer, Fowler, Attica. You guys should be done. Your severe weather risk should be done here for the evening. Once this line passes here across northern Indiana, you guys are in the clear, and then our attention turns ahead of this line, as well as areas to the south here is where our attention turns to. And again, decent rotation here around the North Judson area. Let's keep an eye on that. No tornado warning on it, but it does have a tornado possible tag on it to help cover the spin-up tornado risk associated with this line of storms. 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail for another 53 minutes here. That is for St. Joseph counties, Pulaski County, Stark County, Marshall, LaPorte, and Berrien County, Michigan here for another 53 minutes here. Go just to the south here. Again, another considerable warning here. Does also have a tornado possible tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Considerable warning here for another 38 minutes. This is for quite a few counties here. White County, Fulton, Pulaski, Cass, Miami, Stark, and Marshall counties here for another 38 minutes here for this line stretching about from Rochester, Indiana, all the way down to Delphi, Indiana, the Monticello area, coming into Logansport, Aurora Center. And here's our tornado warning on it now. That's that area of rotation that we pointed out a few minutes ago. Again, radar indicated tornado warning now for northwestern Pulaski County in northwestern Indiana, Stark County in northwestern Indiana. And this is goes into effect here for another 22 minutes here, moving northeast at looks like 55 or 50 miles an hour. Hazard tornado associated with it here. Switch radar products here. Zoom in here. Here's our hook echo here. Our velocity here just to the north of North Judson here. A pretty tight couplet here right on the leading edge. And maybe even another couplet just to the south. So two areas of rotation here. One right in here and the other one right in here. Fairly common when you have these QLCS setups. You can get shallow rooted areas of rotation or mesovortices develop along the leading edge. A lot of frictional forces at play here with that frictional wind shear boundary right on the leading edge. Go ahead and pick up correlation coefficient here. That's not what I wanted. You can see your inflow there, really nice. Yeah, not really seeing anything that would indicate a tornado was on the ground. You can see your leading edge here. Right in here, we see that clutter there. That's your inflow getting pulled into this storm here. A little bit of clutter showing up on radar associated with that. But your main area of rotation, back in here in the rain, don't really see any debris there. And same thing goes for this one here. Again, all of these same colors here indicate raindrops versus debris, which is good. It's what you want to see. But again, tight rotation here. QLCS tornadoes can spin up very quickly, oftentimes between radar scans too. So again, treat this seriously. Interior room, lowest level of your home. Sometimes it takes a couple stands for us to realize the tornado is on the ground because of how shallow they are and how fast they spin up in these situations. So again, tornado warning on the ground, or not on the ground, in effect here for another 20 minutes here, including the North Judson area in Indiana, moving towards the Plymouth area, Knox, Indiana, as well as the US 30 corridor there. Let me go ahead and get that updated here on social media here, and then we'll updated here on There we go. Got that updated here for you. This is our only tornado warning in the state of Indiana at this point in time here for Northwest Indiana. Switch radar products here, going back to it here. Again, a very tight area of rotation here, just outside of North Judson. You can really see two kinks, as I like to call it here, associated with this band here, this hook echo. You got one just to the south. You can see your inflow notch there, your rear inflow jet right in there. Where those two come together, have a notch there. Your strongest area of rotation is right in here, associated with this couplet here, right in here. This is your strongest area of rotation associated with this line here. Maybe becoming a little bit more linear here, but again, watch this leading edge here where these colors are meeting here. Just outside of North Judson here, you can kind of still see that appendage there, that little bit of a hook there moving towards the Knox area. Could have some decent rotation there, as well as a possible tornado. Again, I don't see anything that would definitively say a tornado is on the ground, just some clutter along the leading edge. A lot of times you get that. That can be dust particles getting kicked up in the wind. Again, a lot of volatility on the leading edge of these storms here, but nothing that suggests or screams that a tornado is on the ground. But again, tornadoes can spin up very, very quickly here in these situations here. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. Again, this tornado warning is for northwestern Pulaski County in northwestern Indiana, Stark County in northwestern Indiana until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Again, here's our main complex of storms now. Really mature QLCS here moving across central Indiana. Going to be moving into eastern Indiana here over the next couple of hours here. And again, still watching these storms off to our west for southern Indiana. You guys are on deck next, and we're going to have to watch these storms here. Quarter size hail, 60 miles an hour, and 60 mile per hour nickel size hail on deck for Terre Haute here. We'll see if a warning gets issued down there over the next couple minutes here. Going back down to the south here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now, or still in effect for Clinton County, Hendricks County, Boone County, Montgomery, and Putnam County. 60 mile per hour winds and nickel or penny size hail associated with that. So it has broadened out a little bit. That is good news, what we want to see. Remember, this storm a little bit further to the west had 80 mile per hour winds associated with it. So it has broadened out or weakened just a little bit, but still a strong severe thunderstorm nonetheless. So again, be in your safe place, interior room, lowest level, treat it as you would a tornado warning. Again, when you get these considerable tags here, like we have up here for LaPorte, Peru, 70 mile per hour winds and 0.88 for the hail or nickel size hail. Again, you're on the scale of a weak tornado when you get 70 plus mile per hour winds. So again, a very dangerous situation here, as well as a tornado possible tag on it as well. Our tornado warning up here to the north here, outside North Judson here. Again, our velocities are kind of wonky there, but you can kind of see two kinks there, one to the south of Knox, one to the northwest area of Knox. So kind of two areas of interest there. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 46 minutes, 70 mile per hour winds, nickel size hail, but it has a tornado possible tag on it for this entire orange area here, for those embedded areas or kinks of rotation here. Zoom back in here. You can still kind of see a little bit of a kink there. Again, they're keeping this warning here. They trimmed it back a little bit, still radar indicated, still in effect for another little bit here. And we have a tornado watch in effect for the entire northern Indiana area until 7 o'clock here tonight. So the threat does progress here for quite a while. Try to get trying to load something here behind the scenes here. Trying to find a good camera here for you that would show that, but far and few between. Anyway, back to our tornado warning here. You can kind of see our big boat out segment here with a kink there over Lake Michigan, and then another kink outside the North Judson area as well. That's kind of the two areas we're watching here. We'll have to watch this area here as it goes right along the edge of the Indiana Lake Michigan shoreline here, that little kink there. We're going to have to watch that as it comes ashore as well. Sometimes little notches can spin up there along those kinks. Move a little bit further south here. Tornado warning remains in effect here. You can still see your inflow knots right in here and right in here. 2 areas of rotation that we're watching out here. The good news is this is starting to bow out a little bit more. So some good news there. Starting to be more of a gust front versus an area of rotation. But again, sometimes where you have these little kinks here, you can get these little mesovortices kind of spin up on the leading edge here. And for that reason, the National Weather Service has left this tornado warning in effect here. They have turned it back a little bit, but it is still in effect for another 14 minutes here. Radar indicated rotation here. And go back down to the south here again. No severe thunderstorm warning for Terre Haute yet, but again, these storms are approaching on your door. In Illinois, they are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. And again, these storms are starting to fill in too. So Evansville, Vincennes, you guys are on deck here over the next hour or so as these storms approach Indiana. Further to the south here, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for you guys outside Indianapolis Metro. This is for Tippecanoe County, Clinton County, Hendricks County, Boone County, Montgomery, and Putnam County until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So a little bit of a weakening trend here, which is good. But again, still a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds are no joke. That can still cause down power lines, down trees, and can cause significant damage. As we move up here to the north, back to our tornado warning. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning for Peru, Logansport, considerable tag on it still. 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail. But you also notice it, too, has a tornado possible tag on it for those embedded areas of rotation that like to spin up on the leading edge that we're going to have to watch for. This area of rotation has broadened a little bit, but again, still watching another little bit of a kink there south of the Knox area. The tornado warning still in effect for another 12 minutes here as radar indicated rotation. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home, bathroom, closet, all great ideas here until this storm has passed over. So go ahead and switch radar products here. Again, you can really see our areas of interest here. We got one right here just to the north of Bass Lake here, and the second one right up here just south of Hannah here. Kind of see 2 areas of bulged winds here where you have a gust front coming out here and here, and then you have inflow coming in here and here. A lot of times areas of rotation like to sit where those kinks are. And a third one just to the north of Montgomery coming into the Culver area here. Another little mesovortice here. So this is really classic QLCS here. You get these little shallow spin-ups here. They're not very deep. They're very short-lived, but they spin up very quickly here. And they all can pose a risk for spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of our severe thunderstorm here. So again, a very dangerous storm here. Interior room, anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning here has a tornado possible tag on it for the possibility of those spin-up mesovortices. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows, bathroom, closets are all fantastic. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, tornadoes do their damage from the outside in, so having as many layers between you and the outside increases your chances of being uninjured and safety. But I'm actually going to turn on correlation coefficient here just to take a look at it here to see if I see anything. Again, nothing real indicative here. Again, this is just clutter on the leading edge of our gust front here. A lot of times when you get a lot of turbulence, you get a lot of rolling motion that can pick up dust, birds, debris, just other little particles that the radar picks up here. But again, I don't see anything that would indicate a tornado is on the ground at this point in time. But nonetheless, a couple areas of rotation there coming into the Hamlet area, as well as Plymouth. You guys are on deck as well for this severe thunderstorm warning. Even if you don't have a tornado associated with this, plan on 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. And that goes for both of these warnings all the way from South Bend, Logansport, Peru, Howard County. You guys are now in a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for you guys. That does include the Kokomo area as well, Russiaville, Forest, Greentown, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Switch radars here, back down to the south. Another thing, we also have a flood advisory now in effect here for portions of west central Indiana, Montgomery and Park County, and Putnam counties until 7:15 tonight. Again, have a lot of training showers and thunderstorms with more rain on the way here. See how much rain has fallen here. Between 1/2 inch and 1.5 inches has fallen, but again, that doesn't sound like much, but our soils are already pretty wet down here, and these rainfall rates came very, very quickly. 1.5 inches of rain in less than an hour is a lot. A lot of times I can fill ditches up, ponding on area roadways, so it becomes a hydroplane issue for motorists on the roads. So they went ahead and issued a flood advisory for that area there. Terre Haute, not in a warning yet, but again, watching these storms off to your east here, we'll have to see how they trend as they move into Indiana here very, very soon. Move back up to northern Indiana here. Again, still have a tornado warning in effect here. Rotation weakened a little bit here on radar, which is good. It's what we want to see. Still radar indicated rotation here on our tornado warning. The storm itself, though, is about to outrun our tornado warning box. So we'll have to see what the National Weather Service wants to do here, if they're going to cancel that and leave the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, or what they decide to do. But again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for northwest Indiana, including the South Bend area as well, getting pretty close to the Napanee area. 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So these storms are moving fairly fast as they move across the state, and this is for St. Joseph County, Pulaski County, Stark County, and LaPorte and Berrien County in Michigan. For another 38 minutes here. As we move back further to the south here, again, this severe thunderstorm warning, a very large severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, moving east-northeast at 75 miles an hour. So again, a pretty fast-moving thunderstorm here. This is for northeastern White County, Fulton County, Pulaski, Cass, Miami, Stark, and Marshall counties here. For another 23 minutes here. We'll probably get a downstream warning here. So Wabash, Huntington, Grant County, Kosciuszko County, you guys are all on deck here as these storms move into your vicinity here over the next hour or so. We do have Parker down here, though. He is still here with us here. We're probably going to pull him up here, and we'll see if he has an update for you. Where you at, Parker? See if he can.
We are currently just north. Actually, we're just south of Urbana, and just on 13 between Wabash and Urbana. We're getting ready to pull off here on our side road and pretty much sit and let these storms kind of come to us. Got to be eyeing some bigger hail cores along this QLCS, but regardless, we're going to pretty much be in position here shortly. We're going to pull off on a road. It's pretty flat and open out here, so we should have a good view for you guys here as these storms begin to roll. And hope we can get a good shelf cloud as these storms continue to move in here. So we're pretty much getting in position, and we'll be ready here shortly.
Sounds good. Thanks, Parker. So again, that is Parker. He's in this vicinity right in here, just ahead of our severe thunderstorm warning, getting into position here. All these green dots that you see here on radar are different spotters that are out in the state tonight. So we have a lot of spotters and chasers in the state here today, keeping tabs on the severe weather threat across Indiana. Go ahead and turn them off here for now, as they can get quite messy on radar. So our line of severe thunderstorms has passed our tornado warning here. Still in effect for another 6 minutes here. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service wants to do there. Go ahead and switch radars here just to get a look at it. Turn on reflectivity here. You can still see a lot of little kinks. We got a kink here, kink, and kink. So at least 4 or 5 different kinks here along this band in particular, which is why the National Weather Service has left this tornado possible tag on it for all of these mesovortices or embedded areas of rotation here within the line here. We got one outside of Stillwell here, coming into Coons Lake, a little bit broader there. And then we have one just to the south of Coons Lake coming into Tyner. And then we have one outside of Culver as well, just to your north, right in here. So again, wouldn't be surprised here if they continue this tornado warning, but again, that's up to their discretion here. Again, mesovortice or QLCS tornadoes spin up very, very quickly here, and we have many, many notches associated with that. This one in particular is very tight. Coming into the Plymouth, Indiana area. Let me go ahead and turn on my correlation coefficient here just to take a look at that. Yeah, I don't see anything that would suggest a tornado was on the ground at this point in time. Still some clutter showing up with that. But again, tight rotation here, moving towards the Plymouth area, Lopez area. So treat this severe thunderstorm warning as you would a tornado warning. Lowest level of your home. They did expire or cancel the tornado warning, but they left the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning just to account for those spin-up areas of rotation along the leading edge. That can either A, produce a brief tornado, or it also enhance the wind speed on the leading edge as well. So we'll have to see here. No tornado warnings are in effect in Indiana at this time here. But again, still showing signs of some embedded areas of rotation with a decent area of rotation moving towards the Plymouth area, US 30 corridor over the next few minutes here. So definitely an area to keep an eye on as these storms move in that vicinity. Probably getting pretty close to a downstream warning extension here too. Probably over in the next 20 minutes or so, we'll see some warnings extended a little bit further east. Northwest Indiana, still a warning in effect for 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, tornado possible on it, considerable tag on it. Still in effect for St. Joseph, Pulaski, Stark, Marshall, LaPorte, and Berrien County, Michigan here for another 33 minutes here. Go back down to the south here. Again, Terre Haute still not in a severe thunderstorm warning here. Hopefully these storms have shown signs of weakening here, kind of in between radars here, so it's a little bit more difficult to tell here. This guy looks like it's weakened just a little bit, which is good news. Is what we want to see. This storm here looks a little bit stronger here, moving into the southern part of the county here, just south of Terre Haute here over the next few hours. So again, we'll have to watch these storms here pretty closely as they move into southwest Indiana here. Moving up north here. This storm here, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. This is for southeastern Tippecanoe, Clinton, Hendricks, Boone, Montgomery, and Putnam counties for another 17 minutes here. So you can kind of see your gust front there right on the leading edge here. Not as strong as it once was, but still potent nonetheless. Strongest area of this complex here up to the north. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, nickel-sized hail associated with this line here coming in the Peru area. Plymouth, you guys are on deck. Napanee, South Bend, you guys all need to be in your safe place. Again, treat it as you would a tornado's on the ground. Every time you get these severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag on it or considerable tag for 70-plus mile-per-hour winds, you're on the scale of a weak tornado just in the form of straight-line winds. It's not a tornado, but your wind speeds are up there. It can cause very similar damage, both the trees, power lines, and your house as well. So again, lowest level of your home, away from windows, and treat that as you would a tornado warning here. We do have some showers out ahead of the main line here. Those are sub-severe at this point in time, which is good news. It's what we want to see here. Go ahead and switch radar products back just to look at our individual line segments here. Again, a really pronounced gust front here coming all the way down to Plymouth, Walnut, Rochester, Macy, Mexico, Peru, Grissom Air Force Base. You guys are all on deck here. 70-mile-per-hour winds here, as well as the tornado possible tag on it. This tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It just hasn't disappeared from my radar yet. But something to point out here are these little kinks along the leading edge here that we see here. We have many of them. At least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different mesovortices along the leading edge here. And that's fairly common in a QLCS setup here, moving towards Plymouth, Bremen, Tippecanoe, Walnut, South Bend. Again, areas of embedded circulations here moving in the town. This is just appears to be clutter along the leading edge here. But again, a very dangerous storm here with embedded areas of rotation here. Moving into north central Indiana and eventually northeast Indiana over the next hour or so. Go ahead and switch radars back here to northern Indiana here. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings for southern Indiana yet, but your severe weather risk is yet to come. That'll develop here over the next couple of hours as these storms in southeast Illinois move into southern Indiana. Right now, the main focus is northern and central Indiana. Starting south and north here, this severe thunderstorm warning for another 14 minutes here near Frankfort, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is for southeastern Tippecanoe, Clinton, Hendricks, Boone, and Montgomery and Putnam counties here for another 14 minutes. Go up just to the north, 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Considerable tag on this warning here. This is for until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Northeastern White, Fulton, Pulaski, Cass, Miami, and Stark and Marshall counties here. 70-mile-per-hour winds is the associated hazard here with this storm here. This is the one that Parker will be targeting here probably within the next 30 to 40 minutes here. It'll be at his location. He's kind of driving through a little bit of rain right now on these cells on the leading edge here, but getting pretty close to his location here. Go ahead and pull Parker back up here. Parker, what do you see, man? I see you're stopped there waiting on this storm to approach.
So funny enough, we actually have, I've been kind of watching it. We have kind of the beginnings of a mini supercell here just to in between Rowan and Wabash right now. I've been watching it, and it's got decent cloud tops. The cloud tops are still exploding on. The only issue with this storm is that's probably going to be swallowed up by the squall line right behind it. But I have noticed there is a little bit of low rotation, nothing imminent of a potential tornado, but this little supercell is trying its best to, quote unquote, be considered a mini supercell right now. But regardless, we are in position. Looks like we're going to be kind of in the good sweet spot, right in between. We're watching some of this stuff in between Grissom Air Force Base and then Denver. We're pretty much going to be in the heart of what looks to be the strongest portions of this QLCS. So we're hoping to get some good, strong winds here. But regardless, we're currently sitting in position here, just kind of waiting for these storms to kind of pretty much overrun us here. So we'll continue to kind of sit here and kind of as things evolve. We may drive a little further north, a little further south, but we're kind of just waiting and seeing pretty much what's going to happen from here on out.
All right, that sounds good, Parker. There you see he's in position in Wabash County, awaiting this main line of storms here, running into some rain there on that shower ahead of the main line. Not severe at this point in time here. We'll probably see some warning extensions here be issued here by the National Weather Service here fairly shortly here as this line quickly moves east into northeast Indiana and east central Indiana. Here's our latest warning extension now. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Does go for 42 minutes here. This does include Atlanta. Elwood, you guys are right on the edge. This is for Tipton County here. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. This is for Tipton County, Hamilton County, Boone, Howard, Clinton until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here's our next blanketed severe thunderstorm warning here issued by Northern Indiana. 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable tag on it, as well as a tornado possible tag still in this line here. This does not include Allen County yet, but it does include Whitley County. Go ahead and read off all the counties here, as there are a bunch of them in this blanket severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for southern Elkhart County, Wabash County, Noble County, northern Grant County, Whitley County, Huntington County, Kosciuszko County, Cass County, LaGrange County, Fulton County, western Wells County, Miami County, and Marshall County in north central Indiana. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Does have a tornado possible tag on it for those spin-up mesovortices or spin-up areas of rotation that spin up along the leading edge of our thunderstorms here that we're kind of watching. And we'll take a closer look at that here. Go ahead and switch radar products here. There we go. Let's go ahead and take a zoomed-in look here. We're getting a pretty good idea of what's going on here at the ground, as the radar beam is only about 1,000 to 2,000 feet off the ground here. So we're getting closer to the radar itself here, which is situated in North Webster, Indiana, just to the south of Syracuse there. That is where the office of Northern Indiana is. And they are watching these storms very closely here as they progress and race east towards their office as well. So they are included in this warning as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds could affect the weather office there in Northern Indiana. A really pronounced mature gust front here, stretching all the way from South Bend, Plymouth, Rochester, Kokomo. You can really see our big boat out front here with our wind getting pushed in behind and out here. That is really indicative of our QLCS systems here. And these storms are racing as well. These storms are moving east-northeast at 65 miles an hour. And these storms have really been moving between 60 and 70 miles an hour east-northeast. So very, very fast storm motions here associated with these. storms as well. Not really seeing any real signs of rotation here. Maybe a little bit there outside Lakeview, but again, or Lakeville and Tippecanoe County there, a little bit of a hook there. But again, these mesovortices are really shallow. A lot of times they develop right on the leading edge, and they're very hard to see and pick up. Haven't had any confirmed tornadoes on the ground yet today, but that could change as we go throughout the day here again. As we have a lot of wind shear present in the atmosphere here today. Go back further south here. Again, we're watching these storms across southern Illinois. We do have a tornado warning on this one here. You see a really nice pronounced hook here outside of Flora near US 50. Noble, a nice hook on it, area of rotation right in here, radar indicated. But we also have some larger hailstones associated with these supercells as well. Again, isolated storms, the hail risk goes up associated with those. Again, quarter-size hail and then ping-pong ball-size hail for these storms here across southern Illinois. These storms will eventually merge into a line similar to what we have across northern Indiana, and that'll impact portions of southern Indiana into the evening hours here today. So we have a long ways to go yet before our severe weather risk is over. But the good news across northwest Indiana, if you guys live in Portage, west of Logansport, Lafayette, you guys are in the clear here. Your severe weather risk is done for the day. But that's not so for areas across northeast Indiana, central Indiana, or southern Indiana. We still have a long ways to go for you guys. Fort Wayne, Indiana, you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but we are watching the storm complex, which is racing east-northeast at 60 to 70 miles an hour. So you guys are on deck here for some severe thunderstorms potentially here over the next hour or two as these storms race in your direction. Again, no severe thunderstorm warning yet, but we are watching these storms approach the Fort Wayne area over the next hour or so. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 52 minutes here. Well downstream of the main line here, so they're trying to give you as much lead time as they can as the squall line approaches areas east, northeast, in eastern Indiana. But again, we're very, very close to the radar here. And if we zoom in here, again, very intense winds here outside of Tippecanoe, Atwood. Again, US 30 corridor here. Again, a very, very strong gust front here on the leading edge here. You know, some areas maybe 70 plus miles an hour here embedded within this gust front here, but widespread 70 mile per hour winds indicated by radar here with the risk of spin up tornadoes as well. Looks like Parker has a really nice shelf cloud here. Go ahead and get him pulled up here full and let him talk to us about this line. He's in Wabash County, and this line is quickly approaching him to the west. Parker?
Yep, we're currently sitting here. I was waiting for that little thunderstorm to kind of move off now so we can get a good view of it. It's definitely, you can definitely tell it's kind of slowly getting some striations there now. Definitely still very kind of early, not so mature shell cloud, but there definitely is the beginnings one right there. And I'm telling you, this thing is coming at me fast. These are hauling butt right now, but we're currently watching them. Yeah, it's I know they just issued the new warning for 70 mile, I think 7 mile winds. So we're pretty much going to be sitting here, and within, I'm thinking, less than probably 10 minutes, we should.
Yeah, you can really see the shelf cloud there on the leading edge. You can see those striations there. Parker is facing west, I assume, in Wabash County here. There's a live view of the squall line as it approaches Parker here. You can go ahead and minimize him here, but leave him on the screen here. Here is where Parker is situated here in Wabash County. He is looking due west at this line here as it approaches him from the west. You can see that shelf cloud there on just below my picture there on your screen. Oh, we may have lost Parker there. Hopefully we get him back here. Sometimes as these higher cloud tops approach, sometimes connectivity gets a little rough there. So we lost Parker there briefly. He is okay. The storms are not at his location yet, but they are approaching fairly fast. And again, we move up here to northern Indiana here. This is where we have some really intense wind gusts here near the Etna Green area, Tippecanoe area here. Again, this is really close to the radar here, so we're getting a really good interpretation of what these winds are doing here. and very strong winds here coming into the Warsaw area or just to the north and west. Again, tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag associated with it too. Still watching for the risk of those spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge here. And we got Parker back here. Again, take him full here. He's got a really nice shelf cloud here in Wabash County, Indiana. As this line of severe thunderstorms quickly approaches him from the west here. A really nice shot there as these storms approach him. Again, these are moving east-northeast, 60 to 70 miles an hour. And the severe thunderstorm warning that Parker is watching is also in effect for a plethora of counties. Elkhart County, Wabash County, Noble, Grant, Whitley, Huntington, Kosciuszko, Cass, LaGrange, Fulton, Western Wells County, Miami County, and Marshall County in north central Indiana for another 53 minutes here. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail, as well as a tornado threat embedded in this line as well, is possible here. Again, Parker is full here, awaiting for these stronger winds here to blow over him. You can really see the turbulent motion there on the bottom of that shelf cloud as it's pulling in the warm, moist air underneath. And then the back side of that, you have the rain-cooled air racing out underneath in the form of straight-line winds. And that'll be what is felt by Parker here momentarily. But if you guys live in, let's say, Lafayette, draw a line from Lafayette, North Judson to Gary, Indiana, you guys are actually in the clear for the night. The threat is now off to your east and to your southeast as well. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds here. I'm getting ready to approach Parker here. He's in Wabash County, Indiana, as these storms are right on his doorstep here. Yeah, Van Buren, you guys are on deck as well for these severe thunderstorms. Northern Grant County is in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, which does include Van Buren County, 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail for you guys for Van Buren and Grant County, Indiana. Leave Parker up here for the next few minutes here as the storm gets ready to move over his location here. And again, for those of you wondering where he is at, he is currently sitting. That's not what I wanted. He is currently sitting right in here in southern central Wabash County here, ahead of this main line here. Again, stretching all the way down from Kokomo all the way up to Napanee and South Bend here, with the strongest winds being along the US 30 corridor here, stretching all the way down just to the northwest of Indianapolis. He is sitting right in here. Again, this warning is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. Take him back full here. A really nice shelf cloud here, and it is racing at 60 to 70 miles an hour at his location. You can really see the turbulent motion underneath of it here. Not really any rotation on radar at his location, but again, you can really see the turbulent motion of those clouds as warm air rushes in above him and cold air takes its place down at the surface in the form of straight line winds. So maybe a bit of a whale's mouth there a little bit too, but a very nice shelf cloud moving into his location here. And this is in Wabash County, Indiana.
You have a copy, Caleb?
Yeah, go ahead, Parker.
I will say just kind of in front of this whale's mouth, there is definitely that kind of typical kind of like blue-green tint up in the sky, indicative that these storms are still producing some hail. It may not be very big, but these storms are still producing a fair amount of hail. Because I got some pretty good blue-green coloring just north of me now. You can see that that little squall line. That motion is just absolutely
look at that.
insane right now.
Yeah, what Parker is looking at there is the underneath of a shelf cloud. Real turbulent motion as warm air gets pulled in above him and cold air rushes down out and towards him in the form of straight line winds. You almost get a rolling pin effect on the leading edge. So it's real turbulent and billowing underneath of these shelf clouds here, and pretty cool to see. So Parker is about to get hit with the winds here in Wabash County associated with this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail is the going hazard here for this warning here. Can really see the turbulent motion there, almost a whale's mouth a little bit too, or an extended shelf cloud associated with it now. Very, very cool to see there. And this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 44 minutes here, which extends all the way from Marion, Indiana, and Grant County, all the way up to LaGrange, Indiana, near Sturgis, Michigan as well. So a very long, pronounced squall line here. There you can see he's starting to get hit with the rain there in Wabash County. Probably have some stronger winds moving in his location here fairly shortly here.
Yeah, winds are currently shaking the car right now. I can see trees up in front of me that are really moving back and forth right now. Definitely probably getting wind gusts, probably getting up to, I would say, probably maybe 50 miles an hour right now. I mean, the car is absolutely, I'm pointing into the wind, and my car is still getting shaken pretty good right now. We're getting ready to be in the middle and heart of these potential 70-mile-an-hour winds here. I have my wind reader with me right now. We're going to go out there and see if we can get a good measurement right now. But the winds are definitely increasing.
Sounds good. Go ahead and take him back here. We'll go ahead and look at radar here to cover what we're looking at here. Really a mature squall line now moving into northeast Indiana. We'll probably see some warning extensions here soon for Allen County, Wells, Adams, DeKalb County, all the way up to the Angola area here shortly as this mature line is racing off to the east-northeast. The strongest winds now associated with this getting very, very close to the National Weather Service office here. We can also see a little bit of areas of rotation here just outside of Milford there. Again, this is pretty shallow here, being really close to the radar here. But again, very, very strong winds here moving towards the Leesburg area, probably 70-plus miles an hour up here. Near the Warsaw area, Leesburg, Milford. Again, very, very strong winds here associated with this gust front here. And the radar is right here. So what we're seeing here is only a couple hundred feet off the ground here. So getting a really good look here at the leading edge here of this storm here. Move back further south where Parker is. He's currently in Wabash, Indiana, ahead of this main squall line here, which is racing off to the east and northeast here. He is currently getting impacted by the winds here associated with that. Might lose a signal briefly with him there as those higher cloud tops move over Parker. But again, here's a live look at the area here. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings yet for southern Indiana, but they are getting very, very close right at the Indiana-Illinois border down here. So our threat is about to ramp up across southern Indiana, while our threat across northern Indiana will continue here over the next couple hours. So we'll have an overlap between southern and northern Indiana briefly. But if you live between Logansport, Portage, Lafayette, even over the Danville, Illinois, you guys are in the clear for the night. You guys are all clear. You guys are done. However, that is not the case for those of you downstream across northeast Indiana, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Terre Haute, Vincennes, all the way down to Louisville, Cincinnati. Our severe weather threat is yet to come. Move back up here across northern Indiana here. Again, very, very strong winds here right on the leading edge here, getting very, very close to the National Weather Service's office here. Again, some embedded rotation here near Milford, kind of very QLCS in nature here along the leading edge here. Be interesting to see what the office does there, as that is pretty low to the ground there, as the radar beam is not very high up either. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for another 40 minutes, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and nickel-sized hail. It does have a tornado possible tag on it to accompany those embedded areas of rotation along the leading edge. Go up here to the north here. This severe thunderstorm warning also has a considerable tag on it. Tornado possible for nickel-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for Elkhart County, St. Joseph, LaGrange, Marshall, Cass, St. Joseph in Michigan, Western Branch County in Michigan, and Berrien County, Michigan until 5:30 p.m. So again, a very potent squall line here as it races across north central Indiana and into northeast Indiana over the next few minutes here. Again, you can just see they trim that warning back just a little bit here to cover our leading edge here. Again, Parker is freezing there a little bit, has some higher cloud tops moving over his location, so his connectivity may go out just a little bit while those higher cloud tops do move over. Go ahead and switch radar products here. I'm really intrigued by our northern cell here, getting pretty close to North Webster here, near the Milford area here. You can really see that kink there. You can kind of see those little kinks right along the leading edge here, indicative of some stronger winds and perhaps maybe some brief embedded rotation. Don't really see too much in the way of anything. Maybe a little bit of suspicion there. Right in there, moving towards Milford here. We'll have to watch that pretty closely, as that is a little bit peculiar there. Couples pretty well there. Can't confirm if that's a tornado or not, just because there's a lot of clutter and we are really close to the radar, so it's really hard to tell here. But again, we'll have to watch this area here pretty closely here. Let me go ahead and switch products on that as well to our updraft on ZDR. Yeah, it's possible there. So possible tornado outside Milford, but again, really hard to tell there. And nonetheless, a really shallow mesovortice there. Getting a really good look at it here, being so close to the National Weather Service's office here in northwestern Indiana. So again, what we're seeing here is a couple hundred feet off the ground here. And you can see a really pronounced gust front here, all the way down from Pierceton up to Milford, Indiana, across northern Indiana. Switch radar products back here. You can see the worst of it has blown over Parker now. And no extension yet on the severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll probably see one here and not too much longer as the storm continues to move off to the east and northeast at 60 to 70 miles an hour. Move back down to the south, though. Blanketed severe thunderstorm warnings across southern Illinois. Not quite in Indiana yet. I know we've been talking about Terre Haute all night, all afternoon. But again, our severe thunderstorm warnings are right at the border here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on you guys as these storms approach their location here. Still a considerable tag here on these severe thunderstorm warnings here. 70-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail here for north central Indiana. Further down south here, towards the Kokomo area, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail for you guys down here for Howard County, as well as just to the north of Noblesville. This is for Howard County and Hamilton County, as well as Tipton counties, for another 20 minutes here. Further north here, again, very strong winds here coming into the North Webster area here, right on the leading edge of the radar here. Again, very, very strong winds getting ready to impact North Webster's radar. So I have to see how that affects the warning here. We're going to get really good measurements here of the squall line as it directly impacts the weather service here in northern Indiana here momentarily, if not right now. So again, we're going to get a really good idea of what these storms are doing here, and that'll probably affect a downstream warning somewhere in this vicinity as well after the squall line is sampled by the Weather Service's office itself over the next few minutes here. And here is our severe thunderstorm warning. Just got issued for Terre Haute now. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. This is issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. This is for Vigo County, northern Sullivan County, Clay County, as well as southeastern Park County. This is until 5:45 p.m. For a severe thunderstorm moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and penny-size hail. Definitely expect to see some more severe thunderstorm warnings issued, if not maybe even a couple tornado warnings for southern Indiana as we go throughout the rest of the evening here. Moving back up to the north here, again, a flood advisory we can't ignore here, which is still in effect here for an area that has kind of seen an overlap of thunderstorms round 1 and now round 2. Again, in effect here until 7:15 p.m. Several inches or a couple inches of rain here has fallen, but it's fallen very quickly in a short period of time. So again, something to keep an eye on as well. Turn around, don't drown. Hydroplaning definitely becomes an issue there as well. There has not been any confirmed tornadoes yet in the state of Indiana. Has had a couple tornado warnings for radar indicated rotation, but again, no confirmed tornadoes at this point in time. But that still may change here. We have a lot of time to go yet. Again, damaging winds is the primary risk today in Indiana, followed by a spin-up tornado or two as possible as we go throughout the evening here. Again, you can see very, very strong winds here moving into Whitley County, Indiana, Huntington County, Indiana, broadened out just a little bit. So good news for you guys down there. But again, your strongest area of the line here, northwestern Huntington, Whitley County, Kosciuszko County, coming into northern Indiana. Fort Wayne, you are not in a warning yet, but I do expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued for you here momentarily as well. We'll probably see an extension of this warning probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes as these storms progress eastward here across Indiana. Again, Noble County coming into you right now. Very, very strong winds coming into right at the Kosciuszko Noble County border here. Again, 70 miles an hour easily impacting the weather office right now. We'll see what they have to say here. Actually, I have, let me open up Mesonet here. Sorry, there's a fly in here that's been very annoying. You ever have a fly hang around and that refuses to leave? Yeah, that's kind of what he's at right now. Anyway, back down to the south here. We'll kind of go south to north again. Again, Terre Haute, Indiana is in a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is for Sullivan County, Vigo County, Clay County, as well as southeastern Park County and west central Indiana until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It is for this band of thunderstorm moving into Harrison, Terre Haute, as well as the Prairie Creek area and York as well for that southern cell there. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. They could intensify. Definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on here. And here we go back to northern Indiana. Again, central Indiana, these storms here have weakened a little bit on the southern end of the central portion of the line here. Lebanon area, Kirkland area. Again, nothing really too significant that I see there at the moment for you guys, which is good news here. The strongest portion of the line is across northern Indiana at this point in time. Again, very, very strong winds here impacting the National Weather Service's office in northern Indiana as we speak. But those of you who live behind this line here, you guys are in the all clear. Gary, Crown Point, Lafayette, Logansport, you guys are all in the all clear. Your severe weather threat has ended for the day. Your severe weather threat is getting you ready to ramp up across northeast Indiana, east central Indiana, as well as southern Indiana as round 2 begins to move in. Or round 1 for some people, including Vincennes and Evansville. But again, this southern portion of the line is getting ready to impact southern Indiana.
Hey, Caleb, how you doing over here?
Pretty good.
Just wanted to pop in and say hi. I'll be heading toward the Indiana-Michigan border, toward the just south of Coldwater there in Branch County. So I'll be catching what you're sending me from Indiana.
So Ryan's talking to me behind the scenes. He's actually out chasing today, so good for him. He's able to get out in the field. Again, we're chasers at heart, so it's always good to get out in the field every once in a while. But again, this radar work is just as important, if not even more important as well. Giving you guys live updates here. Something we're keeping an eye on here is an area of rotation just to the south of Cassopolis here in northern Indiana. This would be just to the south of Dowagiac here. Have a little bit of a kink there noted by radar, and something I need to keep a close eye on. This is actually for southern Michigan. That's not in Indiana, so just north of state line there. We'll have to keep an eye on that for our Michigan fellas as well. So if Ryan can hear me, he's up there. I'll have to keep an eye on that. But further south here, again, a really potent bow echo here, a really mature bow echo here across northern Indiana. Fort Wayne, probably impacting you guys here probably in the next 40 minutes or so. be on deck for you. We're going to have to watch the southern portion for you guys. The strongest portion of the line may graze 69, a little bit on the west side of Fort Wayne, but we're going to have to watch the southern end for you guys as it blows on in your direction here. But again, northwest Allen County here, wouldn't be surprised to see some stronger winds here. But again, we're going to have to watch these QLCS notches here. You can really see these little mesovortices spin-ups here on the leading edge here. Again, maybe a little bit distorted here as we are really close to the radar. Get a better idea as it moves just a little bit further away. Less distortion and a little bit less clutter there. But again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Considerable tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. Considerable tag on it as well for another 29 minutes here. And this warning stretches from Grant County, Indiana, western Wells County, Indiana, the boot of Wells County, all the way up to the LaGrange County area. LaGrange just south of Sturgis, Michigan here. So really potent line here moving in. And our severe thunderstorm is moving into Terre Haute as we speak. One of these times, I'm going to kill that fly that's been in here. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Anyway, back to southwest Indiana. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail. And this does go in effect until 5:45 p.m. for Vigo County, northern Sullivan, Clay County, Park County, and west central Indiana. And we're going to have to keep a really close eye outside of Vincennes here for these storms here as they move in your direction over the next hour or so. Again, no downstream warning yet, but we're probably going to see an extension of some kind here over the next 10 minutes or so as this line moves towards the Fort Wayne area over the next few minutes here. Again, getting pretty close to the Fort Wayne area. See if we have again, a lot of the cameras on I-69 are not westbound facing, they're north and south, so I don't really see a really good view of the storm that's coming in like I was hoping to see. So might get an in-dot camera for you here a little bit later as these storms move closer to the Fort Wayne area. But again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect from here. We have a new extension of the warning here. This is for 60 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. This is for Grant County in central Indiana, southeastern Huntington County in northeastern Indiana, Blackford County, southern Wells County, in western Jay County in east central Indiana until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is for the southern portion of the line here. So it has weakened a little bit. It was 70 miles an hour. Now it is now reduced to 60 miles an hour in nickel-size hail. So some good news there on the southern end of the line here. Hopefully some good news for Fort Wayne as well. Move a little bit further south here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 10 minutes here. Again, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. But again, it looks like it has really weakened here a little bit on the southern end of this line here. Still some strong winds nonetheless associated with it, but it was definitely a lot stronger across western Indiana. So some good news there for those of you in this vicinity here. But again, we're going to have to keep a close eye on it here. We could have some re-intensification with that line as well. Some very, very strong winds here moving across northeast Indiana from Cromwell, Albion, Topeka. Again, extremely strong winds here. And this pocket right in here, this is where I'm greatest concern is for 70-plus miles per hour wind, even a few pockets of maybe 80 miles an hour embedded in there where you have those brighter colors there, as well as the risk for a potential spin-up tornado or two. You can kind of see these little kinks that are embedded in the line could have a potential tornado associated with them. And I don't see that associated with it at the moment. Kind of click on this guy here. Yeah, I don't really see anything. This guy doesn't really match up very well. Yeah, he's off to the south. So don't see anything that would indicate a tornado on the ground. But again, really strong straight line winds here. Heading into the LaGrange, Topeka, Rome City, Middlebury, Howe, Albion. Again, you guys are all on deck. 70-plus miles an hour winds here associated with that, with this line right in here, a very potent portion of the line here impacting you guys. And here is our new severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable tag, tornado possible, 70 miles an hour wind. That does include the Fort Wayne Metro. It does go for another 54 minutes here. Go ahead and list the counties affected here. Again, there's a bunch of them. This is for southeastern Elkhart County, Wabash County, Noble, northern Grant, Whitley, Huntington County, eastern Kosciuszko, southern LaGrange, Steuben County, Allen County, DeKalb County, Wells County, northern Adams County, and northeastern Indiana. 70 miles an hour, considerable tag on it, as well as 1-inch hail. This considerable warning does include the city of Bluffton, Decatur, Huntington, Aboit, Fort Wayne, Auburn, Kendallville, and points northward here. A little bit lesser of a warning for southern Wells County, Grant, Blackford, and western Jay, 60 and 75. Looking at radar here, again, the strongest winds look to be a little bit further north here. We could still have some stronger winds mixing in, perhaps across Huntington, in Grant County and the Marion area as well. But again, the strongest portion of the line, let's say it's from Whitley County all the way up to LaGrange in areas circled there. Again, 70 plus miles an hour, where you see these brighter returns here coming into Topeka, Rome City. Again, very, very strong winds here, and the greatest risk for a spin-up tornado associated with that Boeing segment right there. As we move across southern Indiana here, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is now in effect for Indiana. It includes the never mind. It is still in Illinois. So false alarm there, but it is getting close. Still watching our severe thunderstorm warning for Terre Haute. This is in effect here for another 38 minutes here. This is for Vigo, Sullivan, and Clay counties, as well as Park counties in southwest Indiana. 40-mile-per-hour winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, as well as quarter-size hail. So you can kind of see your hail core right in here, right over Terre Haute right now. There is your greatest hail core here. Let's go ahead and turn on Hail Tracker here and take a look at that. Here you can see some very large hail here. I might have a camera in Terre Haute, actually. Let me go see if I do. Once I get to it here. It's past that location. Try this one here. Yeah, here you go. You can actually see the hail on the ground here. This INDOT camera is right on I-70 here, just outside of Terre Haute here. Look at all the white that you see on the shoulders here of I-70 here. That is hail. That is accumulating hail on the interstate here. You can see traffic is moving very, very slow. So again, a very severe thunderstorm here. It actually looks like slushy snow accumulation on the road, but that is in fact hail. So a very heavy thunderstorm producing heavy rain and hail accumulations on I-70 here outside of Terre Haute, Indiana. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And we definitely have some accumulating hail on the roadways there. Let's go a little bit further downstream here and take a look here. Yeah, here you go. This camera is shaking violently here on I-70. And look at the hail coming down here, bouncing on the roadways here. Again, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. And this is outside Terre Haute, Indiana, just to the north of Vincennes. Vincennes, you weren't missed. You guys are just yet to come. Your storms haven't arrived yet. They're still in Illinois. So we're watching you guys here very closely. And we do have a new tornado warning I do need to talk about here in northern Indiana. Let's go ahead and jump right to it here. We have a new tornado warning issued, which includes Angola, Kendallville. Go ahead and switch radars here back to northern Indiana. And this is for the QLCS spin-ups that we were talking about, these embedded areas of rotation here. Radar indicated here, this is for western Steuben County and northeastern Indiana, Nobles County and northeastern Indiana, as well as DeKalb County, eastern LaGrange County, and south central Branch County in northern Indiana here. and does go in effect here for another 20 minutes here. Let me just got to put that warning here out on our social media page to make sure everyone is aware of it. Put that on there. And again, a tornado warning has been issued here. Radar indicated rotation here. And coming into the... again, this is for LaGrange County, Noble County, northwest DeKalb County, as well as Steuben County here. Again, let me go ahead and switch radars here. Give you a better look at it. Kind of a couple areas of interest here. It's a little messy. Maybe one right in here outside of Albion, and maybe another one right in here. But again, there's little kinks along the entire stretch of this line here. So all along this line, you really have a hazard here for spin-up tornadoes, and another one outside Blue Lakes too, a little bit of a kink just south of the warning box there. Let's go ahead and turn up correlation coefficient here to take a look at it. Not that one. Again, I don't really see anything that screams a tornado is on the ground, but you can really see your leading edge of the gust front here, right on the edge of all that clutter there. Here's your rain moving in here. So again, a really potent gust front, kicking up a lot of dust, perhaps on the leading edge, giving us those brighter returns there. But again, very, very strong winds here, and pockets of strong winds here, moving into the Albion area, probably right now as I speak. And you can also see that embedded Boeing segment right in there, as well as right in here. So again, kind of a snaky system here with those embedded pockets of really stronger winds here. Just an advantage of being really close to the radar. You can have a really good look at those stronger winds close to the surface here. And again, extremely strong winds here outside LaGrange County, Indiana. Just north of Shipshewana here. Again, 70+ mile an hour winds here associated with these deeper orange colors that you see here. That's 70 to 75 miles an hour, perhaps getting a little bit stronger than that here associated there. So extremely strong winds here, straight line winds, moving into your location there. And something to keep an eye on. It's just clear air. Okay. Let me go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient here. Again, right in here, kind of see your dust getting kicked up here along the leading edge here. So again, very, very strong winds here associated with that. Let me turn that back on here. Turn on radar. So again, very strong winds here. Again, tornadoes are possible anywhere along this line here. You can have a spin-up tornado. Cannot be ruled out here anywhere along this leading edge here. In fact, let me show you how many mesovortices are within this line here. You got one here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, at least 16 little kinks or areas of embedded rotation all along the leading edge here, from Berrien County, Michigan, all the way down to our tornado warning coming into northwest Allen County here. Again, that's real indicative of a QLCS system. You have those little kinks and notches along the leading edge. But again, radar indicated rotation here associated with this tornado warning on it. Wouldn't be surprised to see an additional tornado warning issued for northern LaGrange here, especially right in here. Some tight rotation, rain wrapped rotation. You can kind of see your couplet coming out in here, a little bit of an embedded kink there. Just outside of Shipshewana, getting ready to cross the I-90 corridor. Let's go ahead and turn on CC on that guy again. Again, nothing real indicative there. You can see your gust front right in here, kicking up some dust, perhaps some clutter on the leading edge. Is what this return would be here, right on the leading edge. It's more streamlined here with your leading edge here. But again, decent rotation there, perhaps north of Shipshewana, moving towards Howe. But again, I don't really see anything that really screams a tornado is on the ground. But again, a lot of times being so shallow, the radar doesn't really pick up these tornadoes that occur on the ground. They happen so fast. Sometimes they happen in between scans too. And the radar doesn't have time to come back around to pick it up. So you can have a tornado on the ground and not even know about it as well. But again, radar indicated rotation here. Again, a couple areas of rotation here, pretty decent rotation here for LaGrange County as well. You got Hal right along the I-90 corridor. You have some pretty decent rotation here right on top of I-90 here. And this is a little bit suspicious here. But again, I think it's mainly dust or clutter getting picked up here. We'll have to see how that progresses here. But again, one tornado warning in the state of Indiana. Go ahead and change different products here. Again, you can really see how strong another area of rotation here is getting ready to move into Michigan. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning issued on that that heads towards Sturgis there across the Indiana-Michigan border here. Further south here, again, a blanketed severe thunderstorm warning. This one here is for 70 and quarter size hail from northern Wells County, northern Adams, Huntington County, Allen, DeKalb, all the way up to Steuben County, Indiana. And just like we said, there's our tornado warning now for northern LaGrange County. Radar indicated here, issued by Northern Indiana for our QLCS spin up here that we just talked about a few seconds ago. For actually two of them, if not three of them. These right in here, one right here, one right here, one right here. We have three areas of rotation all next to each other here. Again, this is a little bit suspicious here. I'm actually going to hit play to see how it tracks here. I think that's just dust getting kicked up here. You can kind of see how streamlined it is and the curvature of it as well. Really hard to tell as well, especially with these down here as well. So again, possible tornadoes, but again, radar indicated rotation here all along this line here, very intense line. So we have two tornado warnings now in effect for northern Indiana, for LaGrange County, moving into the Sturgis area just west of Coldwater, Michigan. This is for northwestern LaGrange County in Indiana. And then on the other side of the border, it's for St. Joseph County in Michigan, not Indiana, Michigan, and then Branch County in southwestern Michigan as well. And I believe Ryan is chasing for MSC right now, and he's actually targeting these storms, and he'll probably be moving into position here pretty shortly for the Michigan side as well. Kendallville, Indiana, again, right on deck here, radar indicated rotation here. This is for northwestern Noble County, DeKalb County, LaGrange County, south central Branch counties in northern Indiana here. Again, kind of zoom in here, maybe a little bit here. Near the Wolcott area there, kind of see that little bit of an appendage there. A little bit is where you're looking at here, and maybe a little bit just to the north of the Kendallville area. But again, very, very hard to tell with your strongest area of rotation, probably right in here. Media page to make sure everyone is aware of it. Down there. And again, possible. And again, a tornado warning has been issued here. Radar indicated rotation here. And again, right on deck. That was weird. My phone started. I could hear myself talk on the phone. That was really weird. Anyway, again, two tornado warnings still in effect. Three tornado warnings now in effect for Indiana. Again, radar indicated. They're all radar indicated at this point in time. But again, this one here is now in effect for southeastern Noble County and central DeKalb County in northern Indiana. So we have three tornado warnings in effect for northern Indiana now, far northeast Indiana. All radar indicated for these QLCS spin-ups, shallow areas of embedded rotation that are embedded here within the line. Let me get on here so I can... I got to post these on the page here, so bear with me here. As I do that here, as I update these on our Facebook page as well. But again, all radar indicated rotation here. Anywhere along this line, there's really potential for a spin-up tornado as this line progresses into Michigan and far northwest Ohio. Let me just bear with me here. I'm updating warnings here on our Facebook page as well. A lot of different warnings here, so it takes a few minutes to update everything. So give me just a couple minutes, couple seconds here, and we'll be back good to go. right, I think we got them all updated here. Sorry about that. A lot of moving parts when you're a radar operator in Indiana on a busy day. So again, move back down south here a little bit, so I'm not forgetting everybody here. Again, Terre Haute, Indiana. We saw some accumulating hail on the I-94 corridor here, moving into Brazil, Indiana here, fairly shortly here, over the next couple of minutes here. Sorry about that. Have a lot of things pulled up here today. Going back to our tornado warnings, though, across northeast Indiana, again, our strongest storms right now are in the vicinity of far northeast Indiana, north of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Auburn, Indiana, Kendallville, Angola, LaGrange, Sturgis, Michigan. You guys are all on deck under a tornado warning at this time. Radar indicated tornado for all of these. Again, on outside of that, a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag is in effect for 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, as well as quarter-size hail here. Let's go ahead and switch radar products back to here and kind of look to see here again. Here's our inflow notch coming into a villa here. You can kind of see that on the leading edge. Again, I don't really see anything that really screams a tornado is on the ground. Have to watch. That's clear air there. But again, a lot of these little kinks, it doesn't take much to have a brief spin-up tornado that may go undetected by radar in terms of being confirmed. So again, lots of moving parts here, lots of things to keep an eye on here. But again, 3 tornado warnings still in effect here for northeastern Indiana. The first one being up here for LaGrange County, which has largely moved into Michigan, into St. Joseph County and Branch County, Michigan, and out of LaGrange County, but still in effect here for another 23 minutes here with the strongest area of rotation here now in southern Michigan. And we move back south here towards the Steuben County area. Again, radar indicated rotation. This is for Steuben County, Noble County, DeKalb County, LaGrange, Branch, Michigan as well. Tornado and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. This also includes cities such as Rome City, Kendallville, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Yeah, tornado sirens sounding in Ashley. Yeah, not surprised to hear that. Again, we have one tornado warning that has been canceled here. This one does. Steuben County is no longer in a tornado warning. That area has broadened below severe criteria in terms of tornadoes. But again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, 70-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag on it as well, but we kind of lost our rotation that we had associated with it. Not surprising to see that. Again, these mesovortices spin up very quickly, and just as they spin up quickly, they also dissipate quickly too, so they're very fast and ever-evolving as well as they move and develop along the leading edge of the line here. But nonetheless, tornado warning still in effect here for DeKalb County and Noble County in northeastern Indiana. Radar indicated rotation here along the leading edge here. This warning has expired, just hasn't disappeared yet. Strongest area of rotation, maybe coming into the Garrett area, just east of Avila. This is heading towards Butler, Hamilton. Excuse me, pardon me. So a little bit of a QLCS notch right in there. Go ahead and turn correlation coefficiency on just to take a look at it. Just to make sure nothing is really on the ground here. Really hard to tell. Don't really see anything too definitive that would scream of a tornado is on the ground at this point in time, which is good news. But nonetheless, spin-up tornadoes happen very quickly, oftentimes in between radar scans, and you don't often see them coming either. A lot of times they're rain-wrapped as well. So one tornado warning still in effect for Indiana. The 2 have been allowed to expire, which is good news here. Just updating that here. There we go. Just one tornado warning in the state of Indiana at this point in time. Our severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Elkhart County, Wabash, Noble, Grant, Whitley, Huntington, Kosciuszko, Southern LaGrange County, Steuben County, Allen County, DeKalb, Northern Wells County, and Adams County for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is for this squall line here. Although by looking at radar here, I think our biggest threat for 70-mile-per-hour winds are northern Allen County and areas northward. Areas south of Adams County, I really don't see 70 miles an hour winds on radar. I wouldn't be surprised to see that reduced to 60 miles an hour for areas Fort Wayne and areas southward here. A little bit weaker here with your strongest area with a little bit more reinforcement in the upper levels. We call this kind of an MCV, which is a fancy term for mesoscale convective vortex, which is upper level spin in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And that can enhance our wind speeds at the mid levels and lower levels in these thunderstorms. So these are a little bit more enhanced because of that reason. It has that upper level backing that we don't have down here at the moment. But nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Southern Wells, Blackford, Western Jay, Grant counties for another 20 minutes here, 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. Coming into the Fort Wayne area, metro, again, still warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. But again, Fort Wayne and area south, radar really suggests closer to 60 miles an hour associated with that. Brazil, Indiana, you guys are getting hit fairly hard right now as we speak. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We may see an extension of that. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems there going forward here. But again, we have seen accumulating hail associated with this thunderstorm as it moves into the area as well. So again, a very dangerous storm, and we've even seen some accumulating hail along the I-70 corridor here as well associated with this thunderstorm as well. So again, a very potent thunderstorm and a very dangerous thunderstorm as well. Have to see if they continue that warning. Go ahead and turn Hail Tracker on just to take a look at that here. Again, still showing a pretty decent hail core here. Again, this is a little bit behind. It'd be closer to the Brazil area as we speak right now as this storm is moving in that direction. But a pretty potent storm nonetheless. We'll have to see if we do get that warning extension. Back to our tornado warning here across northeast Indiana near the Auburn area. Go ahead and switch radars here. And here's our hail tracker in there. You can see some individual updrafts in there, perhaps some spurts, maybe some P's to dimes to nickels kind of mixed in there a little bit. But back to velocity here, though. Again, your strongest winds are really from a line northern Allen County, just to the west of Grable, all the way up to northern Steuben County here. And again, we did see this tornado warning has not disappeared yet, but it is not in effect for Angola here. It has been allowed to expire, to be canceled rather. Again, this is the only tornado warning in the state of Indiana. This is for southeastern Noble County and central DeKalb County and northeastern Indiana until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Radar indicated. There is no confirmed tornado on any of the tornado warnings that we've had so far today. Hopefully that trend continues here. More of a wind threat today, followed by an isolated spin-up tornado. And again, moving back down towards the south here. Go ahead and switch radars here and track it down south here again. Watching this line here extending all the way from Steuben County, Indiana, all the way down towards the Indianapolis metro. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings for Indianapolis, Muncie, Anderson. No severe thunderstorm warnings down here. Portland, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning with these being issued to the north here. Again, this line right in here is really, it's not that impressive right now, to be honest with you. Between Alexandria, Marion, Noblesville, all the way down to about the Lebanon area. Sub-severe thunderstorms here, and not really a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning either. Not really seeing a lot of lightning like we once saw with these storms. So again, a weakening trend there, but that is not the case across northern Indiana or southern Indiana. Again, a very intense band, a bow echo of thunderstorms here. Moving into the Auburn area, Angola area. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail here. Tornado possible tag on it. with our tornado warning still hanging on here for DeKalb and Noble counties here for another 15 minutes here. Again, radar indicated rotation there, but the good news is it looks more linear on velocity, so that would suggest more of a wind threat now for that tornado warning, which is really good news here. As we go further south here, though, again, this is where I think the greatest risk for 70-plus mile-an-hour winds are, where you see these brighter colors far in northwest Indiana. As you go back further south here, south of the Fort Wayne, Indiana area, if I'm being completely honest with you, I really don't see a lot happening down here at this point in time. I wouldn't be surprised to see these warnings either canceled or get transitioned to a special weather statement. Could still have some isolated gusts to 50 to 60 miles an hour, but I'm not seeing the returns like I once was on these storms coming into the Wells County area, southern Allen County area. Go back further down south here. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is for the Brazil area, 60-mile-per-hour winds, inch and a quarter size hail, which is $half size hail observed. We saw that accumulation on the highway there. But again, this storm is getting ready to move out of the warning area, so we'll see what effects thereof. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning extension. The hail size has been reduced to quarters now and does include the west side suburbs of Indianapolis. It does not include Marion County yet, but it does include Morgan County, Hendricks, Clay, Owen, Park, and Putnam counties until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail associated with that. Look at our storms here getting ready to move into southern Indiana. You can actually see what's called an outflow boundary, reaching from Albion, Illinois, Fairfield, US 45 there. You see that little line that protrudes out ahead of that? That's your gust front. It's actually gusting out ahead of the main line there. So those of you in southern Indiana may see what's called an extended shelf cloud, kind of like what Parker saw earlier, but you'll see a shelf cloud protrude out ahead. So you may get the wind before you get the rain there. And here is our new extended severe thunderstorm warning here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail here. This does include Sullivan County, as well as Clay County and Greene County in southwestern Indiana until 6:15 p.m. These are for these storms just now entering southern Indiana. So Vincennes, Evansville, Jasper, Bloomington, all the way up to Greenburgh. Your severe weather threat is just now starting here, just as a severe weather threat is getting ready to exit northern Indiana. You guys are just now starting, so we have a long evening to go here as the risk transitions from northern Indiana to southern Indiana. And again, still have a tornado warning in effect for DeKalb County only. It has been trimmed back. Does include Butler, Indiana. Again, a little bit of a kink there on the leading edge there. But again, considerable warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail associated with this line here, mainly for areas north of Fort Wayne, if I'm being honest with you. Looking at areas, especially south of Fort Wayne, I really don't see this having severe winds at this point in time based on what I'm seeing at radar. Maybe 50 to perhaps 55-mile-an-hour winds there. But it has downtrended a little bit, which is good. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems in terms of warning criteria. Could still see some mixing, some brief gusty winds on the leading edge, but it does look sub-severe at this point in time. And not the case for areas north, though. Moving north, back to DeKalb County, Indiana. Again, you can still see these little kinks right on the leading edge here, which could pose an isolated tornado threat here. But again, your main gust front here, and another one just to the north of Kendallville, kind of on the back side. So again, kind of a messy situation there. But nonetheless, worth talking about here. Again, I don't see any indication of a tornado on the ground. But damaging winds to 70 miles an hour and an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out here moving into northern Indiana. Again, going to Steuben County up in here. No tornado warning is in effect for you anymore, but we still kind of see the same situation. Some notches going on there, some QLCS spin-ups, or some QLCS notching rather on the leading edge. Something to keep an eye on here. But again, I don't really see anything that indicates a tornado on the ground or anything like that. So that is some good news there. Hopefully we don't add any tornadoes to our tornado count. They have extended the severe thunderstorm watch. They did not go with a tornado watch, but they have gone for a severe thunderstorm watch now for northwest Ohio and southeast lower Michigan there. We'll have to see what they do here for southeast lower Indiana. We'll have to see how that evolves here going forward. But again, here, strongest storms up in here. Again, tornado warning now in effect for Angola for that area of rotation just mentioned a few minutes ago. Radar indicated now in effect for another 24 minutes here. This is for Steuben County in northeastern Indiana, southeastern Branch County in southwestern Michigan, southwestern Hillsdale County, as well as Williams County in northwest Ohio. So again, far northeast Indiana, we have another tornado warning in effect here. Radar indicated, but nonetheless, be in your safe place, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible until this storm has passed. Again, these mesovortices are these spin-up areas of rotation, spin up very quickly, and they often dissipate and spin up just as fast as they form. So as a result, an additional tornado warning has been issued here for far northwest Indiana. Pretty decent rotation, really, just on the south side of Angola here. Go ahead and turn on correlation coefficients here. I don't see anything that screams a tornado is on the ground, but nonetheless, you got pretty decent rotation just on the south side that could promote a tornado forming really at any time. So something to keep an eye on here going forward. Just got that updated on our Facebook page as well. So again, a lot of things to look at here tonight. This is probably the strongest area of rotation that I see thus far. Also, another little kink here starting to show up here. You got one right in here, right in here. So again, little kinks still on the leading edge of this line here as it exits Indiana into northwest Ohio and southern Michigan. Let's go back to southern Indiana here to take a look here. We got a lot of storms entering the state now. Again, Greencastle, Indiana, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail. This is from Morgan County, Hendricks, Clay, Owen, Park, and Putnam County in west central Indiana until 6:15 p.m. And move back further south here across southern Indiana, south of Terre Haute. You get another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for another 37 minutes. This is for Sullivan County, Clay County, and Greene County in northwestern Indiana until 6:15 p.m. Again, no tornado indicated on any of these warnings here. This is just hail and straight line winds associated with these thunderstorms at this point in time. We have one tornado warning, or two tornado warnings rather, still in effect for Indiana. And radar indicated here. The one for DeKalb County goes on for another 6 minutes here. The one for Steuben County near Angola goes on for 21 minutes here. Hail, penny-size hail for both of these warnings, and radar indicated rotation. Switch radar products here to zoom back in here and take a look here. Again, very tight rotation here, just to the south of Angola. Right in there. Again, I don't see anything that would scream at tornadoes on the ground. But nonetheless, be in your safe place. One could really form at any moment here. It's a very, very tight couplet there, just on the south side of Angola. Here's the latest scan here. So you still don't really see anything indicative of a tornado on the ground here. But again, this is a very strong area of rotation. You see it right in here, moving right along US 20 here. Here, as a strong area of rotation moves in your direction before it moves into northwest Ohio or perhaps southeast lower Michigan. They are keeping the severe thunderstorm warnings for Grant County and Blackford County and western Jay County. Again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts is the only hazard with that. No hail, or I guess hail up to penny size. Go a little bit north. They're keeping this a considerable tag. 70 mile per hour winds, tornado possible, 1-inch hail for this warning that extends all the way up here. And they did extend this warning in the northwest Ohio, 50 minutes, 70 mile per hour winds, and nickel size hail, 0.88 there associated with that one. Back to our tornado warning here. Yeah, I don't really see anything that screams it's on the ground. But again, very tight rotation there, just to the east of Angola, moving towards the 80-90 corridor here in far northeast Indiana. Go a little bit further south here, again, across Indiana, Wells County. I really don't see much in the way of super strong winds here on a radar. Could still have some gusts, 50 to 60 miles an hour. It is still warned for a severe thunderstorm warning here, but to be honest with you, it doesn't look too impressive on radar. But nonetheless, the National Weather Service still has the confidence to leave that warning in place. Go a little bit further south here. It's a really nice pocket here of some stronger winds here. Just to the south of Greencastle, I-70 corridor here, just north of I-70, coming into Stylesville, Coatesville again. Nice pocket right in here of some stronger wind gusts, perhaps 60 miles an hour, right in the core there a little bit as well. Go a little bit further to the south and west. Got a couple other storms to talk about here. And again, this whole line is moving into southern Indiana here. It'll progress and track across southern and southeast Indiana over the next few hours here. So we have a long ways to go before we are in the all clear for the night here. Those of you who are in the all clear for the night could include places such as Lafayette, Logansport, South Bend, Portage. You guys are in the all clear. You guys are done. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Indianapolis, you guys are still in the threat here. And we're watching this storm just to your south and east here, moving towards Indianapolis here. We'll have to watch it trend over the next few minutes here. But again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail with this storm near the Greencastle area. And again, same thing for the storm in Sullivan County, moving towards Jacksonville, Linton. Again, 60-mile-an-hour, as well as quarter-size hail. Moving up to the north here, again, in between Indianapolis and Marion, I really don't see too much going on here. Perhaps some gusty winds. But again, these storms are sub-severe at this point in time. And they have canceled that warning now for southern Wells County, Grant, and Blackford and Jay. Again, that was really indicative with radar. Again, I didn't really see too much going on there in terms of winds, 60 or 70 miles an hour. So I know it's still up on this radar here. But again, this box here is no longer there. This storm has weakened below severe criteria. Back up across northern Indiana, that is not the case. We have considerable tag warnings still in effect here across northwest Ohio, far northeast Indiana. Tornado possible tag on them, 70-mile-an-hour winds observed now. It does have an observed tag on it now for this warning extension. Again, let's see, radar indicated. So confirmed by radar, and a tornado warning still in effect for the Angola area. But it looks like our main QLCS spin up or area of rotation has weakened just a little bit. So that's some good news there. But again, another little bit of a notch there south of Union City there. So again, lots of little notches to look out for. And we have another area of rotation here. I guess that would be in Michigan there going into Hillsdale County. So we won't worry about that one, as that'll be Michigan Storm Chasers territory there. They will take over radar ops as these storms move into Michigan. So again, 2 tornado warnings still in effect for Indiana. Or I guess 1 tornado warning still in effect for Indiana. They have gone ahead and let the one for DeKalb County expire. It is just now, frankly, for Steuben County, Indiana. Radar indicated penny-sized hail associated with that. But it looks like, in my opinion, the rotation has weakened a little bit. Still a little bit of rotation there right along the I-90 corridor. You kind of see that kink there a little bit with the hail core following closely behind for the Angola area. Let's go ahead and turn on Hail Tracker here and get a look at our hailstones here. That's not Hail Tracker. There's our Hail Tracker. Again, maybe some pea-sized hail, a little bit larger stones south of Butler and DeKalb County. Again, maybe some nickel-sized hail there, but peas to dimes elsewhere across northern Indiana there. Go a little bit further south here, back to Indianapolis here. I got some storms approaching the city here, Indianapolis Metro here over the next hour. Greencastle, Indiana, I-70 corridor, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail is the going hazard for you. Again, very strong thunderstorm moving right along the I-70 corridor here as those storms progress. Back down to the south, Sullivan County, Jonesville, Linton, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is for Sullivan County, Clay County, and Greene County in southeast Indiana. These storms are moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So a little bit slower, but they could pick up speed here as these storms progress across the state of Indiana. Vincennes, you guys are on deck. No severe thunderstorm warning for you guys yet. But again, look at this outflow boundary here. This is what's called an outflow boundary, and that's a meteorological term for an extended gust front. It's a gust front that extends far out away from the radar or far out away from the storm. Kind of highlighted here for you to see here of where the leading edge of that gust front is. So everywhere, right in here is where would be your shelf cloud, where that shelf cloud would be. And then behind that, probably have some gusty winds ahead of the rain. So probably get your wind first, rain second, across a lot of this line here across southwest Indiana. So something interesting to note there on radar. And we do have a warning extension that popped up here. I guess maybe not. Maybe that was just old. Oh, nope, there it is. Right in here, including the Bloomington area, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, expires for another 45 minutes here. This is for Vigo County, Monroe County, Morgan, Sullivan, Clay, Owen, Greene, and Putnam counties until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail is the going hazard there. Getting pretty close to Indy Metro here as these storms moving out of the Greencastle area and into the suburbs of Indianapolis. So we're going to have to watch this line very closely here as it impacts the Circle City here over the next hour or so. Further north here, we still have our tornado warning far northeast Indiana here. Again, the main line here is moving into northwest Ohio here in Hillsdale County, Michigan here. So again, storms are starting to exit the state across far northeast Indiana. And those of you behind this line here, once this line moves out, places like Fort Wayne, Auburn, you guys are in the clear for the rest of the night. Logansport, South Bend, Portage, you guys are good. You guys are good for the night. There is no more severe weather expected for you here this evening. So really good news there. Again, turn on hail tracker here just to get a look at the hail here. Again, maybe some small hail moving into Wells County, Indiana. Bluffton probably getting some pea to dime size hail, maybe some nickels in there coming into the Bluffton area in Wells County. But again, winds looking to be a little bit on the lighter side. Nothing too crazy significant for you guys at the moment. With the strongest winds being off to your north here, such as your Steuben County, Indiana area. And again, your leading edge of the gust front here is moving into Michigan here. And right at state line here, we actually have an area of rotation right in here, moving into Hillsdale County, Michigan, just outside of Union City, Indiana. So right at state line, have another area of rotation there. You can go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient just to take a look at it. Again, nothing that screams of tornadoes on the ground, but again, strong rotation right in there, moving into Hillsdale County, Michigan. So probably going to let this tornado warning expire here for Indiana, or at least trim it back to the Ohio state line. Again, our leading edge is now moving into northwest Ohio here. A little bit of rotation outside Blakesley there, north of Edgerton, Ohio. A little bit of rotation there indicated by radar. Again, there's our gust front there coming into Wells County, Grant County, Blackford County. Again, sub-severe. These storms are not severe at this point in time, but that is not the case across southern Indiana, where we do have active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. Look at your hail core here on these two cells in particular. The one outside Sullivan, Indiana, which has a warning extension on it, and the one coming into Greencastle, Indiana, just to the south here, right along I-70, has a pretty decent hail core on it right now as we speak. Coming into just south of York and Sullivan there, Jasonsville, Clay City, a pretty decent hail core there indicated on radar. Probably have some quarter-size hail indicated right in there. We see all that lightning, those purples. Shelburne, Hymera, Coal City, Clay City. You guys are all on deck here for this guy here. Again, this goes into effect for another 40 minutes here. Severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is for Vigo County, Monroe, Morgan, Sullivan, Clay, Owen, Greene, and Putnam counties in west central Indiana for another 40 minutes here. Again, nothing more to the south yet, but again, we're still watching this line of storms here as it moves into Indiana. Again, Vincent's probably getting the gust front here, probably in the next 5 minutes here. You're going to get some gusty winds, maybe blowing some trash cans around, stuff like that, ahead of the main line here before it moves into, before the rain moves into Indiana. So again, a multi-hazard risk here, and that tornado warning has been allowed to expire in Indiana. They have trimmed it back to state lines, so no tornado warnings is in effect for Indiana at this point in time. And right now, I am actually going to leave radar up for you guys. I actually have to go to the restroom here real quick, so give me 2 minutes here, and I'll be right back to continue our live severe weather coverage across Indiana. So hang tight. I apologize about that. Had to take a quick bathroom break there and refilled my water here as we go throughout the night here. Looking across Indiana, still no tornado warnings in Indiana at this present time. The one was allowed to expire across Steuben County, Indiana. That has now moved into Hillsdale County, Michigan. As we go further south here, again, severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled across Wells, Adams, Blackford, Grant, and Jay counties. Again, these storms are subsevere at this present time, and I would agree with that based on radar. Again, we kind of noted they had a weakening trend there before I went to the restroom there. Moving into Indianapolis here, probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning extended into the Indianapolis metro, Marion County here. Probably pretty soon here, I would think. Storms are getting pretty close to Indianapolis, to the Circle City here. Zoom in here on another radar product here. You kind of see some stronger winds here. Right along the, see some pockets of some brighter winds here associated with these cores here that are moving in. Could have some stronger winds there to perhaps 60 miles an hour associated with those. Go a little bit further south here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. This is for another 35 minutes here, 60 1/4 for Vigo, Monroe, Morgan, Sullivan, Clay, and Owen County, as well as Northern Greene and Putnam County and west central Indiana. No severe thunderstorm warning for Vincennes yet. The worst of your weather is off to your west and north, but we're going to have to watch that over the next couple of hours. The gust front is moving over my house currently. Again, I would have to agree it is sub-severe, but some wind gusts could definitely blow some trash cans around based on what I'm seeing out my window. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, including the Fort Wayne area. But again, the severe threat is largely over for the west side of Fort Wayne and east of I-69, north of Huntington. So north of Huntington, Fort Wayne, Auburn, Logansport, Lafayette, anywhere in this area, you guys are in the clear. You guys are done. Your severe weather threat is over. Now it is focusing to central, east central, and southern Indiana here as we watch these storms here progress across the state for the rest of the evening here. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect between Indianapolis and Ossian, Indiana here. Again, all of these have been allowed to expire here as these storms are sub-severe in nature here, which I would agree based on the gust front that passed over my house right now in Wells County. Again, sub-severe, maybe estimating maybe 35 to 40 miles an hour winds, maybe a little bit less, but nothing too crazy. Further south here, again, our strongest storms now are across southern Indiana. Our storms here across northern Indiana. The strongest storms are now in Ohio, as well as southern Michigan. So we are in the clear for the most part across far northern Indiana between Fort Wayne, Auburn, South Bend, Portage, Logansport. You guys are good. A little bit more to go yet across Wells County, Adams, and points southward. Have a little bit more to go yet. We're going to have to watch this line as it continues here across Indiana. Our strongest storm right now, I would have to say, is right here coming into Jasonsville. Getting ready to exit Sullivan County here in southern Indiana. 60 1/4 here. Let's go ahead and turn up our hail tracker here and take a look at that. As I believe we'll probably see a hail core in there. And sure enough, there it is. You know, a pretty potent hail core in there as well. Moving into the Jasonville area, as well as Clay City and Clay County, Indiana. So again, a lot of hazards here tonight. The threat is not over. We still have a couple hours to go here as we track these storms across southern Indiana now. Transitioning from northern Indiana to southern Indiana. You got pea-sized hail in Fairbanks with lots of lightning. Yeah, thanks, Samantha, for that report. Yeah, not surprised to hear that. Hail and damaging winds has really been the primary risk here. Again, had some small hail, maybe moving to the Bluffton area, Decatur, Indiana. But again, sub-severe, maybe some pea-sized hail, maybe up to dimes there associated with that. Again, the good news is here, with our overall environment here, the tornado threat overall was a little bit lower than expected today, which is good news. A lot of that has to do with our wind shear and instability. Our wind shear had potential to be more directional, changing directions with height, but actually there's been the directional wind shear has kind of been lagging behind a little bit. Our wind shear parameters ahead of the cold front have been more linear, more parallel. That really supports a lot of these storms congealing into a line versus individual supercells. So that's good news in terms of the tornado threat. But then again, you know, we've seen several tornado warnings today in the state of Indiana for those spin-up tornadoes. That's really the risk going forward here is our spin-up tornadoes. We're going to have to watch southern Indiana, though, very closely, as we could have some overlap of that directional wind shear come into play a little bit later this evening. So not out of the woods yet for tornadoes, but damaging winds is definitely the primary threat, followed by hail and spin-up tornadoes. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings have been trimmed to pretty much the Ohio border here now across northern Indiana. Fort Wayne, downtown Fort Wayne, you guys are in the clear. Your severe thunderstorm threat is over. If you're on the east side of the 469 corridor here between US 30 and 24, still a few more minutes to get through that. line there, but for the majority of it, you guys are in the clear. Coming through a little bit earlier than expected, too. Some models, even today, had it coming through not until 8 o'clock. So, again, once you get this squall line moving through, a lot of times that speeds up the process, and these squall lines are really known for being fast movers. So they move through, do their thing, and they get out of here. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect, including just the east of Vincennes, 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail associated with this thunderstorm. This is for southern Sullivan County, Knox County, Martin County, Greene County, and Davis County in southwestern Indiana. These storms are moving at 40 miles an hour. You can really see your hail core right in here coming in the Clay City, Jasonsville. This batch here, this is lagging behind just a little bit. It often does with our hail trackers here. But again, a very dangerous storm down in there. We'll go ahead and switch radars here, and we'll show you that there. A lot of lightning associated with this as well. So you can see our gust front right in here. Stretching from about Vincennes, Linton, Jasonville, Clay City, Center Point. You guys are all getting the wind, rain, and perhaps some hail at this point in time. Again, our most intense warning is our southern warning here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Again, this is radar indicated as well for the storm located near Vincennes, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So we have any people near the Vincennes area? Put in the chat. Let us know what we're seeing down there. Let us know if you guys have any damage or how the winds are down there across southern Indiana. And we do have another flood advisory to talk about for the Terre Haute area. Again, very heavy rainfall has been occurring there. A lot of these people saw storms ahead of the main line here and had a couple batches of rain move through. This one here is for Sullivan County and Vigo County until 8:45 tonight. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So ditches, ponding on roadways has been reported here. Between a half and an inch and 3/4 of rain has fallen here over the last hour or so. So again, an additional rain up to an inch or so is expected in some of these training thunderstorms here. So not surprised to see that there. We could have additional flood advisories be issued before the night is over. We have those training showers and thunderstorms. So again, thanks for watching us here. Really appreciate it here. Go up north here, northern Indiana. You guys are in the clear north of Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne, Auburn, Angola, and points westward. You guys are done. Your severe weather threat is over. Point southward between Fort Wayne and Indianapolis. Your line is sub-severe at this point in time, but again, we'll have to watch it. Could still produce some wind gusts there, perhaps some hail coming into just south of Bluffton. Decatur, Indiana could get some small hail, maybe some pea-sized hail, but nothing too crazy going on at this point in time. Switch radars here, going back to the Indianapolis radar. Watch our thunderstorms that are getting ready to move into the Circle City here. This is our southern portion of the line that we've been talking about, kind of a round two. Round one for some across southern Indiana, but round two for several here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour observed. It does have an observed tag on it, meaning 60-mile-per-hour winds have been measured at severe criteria. Quarter-size hail as well, also been observed. So this is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. The public recorded those wind measurements here. So I have to see if we get a downstream warning or not going forward here over the next couple of minutes here. I'll give you a look here at Indianapolis here. You can kind of see here, this is looking at 465 here. You can kind of see the shelf cloud getting ready to come into town here. A nice shelf cloud there moving into Indy Metro here over the next few minutes here. Kind of cool to see that, see where it's white. That'd be your rain there behind the shelf cloud. That'll be moving in as well. So some dark, ominous skies coming into the Circle City for sure. Not surprised to see that. Again, our biggest hail maker, though, right now is this guy right in here. Again, lacking behind a little bit, but coming into Clay City, could be having some decent hail moving in here fairly quick as well. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for another 24 minutes. This is for Vigo, Monroe, Morgan, Sullivan, Southern Clay, Owen, Greene, and Putnam counties for another 24 minutes here. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Go a little bit to the south here. This warning has a considerable tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible with this storm here. And this does go for another 39 minutes. This does include Vincennes. However, the threat is just off to your east now. If you're in Vincennes, heading towards the Bedford area. Bloomington, not in the severe thunderstorm warning yet, but it's just off to your east. We'll have to keep an eye on that, or just off to your west. For your considerable tag, we're at Sullivan County, Knox County, Martin County, Greene County, and Davis County in southwest Indiana. This goes into effect for another 40 minutes here. Again, this is 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Largest hail right in this cell, right in here, just to the south of Sullivan here. Just outside the Washington area there. Just north of Vincennes. So this would be Knox County, Indiana. Kind of the Knox, Sullivan, Greene County line there. Kind of the three counties come together there. That's kind of where the greatest hail is. And now moving into southern Sullivan County. Had quite a bit of hail today in Sullivan County. Now getting ready to exit and go south of the Brazil area and just south of the Greencastle area as these storms continue to track across southwest Indiana. These storms will move across and exit around the Cincinnati metro area later this evening. And as they do so, these storms are going to continue to bring the risk for damaging winds up to 60, perhaps 70 miles an hour. Hail quarter size has been the average here today. So a little bit less than expected, but that's good. That's good news. It's what we want to see. And spin up tornadoes. Again, northern Indiana, for those of you just joining or have been here for a while, you guys are in the clear. Fort Wayne, Auburn, Angola, South Bend, Logansport, Marion, Lafayette. You guys are all in the clear here. As a severe threat has passed off to your east and south. So now our focus is shifting now across east central Indiana and southern Indiana, where we have all of our warning boxes now. And another cell that kind of has my eye a little bit is this leading guy right here. A little bit of a hook on it here. Go ahead and circle that and I'll show you here. A little bit of broad rotation being indicated there. Right in there, but it might be behind your gust front too. So that might be a little bit elevated. Something to keep an eye on as well. And look how far extended, the gust front is here, out ahead of our main line here. We're talking about, several miles out ahead of the main line here across southern Illinois, southwestern Indiana. So again, winds first, rain second is kind of what is going on down there. For those of you that live down there, you'll probably see a lot of turbulent clouds. We call that an extended shelf cloud or a whale's mouth, where you see billowing clouds kind of bubble out ahead of the main rain, and you see a lot of turbulence, a lot of billowing going on underneath. A very cool phenomenon. All right, I am back. I apologize about that. As a thunderstorm went over high cloud tops, I lost my internet connectivity there, but I am back. I'm going to go ahead and pull our radar back up here. But I did bring some hail in for show and tell during our internet outage. Kind of see we had some, kind of hard to see there, kind of some dime to penny size hail here at my house. Some of them had some little spikes on them too over the last couple of minutes here. So a little bit of exciting here at the ISCN headquarters here, so to speak. Some penny to dime size hail in Wells County, Indiana, southeast Wells County here. Kind of see right in here, that little blip kind of went over the house and had some pennies to dimes associated with it here. Pretty loud on the windows here. And kind of caught me off guard there a little bit too. But again, subsevere. Severe hail needs to be 1 inch in diameter or greater. That was pennies to dimes, so a little bit below severe criteria there. That is not the case across southern Indiana here. We have larger hailstones here just south of Brazil, Jasonsville, Clay City. You guys are getting some rather large hailstones here. Again, quarter-size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds here. And when you have 70-mile-an-hour winds coupled with severe hail, that is wind-driven hail damage. You can have damage to roofs, siding, trees. The hail damage can be amplified, as you will, thanks to those strong winds. So when you have wind-driven hail, the dangers always go up, as that can cause more damage than hail just falling straight down. It's wind-driven hail, so you can have additional dents to flashing and stuff like that in trees and animals as well. Something to keep in mind as we go throughout the evening here. Again, no extensions yet coming in the Indy Metro here. A little bit less severe in terms of the hail. I don't really see a lot of hail coming into Indianapolis here at this point in time, which is great news. Go ahead and switch radars here to look at that again. Right now, maybe some gusty winds, but they look sub-severe at this point in time based on radar here. Again, we are really close to the radar here. The radar beam is only a couple hundred feet above the ground. So we're getting a really good interpretation of what the winds are doing a couple hundred feet off the ground and therefore impacting the surface here. So again, not seeing too many very bright returns like these brighter blues here. This is a few thousand feet off the ground. So not a surprise we're seeing those stronger winds there. But near at the surface, we're not seeing that here. This is maybe 35 to 40 miles an hour, maybe a little bit less. So some gusty winds and heavy rain for Indy Metro at this point in time. So that's good news for the Circle City for now. But again, these storms could intensify, and we're going to have to keep an eye on them as they move in your direction and across southeast Indiana. Move back further south, though, not the case. Again, gusty winds here. This severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect here for southern Indiana, outside of the Vincennes area, Washington area. Again, considerable tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail is associated with it here. So again, very large hailstones here, but something that concerns me is the hail tracker here on the northern cell here. Perhaps maybe getting a little bit larger than quarters. They left it at quarters and 70-mile-an-hour winds with your largest hail core being right in there. Let me actually turn on, we call this correlation coefficient. So not only do we look for tornadoes with it or debris signatures, but we also look for hail cores with it too. And right in there, just south of State Road 46 there. You might be able to see some again. This is a little bit behind, so that would be your hail core right on track, kind of right in this area here is where that hail core is now. So again, still a hail core associated with it, and some gusty winds as well. And we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana right now. Special weather statement for Ohio. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning, which is now for Ohio as well. Again, northern Indiana, you guys are in the clear at this point in time. Marion, you guys are good. Logansport, Lafayette, Fort Wayne, Auburn, areas northwest of there. You guys are all clear. You guys can rest easy and enjoy your evening. You guys don't have to worry about severe weather anymore tonight. You guys are all in the clear. That is not the case for areas from Decatur, Muncie, Indianapolis, and points southeastward. We still have to deal with this line of showers and thunderstorms as it progresses across the strait, bringing that small hail risk as well as wind gusts. We've already seen some significant wind gusts to 70 to even 80 miles an hour today. That is not surprising with the wind parameters that we have here today as well. Muncie, Indiana, see a comment in here. You guys are sub-severe. Could have some gusty winds, maybe some pea-sized hail, but you guys are not severe at this point in time. There's a look at the hail core that went over my house that dropped our internet there briefly, but it did make for some cool show and tell. Got to bring some hail insight for you. But here across southern Indiana, again, this is our strongest storm right now between the Bloomington area and Vincennes area. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds here for the southern warning here. This is for southeastern Sullivan County, northeastern Knox County, northern Martin County, Greene County, and Davis County. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail also has been confirmed by trained weather spotters. So trained weather spotters have confirmed these hazards here. Both quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds here have been confirmed by weather spotters. So again, interior room, safe place here. You kind of see those brighter reflectivities here right in the center of the apex of that bow there. Coming into the Bloomfield area, probably some pretty significant wind gusts in there, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Cannot be ruled out there. So again, interior room, lowest level of your home there for southern Indiana. Treat 70 mile an hour as you would a weak tornado. Straight line winds of that magnitude can cause quite a bit of damage. Back up north, the Indianapolis metro. Again, no severe warnings for you guys right now from Marion County. These thunderstorms are sub-severe. Could have some gusty winds to perhaps maybe 30 miles an hour or so, and some heavy rain and some lightning. But again, nothing severe for you guys right now. All the severe warnings are for southern Indiana right now. Storms to the north have moved out. Michigan is getting hammered pretty hard right now with the same line that impacted northern Indiana earlier. That is in Michigan there. You can see that large apex there. Gusty winds, tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings, all the same, just like we had. Again, a multi-state risk here today. The effects go well beyond Indiana today, stretching from, the Gulf Coast states all the way to Michigan. And Michigan, by the way, is having tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and ice storm warnings in the same state at the same time. Parts of areas in Gaylord saw over an inch of ice accretion last night, trees and power lines going down, and thousands of customers without power. So a very multi-hazard risk across Michigan yesterday and today. So at least we don't have ice storms here in Indiana right now. So we have that going for us at least. Again, going back down south here, though, south of Indianapolis here, this is where the strongest thunderstorms are. This is where we're going to focus our time right now. Going up to the north here, again, I'll go ahead and show you what is going on here across northern Indiana. Again, sub-severe right now. Again, could have some hail, embedded hailstones embedded in here. Go ahead and turn on hail tracker here just to show you that. See the greens and yellows in there. Could have some small hail in there from the Decatur area, Bern area, Preble, Montpelier. But again, sub-severe, and same thing goes down south. Not really anything going on really between Indianapolis, Fishers, Anderson, and Muncie. You guys are sub-severe. We're going to have to watch the south side of Indy, though, as these storms progress and move into your direction here. Kind of see our hail tracker here. As it's converged more into a squall line, which has really been the trend all day today, the hail threat goes down. We don't see those larger hailstones very long once we get into a linear storm mode, which is good. It's what we want to see. We don't want to see large hail being widespread. Right now, largest hailstones just to the southeast of Clay City there. See the pink and red there? This is our hail tracker. You can see all the little lightning strikes in here too. So a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning in here as well. Coming into the Freedom area, Worthington area. Clay City, you guys are probably wrapping up as we speak. But again, quarter-size hail observed, as well as 70-mile-an-hour winds observed as well. So again, both of these warnings are for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, and both have an observed tag on them now for damaging winds. Then go a little bit further south here. Back on it here. Again, a considerable tag on it. It does go for another 9 minutes here. We'll have to see if they extend that or not as we get towards the end time of the warning here. But again, this warning is for northwestern Monroe County, southwestern Morgan County, southeastern Clay County, Owen, northern Greene and southern Putnam counties for another 9 minutes here for this cell here, just to the east of Clay City, Indiana. And I am kind of in a heavier thunderstorm right now, so if I do lose internet, it'll come back really quick. We have satellite internet here in the country, so sometimes it'll come back on. Back down to the south. There we go. I think it may have just cut out briefly there. In effect for Indiana north of Indianapolis. All of those are sub-severe lightning, small hail, and the 30 miles an hour. Greatest risk for severe weather right now is across southern Indiana. We'll have to watch these storms to see if they re-intensify across east central, but right now the strongest storms are across southern Indiana. Switch radars here back to Evansville here. You can kind of see the gust front here. This is for our southern cell here. Gonna have to watch this guy though. Got a little bit of a hook on it, but he'll quickly become absorbed into the main squall line here. Again, both of these warnings, 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, observed. So they have observed warnings on them. So that means trained weather spotters or the public or emergency management has seen 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So again, very dangerous storms here across southern Indiana here. And really the strongest storms in the state at this point in time. We do have 2 flood advisories, though, back here for Terre Haute and points northward. Again, training thunderstorms, heavy rain has led to excessive ponding in full ditches as well. So turn around, don't drown. Slow down if you're on roads with ponding. Hydroplaning is not good at all. Again, to go back north here, again, areas across northern Indiana, you guys are in the clear. Maybe a small hail risk here across Adams County, Wells County, moving into Jay County as well. Van Wert County, Paulding County, you guys are probably getting some small hail right now. But again, largely below severe criteria at this point in time. Indianapolis, Indiana, same boat for you guys. You guys are sub-severe right now. Few lightning strikes, rumbles of thunder, maybe some pea-sized hail, heavy rain, gusty winds. But right now, sub-severe for you guys. Our main focus right now being south of the Circle City into southern Indiana here, where we have our strongest storms at this point in time here. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect for another 21 minutes here. Considerable tag on it. 70 mile per hour, quarter-size hail. So if you guys are around the I-69 corridor between Burns City, Owensburg, Cincinnati, Indiana, Salisbury, Bloomsburg, and Plummer, you guys are probably getting some hail and gusty winds. You can kind of see where your deeper purples are. Kind of see 3 areas here. That's where your hail core is on 3 of those, your isolated updrafts. Turn on hail tracker here. Here you go. You got 2 areas of hail reaching quarter size here by radar. You can really see that here right around State Road 67 near the Bee Hunter area, coming into Newberry, Plummer, Lyons, on the other side of just north of Elnora there. Plainfield, you guys need to be on deck. Epsom, Ragglesville, Odin, Burns City, Crane, all of you guys on deck for quarter-size hail, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, when you have wind-driven hail, doesn't have to be very large hail. Wind-driven hail can cause significant damage to siding, windows, vehicles, structures, and well as animals as well. Quarter-size hail does a lot more damage when it's wind-driven versus falling straight down. So keep that in mind. Wind-driven hail can leave more damage and dents than hail just falling straight down. Again, these are going to be moving towards the Bedford area here and Bloomington area here over the next half an hour or so. We'll have to see how these storms hold up and if we get any warnings extended for those areas. We got to watch this lone supercell down here across southern Indiana as well. Kind of see has a little bit of a hail core on it there. May have just split though, so kind of struggling a little bit. Our isolated storms out in front are having a really difficult time materializing today. A lot of that has to do with an instability factor there as well. There's some other mesomechanics that are in there as well, but something to keep an eye on as well. Again, Indianapolis's radar, you can see some elevated rotation within that. But again, you go a little bit closer, and you're not seeing that near the ground. It does have a hook on it, though. But again, subsevere at this point in time. Strongest storms just south along the I-69 corridor south of Indianapolis. Indianapolis, you guys are subsevere. Probably getting some heavy rain right now. Maybe some lightning, gusty winds. You can see your gust front, though, has passed the city. It is right in here. This is what's called an outflow boundary or an extended gust front. Probably have a shelf cloud on there on the leading edge. But again, this is your gust front right in there. You can kind of see that line there from Greenwood, Southport, Beech Grove, all the way up to Lawrence there. That's your leading edge of your gust front there. But again, subsevere. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings north of Indianapolis. They are all south of Indianapolis at this time. So good news. But back to southern Indiana. Again, we are watching these two severe thunderstorm warnings here impacting the 231 corridor, I-69 corridor across southern Indiana. Vincennes, the worst of the threat, is east of you. Same thing for Sullivan. In the southern severe thunderstorm warning, still in effect for another 17 minutes here. 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with it, as well as quarter-size hail. So again, a very strong thunderstorm with a considerable tag on it. So treat this as you would a tornado, 70-mile-per-hour winds is the same as a weak tornado E of 0. And once you get higher than 75, you're in the E of 1 category. And even though it's straight-line winds, the wind speeds itself can still cause significant damage to your homes, structures, roofs. So it's always good to treat that as you would a tornado. And the hail size is also growing a little bit, moving into the Bedford area from the isolated supercell down here. Is showing some decent hail in there as well. So something to keep an eye on going forward here. Have to see if that has a special weather statement on it or anything like that, or even a warning here going forward. But again, two severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana at this present time. They are these two right down here. Areas northward, the line extending from Indianapolis up to Decatur are subsevere at this point in time, which is good news. That's what we want to see. Turn on our reflectivity here to show you the actual radar. Go back to northern Indiana's radar here. Again, a little bit of strengthening here in some of these cells. You can see some hail cores starting to show up here outside Decatur, Van Wert County, Paulding County, Ohio. A little bit moving into Blackford and Jay County a little bit too, near the Eaton area, Hartford City area, or I guess Hartford area. Could be getting a little bit of some small hail, maybe some peas. But again, subsevere. Same goes for Muncie. In Indianapolis, probably getting some hail here downtown. This hail core has really picked up here over the last few minutes here. So interested to see some reports. If you guys are in Indianapolis or on the north side of town, along the I-465 corridor, let us know what you see here across Indianapolis. And here's our large blanketed severe thunderstorm warning here, which does include the south side of Indianapolis, so southern Marion County. So half dollar size hail and 60 miles an hour wind. So the hail size has gone up. And again, wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast side of Indianapolis Metro either. Looks like the hail size has increased there as well. So again, this blanketed severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 45 minutes here from Monroe County, Morgan, Western Johnson, Owen, Martin, Marion, Greene, Lawrence, Putnam, and Davis County in southwestern Indiana, in central Indiana, for another 44 minutes here. So a very large area here. This does include Bedford, Indiana. You're right on the edge, but you guys are in this warning here. And it is largely for these cells right in here. Again, turn on the radar here. You got a couple, kind of a split supercell down in here as well, moving into the Bedford area. Wouldn't be surprised to see some quarters in there, showing some increased updraft strength there on these cells here. Again, moving into the sorry, that jump there, that lightning kind of started on the outside. Anyway, yeah, back down across we do have some additional flood advisories that are also issued here for, again, heavy rain, ponding, in effect for 3 hours here for this new flood advisory here. In effect for Clay County, Montgomery County, Owen, Park, Putnam, and Vigo County. Again, Park County, you guys are roughly in the clear. Could have some heavy rain, though, as these storms continue to move off to your east and northeast here. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see some hail reports coming out of the Lawrence, Indiana area. Starting to see some increased interest here in a hail core starting to develop there as well. So be interesting to see what comes of that. And also some fairly large hail here in our supercell here, moving towards the Bedford area, just to the east of Shoals here. See a really nice hail core right in there. Not very large, but Huron could get kind of a double whammy, as you will, in terms of hail. Go to correlation coefficient here. We'll get a look at our hail tracker here. Kind of really see our hail core here. Yeah, right in there. Just to the southeast of US 50 there, south of Huron there. You see those deeper colors have a nice hail core associated with that one. So there is some hail reaching the ground on that guy. Go back to velocity here, maybe even a little bit of rotation, but again, a lot of that is elevated or appears to be elevated on that storm. Switch radar products here. We'll take another look at it. Again, yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation here. Again, it is a supercell on the leading edge there, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that guy as it moves towards the Bedford area. Again, if it's able to get its act together, wouldn't be surprised to see an isolated tornado threat with it. But again, hail, damaging winds is a primary risk as we go out through evening here, but wouldn't be surprised to see something develop there. We're going to have to keep an eye on it fairly closely here. And again, Indianapolis, your main gust front is now on the east side of town. You can really draw a line, and you can really see it from Muncie, Anderson, Indianapolis, Greenwood, right in here. This is your main gust front here. And even the Indianapolis radar picking up some rotation on that guy too. Elevated, but we're going to have to keep an eye on that fairly closely here as we go throughout the evening here. And any cell that remains isolated will have a risk for large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a brief tornado or two. So something to keep an eye on there. Right now, sub-severe, but could have some large hail in there as well. Again, we do have a blanketed severe thunderstorm warning now for the south side of Indianapolis and points southward. Is in effect for another 41 minutes here. $half size hail is the going hazard here, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So pretty dangerous storm here, especially when you get to the larger hailstones, larger than an inch. Then you really start talking about dents in your vehicles, damage to siding, roofs, stuff like that. And again, this blanketed severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Monroe County, Morgan, Brown, Johnson, Owen, Martin, Marion, Greene, Lawrence, Putnam, and Davis County until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you guys are down in that area, put it in the chat here. Let us know what you're seeing down there. Let us know if you see any hail, wind. Let us know. Love to know what you're seeing down there. And again, go up here to northern Indiana. Again, this stuff is sub-severe at this point in time. Could maybe have some small hail, some lightning in there. But again, sub-severe. All the severe weather warnings are in Northwest Ohio, Michigan, as well as southern Indiana. The kind of stretch between Indianapolis and Decatur, Indiana, and Adams County are sub-severe. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it, though. These storms could strengthen as they move across the state here this evening. Kind of see our gust front there. You can kind of see spurts of gusty winds, as you will, throughout the storm here. Some higher colors there, indicative of that. But again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail for this warning here from Bedford all the way to the south side of Indianapolis, such as the Beech Grove area and Southport. Right along to the edge of the I-65, I-465 corridor there. Just to the south of I-70. I-70 is not in this severe thunderstorm warning, but it runs parallel to the highway in areas southward. The hail is falling in Lawrence County. I appreciate that. Oh, what size is your hail down there? I'd love to know how big hailstones you're getting there. It's still sunny in Bedford. Well, not for long. You guys have some hail on deck here. Got a couple of supercells down here. They're isolated by themselves, and they have shown they have some small hail associated with them. Maybe some dimes, nickels. Their hail core has weakened a little bit. Not surprised there when you get a split. When you get a split like that, often you have a stronger cell and a weaker cell. But nonetheless, still have a couple updrafts there, capable of some small hail moving into the Bedford area. About quarter size. All right, yeah, thanks for that report there. Not surprised to see that here. You can see all your individual updrafts here from Indianapolis all the way down to Mooresville, Worthington, Bloomfield, Bicknell here. All these individual updrafts here. The hail size seems to have shrunk a little bit in some of these storms. I know this warning is for inch and quarter here, half-dollar size. But the good news is, based on recent radar trends, that hail size seems to have gone down just a little bit, which is good. P size, east side of Indy. Okay, yeah, great to know. That'd be with this storm here, which works well with what I'm seeing on radar. So, yeah, thanks for that report. It's always good to have ground confirmation when you're looking at these severe thunderstorm warnings. And we have a new one to talk about across southern Indiana. This one outside the Princeton area, Petersburg area, Oakland City, you guys. This is warned for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Probably going to hear thunder here in a second. Severe thunderstorm warning, or severe thunderstorm was located near Princeton, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Here's your hail core right in here, just outside of Princeton here. If we actually turn on our CC, or correlation coefficient, you can see our hail core real narrow, but there it is, just outside of Douglas there, probably actually closer to the south side of Wheeling there now, between Francisco and Wheeling, is where your hail core is now. A little bit lagging behind there a little bit, but again, we're close to the radar, so we could have some, needs to update there a little bit and get a little bit further away to have a better look at it. Turn on our reflectivity here again. You can really see your gust front there stretching from Mount Vernon, where you see those reds and greens kind of running parallel to each other. That's your gust front here. That's your outflow boundary from Oakland City, Petersburg, all the way up to Lagodi here. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning for our two supercells that we've been talking about for Bedford. So Bedford, you're under two severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't let that confuse you. One is for these storms that ahead of the main line, and this big blanketed warning is for the squall line that's coming your way here in a few minutes here. For this new warning here, they do have a tornado possible tag on it here for this southern supercell. As I said, it was showing signs of some rotation, and the rotation is not strong enough for them to issue a tornado warning on it, but they do have that tag for tornado possible on it. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Bedford. So Bedford, again, be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, and be ready in case this storm does intensify and a tornado warning is issued. Again, this is ahead of the main line here. You are in two severe thunderstorm warnings. One is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. That's for our squall line coming. The second severe thunderstorm warning, the newest one, is for a cell out ahead of the main line that has become severe for hail, damaging winds, and some weak rotation that has been picked up on radar as well. Kind of in between radars here, but you can see it there on the south side of town. Again, really decent rotation there. This line right in here, this rain here, this is called your flanking line. This is where you have a lot of convergence or inflow, your outflow meeting together here. and then your couplet sitting right in there, just to the southwest of Bedford. Turn on ZVR here, kind of look at our updraft strength here a little bit. Get a look at it here. Yeah, kind of messy here a little bit. Yeah, very messy a little bit, kind of hard to tell, but we're also in between radars there as well. And correlation coefficient, yeah, still a little messy here. Nothing real definitive there. Very, very hard to tell. But again, if you guys are in Bedford, safe place, interior room, lowest level of your home in case that storm does intensify. Again, it is showing signs of weak rotation there associated with it, as indicated by radar. Again, your strongest area of rotation just to the west of Bonds, right on the county line there, north of Scarlett, coming into the Morristown area. So you guys are going to get hail before your area of rotation moves in. Yeah, getting darker in Bedford now. Yeah, not surprised. There's two storms here. You have your northern one and your southern one. Your southern one looks the best on radar in terms of hail and hazards associated with it. Again, taking a broader look here in the area. Again, those of you in northern Indiana, Wells County, Indiana, Marion, Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Auburn, Steuben County, all the way down to now Noblesville, Indiana, and points westward. You guys are all in the clear. Behind this line, you guys are all in the clear here. You guys are done for the night. Again, could have some heavy rain, some ponding, perhaps some flash flooding going on behind this line here. We had those training showers and thunderstorms really progress over the same areas for quite a while. Kind of hard to see here, but if I zoom in, kind of see these green boxes here. These are flood advisories that have been issued for heavy rainfall that has fallen and has produced ponding on area roadways. So again, if you're out on the roadways, be courteous of that, as there could be some heavy rain in there as well. Something else to keep an eye on here too, maybe an area of rotation just south of Clear Creek, just south of Bloomington, Indiana, getting picked up by radar here, right in here, an area of rotation here. I'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems of that. See how that protrudes out just a little bit. And you have a kink in the radar there. A little bit of rotation now being picked up here. Actually, two areas of rotation. A little bit of broad rotation there. I don't want that tool. I want this tool. A little bit here and here. Those two areas there, I guess that has weakened now. Decent rotation now getting picked up on radar just south of Clear Creek, Indiana, just to the south of Bloomington, moving towards the Nashville area. Again, decent rotation here. Again, it's small, it's localized, getting ready to head towards the reservoir here. And go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient here. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the National Weather Service put a warning on that. It is getting close to meeting the threshold for a tornado warning for that area here. But again, pretty decent rotation showing up on radar just to the south side of Bloomington, Indiana. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning on that. So again, be in your safe place, lowest level of your home. And we do have a tornado watch that has been extended now across southern Indiana as well. So keep that in mind. We do expect more of these storms to continue. But again, decent rotation now, south side of Bloomington, near the I-69 State Road 37 corridor there. So again, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. If you are in the Clear Creek area, Harrodsburg, Chapel Hill, Elkinsville, and what do you know? There's our tornado warning issued right on time by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. The weather offices have really been on top of their game today. They've been really, really good today, which is awesome to see. Again, radar indicated tornado here. Hail, penny-sized hail. This is for southeastern Monroe County and south central Indiana and Brown County and south central Indiana. Again, radar indicated rotation here. And we're going to have to watch the southern cell too. Still showing signs of rotation here just southwest of Mitchell. It's probably going to pass just to the south of Bedford, near the US 50 area. So something else we're going to have to keep in mind on. Again, we're further away from the radar down here, so it's a little bit harder to tell what is going on. But again, decent rotation here on this supercell out ahead of the main line here. Not tornado warning at the moment here, but we do have a tornado warning here. You can see our area of rotation here where greens and reds meet together. And this is a rain-wrapped area of rotation too. You see the rain curtains kind of curve with that green hole in the middle. And this is where our tornado would be sitting if it were to be on the ground at this point in time. Coming into the standards area, State Road 37, Old State Road 37 as well. Again, where that donut hole signature is on radar, that's kind of what we call it, a donut hole. Rain curtains all around, hollow center. Again, that's where your area of strongest rotation is. Go ahead and switch radars here. Back down here, there's another look at your donut hole signature on radar. Go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient here. Again, I don't see anything that would define a tornado is on the ground, but again, pretty tight rotation here. Wouldn't be surprised to see something develop there. So again, if you are in Monroe County, as well as Brown County in south central Indiana, again, be in your safe place here. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed if a tornado is on the ground. Locations here include Woodville Hills, Yellowwood Lake, Smithville, and Bloomington. It does include Bloomington here in the warning, but again, your strongest area of rotation just on the south side of town here, near Clear Creek here. Again, very strong rotation here, State Road 37 here. And again, we're going to have to watch this cell to the south here as it's showing signs of intensification as well. Yeah, green skies in Bloomington. Not surprised. A lot of people automatically associate green with tornadoes, but a lot of it has to do with high cloud tops and a lot of moisture, a lot of rain and some hail in that storm as well is where it really gets its green color from. But a lot of times your big boy thunderstorms will have a green tint to it. So a little bit of a science there. It all has to do with refraction. Light has different wavelengths. So your greens are a little bit deeper colors or don't get scattered out like your lighter colors do. And that's kind of why the sky often appears a darker, maybe bluish or greenish color during your heavier thunderstorms. So a little bit of a behind the scenes look there as to why we see what we see. So again, no real indication a tornado is on the ground, but again, very tight rotation here outside the Clear Creek area, just south of Bloomington here. You can kind of see your hook here. This storm has become supercellular in nature here. And we're going to have to watch this area very closely south of Bedford too. Tornado possible on it. But again, tornado warning now. It does include Bloomington, Indiana. Again, with the strongest area of rotation just to the south, near Sanders, Smithville, moving towards Knights Ridge here. Kind of see a zoomed in view here. Here's downtown Bloomington. Go a little bit to the south here. Again, not by much. Again, you're only moving here. Yeah, just a couple miles here to the south side of town. A very tight rotation here. Moving into the Clear Creek area here. Moving towards the Nashville area. Nashville, you need to be on the lowest level of your home, interior room here, as well as Mitchell. Mitchell, get in a safe place here. I really don't like the way this storm is going here. As well as Medora. Bedford is going to pass just to your south here, but again, tight rotation here associated with that as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning and get put on that southern cell either. I just don't like how that is strengthening here as well. Again, possible. Okay, I don't like that. Let me get a look here. Very hard to tell if we're seeing anything on the ground here. I'll do a 4-panel look here. Turn on a ZDR here. Again, possible tornado on the ground, but very, very hard to tell. Could be clutter on the leading edge. Nonetheless, still radar indicated rotation here. Treat it as if a tornado is on the ground always, every time a tornado warning is issued, as a tornado could form at any time. But again, if you're in the Bloomington area, again, be in your safe place, Nashville, Indiana. Again, radar indicated tornado, very strong rotation now on radar. And I'll zoom in here. It's going to move just to the south of Knights Ridge, if not right on Knights Ridge. So again, your time is minutes here if not second. State Road 446 is going to pass right over you, if not passing over you right now. It's going to move towards the Belmont area here in the next few minutes, as well as the Nashville area as well. So again, lowest level of your room, interior room, bathroom, closet. If you guys are in Bloomington, you guys are okay right now in terms of the tornado threat. Your sirens may be going off right now, but your rotation is on the south side of town, south of town, moving north and east away from Bloomington. So I do want to stress that if you guys are in Bloomington, Indiana right now, your sirens are probably going off because the tornado warning does include the municipality of Bloomington, but your area of strongest rotation is to your south, moving away from town. So do keep that in mind if you guys are in Bloomington. I want to stress that the area of highest interest right now is moving away from town, which is great news here. But again, your sirens are still probably going off to warn those to get inside. Could still have some hail and heavy rain in Bloomington. But again, your strongest area of rotation is south, getting ready to cross State Road 446 towards the Nashville area and Knights Ridge. So again, very tight rotation here. Kind of switch radars here just to see what we're seeing here. To see if we can confirm anything on the ground here with it. Again, very hard to tell here. I'll have to wait for another scan to see what we do here. And I want to switch radars here as well. Kind of in between three radars here, so we're not getting the best interpretation here. But again, this southern cell has my eye as well. So again, if you're anywhere near the southern cell, which would be just to the south near the Mitchell area, moving towards the Bedford area, as well as Medora, US 50 corridor, Bono. Again, I would be in your safe place here for this supercell here. There are two supercells here in particular that one tornado warned and one is not tornado warned yet. Again, the meteorologist on the radar station may feel that rotation further south is a little bit elevated, but nonetheless, it is showing signs of intensification, so I would treat it accordingly as well. They do have a tornado possible tag on it to indicate that they are watching that area of rotation. Again, there's our extension here for the severe thunderstorm warning for our squall line here moving in. Has been issued here by the National Weather Service in Louisville. And this is for Du Bois County in south central Indiana. So this would be French Lick, Paoli as well. But again, decently strong rotation here for the Mitchell area as well. I would be in your safe place if you're in the south of Bedford towards US 50 here. I would be in your safe place for sure. Definitely strong enough rotation there to raise my eyebrows. Again, go up here to the next scene here. Again, I don't really see anything definitive that a tornado is on the ground. Still radar indicated here, which is good news. But again, strong enough rotation here to really pose eyes for concern, especially in the Mitchell area here. This supercell has had my eye for a while here. So if you're in this area, be in your safe place, lowest level of your home here. Go ahead and zoom in on it. Getting ready to cross State Road 37 here into Mitchville, Rabbitville, Buda, Pinhook, Tunnelton. You know, you guys need to be in your safe place here. Going to go just to the south of Erie, Indiana as well. South of Bedford here. Again, I would be in your safe place here for this supercell as rotation is intensifying with it as well. Further north here, a really nice hook on this supercell now. Might be cycling here a little bit. Rotation broadened out a little bit, but it is still there nonetheless where those reds and greens meet right in here. And just to the south and east of Knights Ridge, just crossed State Road 446, where the area of strongest rotation is, moving towards the Belmont area and moving up. I'm going to move towards State Road 46, towards the Nashville area, Camps Roberts area as well. Need to be in your safe place as well. Bloomington, you guys are in the clear for this tornado warning. This tornado warning does still include you. Your sirens may still be sounding, but the area of rotation is off to your south and east. It's moving away from town. So you guys are okay if you're downtown Bloomington. You guys are okay. Again, this is the only tornado warning in the state of Indiana. We do have a special weather statement now for the Newcastle area, Winchester, Indiana. Again, these storms are subsevere. They are not severe, but they are strong with wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour and half-inch hail. So we're going to have to watch the hail risk to see if we do get a severe thunderstorm warning on it there. Again, 1-inch hail, so we're halfway there to severe criteria, but we're not to severe criteria yet. So again, moving back down south here, again, back to our tornado warning here. Again, a really nice hook echo on it now, a really mature hook echo now. And now we're actually, this is what I don't want to see. I see 3 areas of rotation here. This supercell has started to spin a little bit just to the southeast of Chapel Hill, a little bit of broad rotation getting picked up here near the Heltonville area. Mitchell area, this supercell down south definitely has my eye the most here across southern Indiana. And again, if you're behind this line anywhere in Indiana, you guys are in the clear for the night. Our main focus is east and southeast of this line here. Go ahead and switch radars here. Again, kind of 3 areas of interest here. Interest 1, interest 2, interest 3. 3 areas of interest. Can't confirm any of them have a tornado at this point in time. But as you can see here, again, all of these storms are wanting to spin in this vicinity here. A really nice hook echo here. This storm is starting to spin a little bit, and then our southern supercell is spinning as well. So again, 3 storms to look at. One of those is tornado warned, as it has the strongest tornado warning at this, or strongest area of rotation at this point in time, just outside the Bloomington area here in Indiana. But again, I would not discount the southern cell here at all. As it's showing signs of decent rotation on it. Yeah, no confirmed tornadoes in Indiana so far today, anywhere in the state. To answer your question there, Sarah. And I'm going to update this tornado warning here on the page. So bear with me here. And I'm going to update this. There we go. So again, 3 areas to look for here, 3 supercells to look for here. The one that has my eye the most is the southern one and the middle one here. This guy here, he's kind of in between storms here. So he's going to be fighting over the ingredients here between the storm of the north and the storm of the south. We'll probably see a merger here as well, which will be interesting to watch in terms of tornado genesis and how that storm handles that merger as well. But again, as we go back south here, we do have some other warnings to talk about. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Evansville, Boonville, Jasper area, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail associated for this cell and this cell here, especially this cell, your southern cell down in here. Has the greatest hail risk associated with it. A little bit further north, for the Paoli area, same thing, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail associated with it for the next half an hour. This is for Du Bois County and Orange County in south central Indiana, issued by the NWS in Louisville. So we have multiple offices here that kind of share responsibility in Indiana during severe weather events, whether it's Indianapolis, Louisville, Northern Indiana, Wilmington, Ohio, and even K-Lot in Chicago. All kind of share responsibility in Indiana. So kind of cool to see all those offices work together on days like today. Good news is here, the rotation maybe have broadened a little bit here, but again, still tornado warned here for another 14 minutes here. We'll have to see if they extend that further here. And again, I am still watching the southern cell here. We're going to have to keep an eye on this whole cluster here. As it's showing signs of tapping into that wind shear aloft that we talked about earlier. But again, Bloomington, you guys are in the clear. It is now out of your county. It's now moving in towards the Nashville area. So again, still decent rotation on it. Can't discount this thing yet at all. It's a really nice hook on it, nice inflow notch. Just to the north of Elkinsville, moving towards Camp Roberts, Pikes Peak, Gnawbone, Clarksdale, and south of Nashville. Nashville, you guys are okay for now. But again, we have to watch this area of rotation just to your south of State Road 46, moving towards State Road 135. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that to see what the National Weather Service decides to do there over the next few minutes here. Again, radar indicated, no tornado confirmed is on the ground. But again, the rotation is still there and is still spinning. So treat it as if a tornado is on the ground. Again, we only have one tornado warning in the state of Indiana. We do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect, including the south side of Indianapolis. However, the main gust front is now exiting the severe thunderstorm warning box here. So we'll have to see what the National Weather Service wants to do. Franklin, Shelbyville, Columbus, Indiana. You guys are on deck here. We're going to have to watch these cells here for Columbus, Indiana, as they evolve and move in your direction here. There's the latest scan here. Again, rotation has broadened out quite a bit. We're seeing more parallel velocities where they're running up and down parallel to each other and not really running into each other right next to each other, which is what you don't want to see for rotation. So some good news there. It is broadening out a little bit, probably indicative of that cell merger there. And the fact that they haven't reissued the tornado warning downstream yet kind of shows what I'm thinking in my head here as well. It is weakening for now, but something to watch. Look at your outflow boundary here, though. Coming into Shelbyville here, you guys are going to get some gusty winds before you're going to get the rain. Again, this is an extended shelf cloud, probably a whale's mouth coming into your location where you have a large shelf cloud, a lot of turbulence, rolling pin motion underneath of it, and then followed by rain and colder air on the backside. So it's something kind of cool to look at there. You go further north here, all of northern Indiana is in the clear now. From Adams County, Wells County, Kokomo, Logansport, and areas north, you guys are all in the clear. The severe threat is over. Same thing for Lafayette, Terre Haute, areas behind this line here. You guys are done. So that is some good news. We're still have to watch the boot of Indiana here for these thunderstorms across southern Illinois as they may impact the Evansville area. Another supercell to watch is this guy right in here, starting to get kind of that look to it a little bit. We're going to have to watch here as well. Here's the next scan. Yeah, so not really much rotation with it, but it is starting to get that look. Here's our updated severe thunderstorm warning here. So again, they don't have a tornado possible tag on it. It is just quarter-size hail and 60 miles per hour winds. So you see a lot of these winds here are running parallel to each other, next to each other long ways. So that's indicative of straight line winds, some convergence there, but not really showing signs of strong rotation. But again, we're going to have to keep an eye on these as these spin-ups can happen quite quickly as well, like we saw there. So going to have to keep an eye on it here as we go throughout the night and go throughout the evening here across the state of Indiana. And again, we'll be on here covering it until the severe threat is over for Indiana. Several tornado warnings to our south, to our neighbors to the south there. You can see these individual supercells here. But again, we don't really have that right now in Indiana, which is good news. Right now, it's primarily damaging winds, followed by hail and a brief tornado threat. Yeah, Seymour, Indiana, you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning now. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail for this batch of rain, which is off to your west here. Again, we're going to have to watch this tail end Charlie here for you guys to see what he does. He has shown signs of rotation in the past. We're going to have to see how that evolves here going forward. And my guess is they're going to let this there's still a tornado warning in effect, but my guess is they're going to let it expire here as the main storm has moved out of the warning box. So good news there. So again, anybody behind this line here is in the clear, but those of you in it or ahead of it are not. Go back to Indianapolis here and look north. Downtown Indianapolis, you guys are in the clear. Your severe weather threat is over. Now it's just some rain, some lightning lingering over the next couple of hours here. But the main line has passed you guys. And that is for downtown Indianapolis. Beech Grove, you're still having some remnants there, but the gust front and the worst of it has passed. And we're going to have to watch this area as it approaches Columbus, Indiana. We could see this area tighten up again as well. It kind of has that inflow notch to it again. So we're going to have to keep a pretty close eye on it here over the next few minutes here to see what it does here. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect here across southern Indiana. 1/4-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the going hazard for all of these warnings here across southern Indiana, with my greatest concern being these 3 cells right in here that we're going to have to keep an eye on here near term if they have shown signs of rotation. Probably a nice hail core here moving along the I-64 corridor, coming into the Linville area as well. In fact, let's turn on Hail Tracker here just to look at that. Yeah, there you go. Some very large hail here coming into the Linville area. Let's go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient to get a look at the hail core on the ground. Right in there a little bit. It is a little bit behind here, but are getting some hail there, especially where you see the blacks there. Just south of Rosebud, moving into Linville. Again, I would watch out for some hail in that guy. Pretty strong core there. You can kind of see that with your reflectivity too. A little bit of a downburst going on there as well. Some straight line wind risk associated with it as well. Again, this area here still has my mind here. It still has an inflow notch to it. Still pulling in inflow. It is still trying to reorganize itself. We're just going to have to see how it evolves here, but it is one still worth watching. Columbus, Indiana. I would be ready to get to your safe place just in case this cell re-intensifies. But Bloomington, Indiana, you guys are in the clear. You guys are still in the warning box, but you guys are okay. You guys, your severe threat is over now for the evening in downtown Bloomington, Indiana. And here we have our new tornado warning has been issued now for Columbus and Hope, just as I suspected there. Again, this is for southeastern Shelby County in central Indiana, Decatur County, Brown County, and Bartholomew County in central Indiana. Again, not that far away from when we had an EF2 tornado not that long ago. So it's probably going to bring back some deja vu for a lot of people. So again, be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, away from windows, and be in your safe place here as this storm has not had a history of producing tornadoes, but it has had a history of showing signs of rotation here for quite some time. So again, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed here. But it also, another threat outside of that, damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. So considerable tag on this for damaging winds. So even if you're not getting a tornado, the winds alone in this are to the scale of perhaps a weak tornado, but in straight line winds. Straight line winds in a tornado are different. Straight line winds are like a rolling pin. Everything's laid down one way. It blows one way. A tornado, you have vertical motion and rotational motion associated with it. But nonetheless, 70 mile per hour winds can still cause quite a bit of damage here. And this is just to the south of Clarksdale. Again, area of strongest rotation here. Right in here, coming into the Bethany area here. Again, this is Bellsville Pike Road here. And looks like Whitehorse Road here coming into Bethany. Kind of splitting State Road 46 and Orvilleville here. But again, lowest level of your home here for Columbus, Indiana. Decent rotation here, getting picked up on radar here. And this could go rain-wrapped. So don't expect to see this tornado if there is one on the ground. Then let's go ahead and take a look here at our correlation coefficient. And don't really see anything indicative of a tornado on the ground. You can really see your inflow notch there. The storm still pulling in that warm, moist air, making it a supercell and showing some areas of tightening rotation just to the east or west of Columbus, Indiana. Again, lowest level of your room, interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is for Shelby County in central Indiana, southwestern Decatur County in central Indiana, eastern Brown County in central Indiana, as well as Bartholomew County in central Indiana. Locations impacted, they got Flat Rock, New Bern, Hartsville, Columbus, Geneva, Cliffords, Gnawbone, Grammar, Hope, Taylorsville, Elizabethtown, and Edinburgh. So again, this includes Interstate 65 between mile markers 63 and 79, right in here. So again, if you're driving on 65 just south of Columbus or near Columbus, again, be weather aware as this area of rotation is heading in your direction. And again, we're going to have to watch this tail end Charlie here. This supercell is still trying to hang on, showing signs of rotation here, especially starting to type up near the Sparksville area, Fort Rittner, Wetterville area, Medora. Again, we're going to have to watch this area here. Probably some hail just to the north here, south of US 50. We're going to have to watch that south end for areas of tightening up rotation here. Again, I really don't like that. Rotation still hanging on here. Again, broaden back out a little bit, but you can still see where those greens and reds are touching right in here. Still could have a possible tornado there. So again, be weather aware and treat this tornado warning as if there's a tornado on the ground, as you should treat every tornado warning here in the state of Indiana or all over the country, no matter where you're at. Seymour, Indiana, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, 60-mile-per-hour quarter-sized hail. However, I'd watch the supercell to your southwest. It is showing signs of broad rotation associated with it, as well as a nice hail core moving along the Leesville area, Wetterville, Medora, US 50 corridor there. Could get into some quarter-sized hail, and is also showing signs of rotation, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on it over the next few minutes. Further south, not really seeing any signs of rotation, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Ferdinand area, which is quarter-sized hail and 60 miles per hour wind gust is in effect for another 32 minutes. You can kind of see your stronger cells there where you have your pinks and especially your blacks, probably getting some decent hail or some concentrated hail right in there, right along the I-64 corridor there. Not a good place to drop a lot of hail. Again, moving up north, special weather statement still in effect below severe criteria up there, Newcastle, Muncie, in those areas. And still showing signs of some rotation. Still has a hook on it on radar as well. Be sitting right in here just to the west of Columbus if there were to be one there. Again, right now I can't confirm anything being there in the rain. But again, you can still see your inflow notch there. It is still trying to pull in that warm, moist, unstable air. Again, I just don't like the southern storm here, having the skies all to herself. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one here going forward as well. Again, decent hail core here coming into the Seymour area. So Seymour, I would prepare for some hail if nothing else. Probably going to get some quarters out of that one. Even though it is showing signs of rotation, it is a supercell in of itself, but I think there's a greater hail risk with it than anything. Let's go ahead and pull up correlation coefficient to take a look at the hail. Yeah, pretty decent hail core here showing. See those blues there right in there. This is your hail core right in here associated with these blacks here. A lot of times when you have that parallel, you could have a hail core in there as well. Okay, no indication of a tornado or anything like that. But it is suggesting that we are producing quite a bit of hail. Go ahead and turn reflectivity back on. Or velocity. Velocity is what I wanted. There we go. Again, rotation seemed to broaden out just a little bit outside Columbus, but again, still some rotation there within the storm. It's more broad right in here. Have another little area to your north we're going to watch too. But again, areas just to the south near the Medora area has my interest personally right now. Move back to southeast Indiana. Being your strongest cell, right up there, just outside Bedford, Indiana. And another couple strong cells, Ferdinand, Boonville as well. Again, ping pong ball size hail associated with this storm here, right along the I-64 corridor. Remember, we looked at that hail core a little bit ago on CC and really saw that definitive hail core. That hail has been radar confirmed. It's a ping pong ball size hail and 60 miles per hour. Areas just to the north, including the Paoli area. That is warned for quarter-size hail and 60 miles per hour winds. Again, this tornado warning is in effect for another 13 minutes here. Radar did indicate rotation here associated with it, but the good news is, looking at it here, zoom back in here, I don't really see too much in the way of strong rotation. We're going to have to watch this area here, entering the Columbus, Indiana area here. You can kind of see some brighter reds, some brighter greens. Still there, still hanging on. That's indicative of some broad rotation there, but nothing super tight. But it is something to keep an eye on nonetheless. But Vincennes, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Fishers, Marion, Bluffton, Fort Wayne, you guys are all in the clear all the way up to Elkhart, or Steuben County and Elkhart County as well. Northwest Indiana, you guys are all clear. You guys are good to go back to enjoying your evening. Again, one tornado warning still in the state of Indiana. Again, it is trying to still cycle through. It is still showing signs of rotation. Granted, it's broad right now. We are still showing signs of rotation here. We're going to have to watch this southern cell still, too, showing signs of broad rotation outside the Medora area, Brownstown area, headed towards Seymour, as well as some very large hail associated with the supercell as well. I said the hail risk far outweighs the tornado risk associated with it at this present time, though I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning issued on it eventually here, especially if our VROT continues to go up, which is our rotation threshold. It's our inbounds and outbounds. It's a measurement of that. Again, to our tornado warning to the north, it is on the ground. Again, kind of broad, maybe a little bit right in here near Garden City, but again, more of a linear feature there, which is good. It's what you want to see. But again, that could re-intensify here as we've seen throughout the evening. Again, outside of that tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is for Shelby County, Brown County, Bartholomew County, Lawrence, Jackson, and West Central Jennings counties. And that expires here in 11 minutes. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for the Indianapolis metro here. It does go on for another 26 minutes here. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. You can kind of see your gust front here, right in here, associated with this little shower here behind the main line here, including downtown Indianapolis. Look at your gust front here. Right in here, coming into Indy, Beech Grove, Warren Park, just to the south of Speedway. You have to keep an eye on that as well as Southport here, as they could get warned by a tornado or straight line winds. Right now, straight line winds is the main hazard with that one. Yeah, good question. Are we done after this line? Asked a couple of you guys. Yeah, you guys, once this line moves through, you guys behind it are in the clear. All of northern Indiana is currently in the clear. Your severe weather risk has ended. As we move into central Indiana and southern Indiana, those of you ahead and along this line are still under the gun for severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. But once you're behind this line, Bloomington, you guys are okay. Indianapolis, I'm going to get through this last warning, and then you guys are probably okay. And then points westward are okay. So hopefully that helps you there a little bit. Again, tornado warning still in effect here for another 9 minutes here. This is for Shelby County, Decatur County, Brown County, and Bartholomew County in central Indiana. And maybe some broad rotation still associated there with it. Just south of Columbus here on radar. Again, maybe tightening up just maybe a little bit here near Jewel. Just on the south side of Columbus here, near, looks like Gladstone Avenue here in Chili Creek, or Clifty Creek, moving towards State Road 46 here is kind of where the strongest area of rotation would be associated with it. Again, it is showing signs of tightening up here a little bit right in there. You can kind of see the couplet there. That's where we're looking at here for this tornado, if there is one on the ground. Right now it's radar indicated. In areas to the south, the good news is this area, or this storm here, has weakened in terms of rotation, but it has remained steadfast in the hail threat. And here is our updated warning for that guy. Again, this is for Shelby County, Rush County, Decatur, Johnson, Bartholomew, Jackson, Jennings until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So 38 minutes here. Again, this is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So 60 and quarter is the going rate here for this severe thunderstorm warning. After the again, still showing some signs of some pretty strong rotation here outside the Columbus, Indiana area, moving towards State Road 46. And they have trimmed back this tornado warning here, but they have left it radar indicated, hail down the penny size. So they have trimmed this back, not including Columbus anymore, or I guess the west side of Columbus anymore. East side they still claim under the tornado warning. Again, let's go ahead and change radars here just to take a look at it. Again, a lot better depiction here on this radar than the other one. You can really see that couplet there just to the southeast of Columbus here. Moving east-northeast at, see how fast it's moving here. Yeah, 50 to 55 east-northeast. So again, decent area of rotation here that we're watching here. Still hanging on just to the north of Elizabethtown here. Yeah, Bloomington right now is in the clear. Krista, yeah. Anybody behind this line is in the clear. I know you guys had a tornado warning about 10 to 20 minutes ago. That has since lifted, and it's actually part of the same storm over here in Columbus. But you guys are in the clear here tonight for the remainder of the night in Bloomington, Indiana. Again, pretty strong rotation here. Not significantly strong, but decent rotation here. Just south of Columbus, Indiana. Again, nothing really indicates anything on the ground. But again, strong enough rotation that they have went ahead and left the tornado warning in effect here. It is in effect for another 5 minutes here. We'll have to see what they do with it. If they reissue it or extend the warning as well. No one's called it in. That is a radar indicated tornado here for the box in red. Look out across the region here. We got severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from the thumb of Michigan all the way down to northern Arkansas and Deltona, Florida. We just have an increased in storm activity here now that the storms have really gotten going here across the region. But again, one tornado warning here. Still keeping an eye on it here. Just outside the Columbus area. Moving towards the State Road 46 corridor. Just north of Elizabethtown. Kind of see where those colors come together right by the US 31 emblem there, right in there. That's where your couplet is as well. Kind of see a little bit of your flanking line here, kind of curves around. That's your inflow notch, pulling warmer in, and then your outflow coming out as well. And where those guys meet is where your rotation would be. Nothing significantly strong, but still there nonetheless, and worth keeping an eye on. This is going to move towards the Greensburg area eventually here over the next probably 10 to 20 minutes or so. Seymour, Indiana, you guys are on deck for hail. as well as damaging winds to 60 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail, 60 for you guys, and that does include Mount Vernon as well. Further south we go. Got a couple warnings down here as well as a special weather statement. In blue there, special weather statements are issued when severe thunderstorms, or I guess not severe thunderstorms, thunderstorms meet strong criteria, but they're just below being severe, and that's when a special weather statement is pulled out and used. So back to our tornado warning here. Doing a couple things behind the scenes there, so sorry about the audio break there. Again, special weather statements here, ranging from Winchester, Indiana, Newcastle, Indiana, not quite to Richmond, but again, sub-severe storms up there. We do have one warning for Indianapolis Metro here, 60 and penny-size hail. Maybe some brief gusty winds right in there, but not really seeing too much anymore for this warning. I think it'll be allowed to expire or cancel. Again, our tornado warning still hanging on here. Again, showing signs of broad rotation, maybe a little bit right in here near the Petersville area, just south of New Bern is where I'm looking at right now. But again, this could change here as we have a lot of room for these storms to continue to grow upscale into more of a linear storm mode as they continue to progress eastward across the state. Yeah, those of you asking further north, there's nothing else going on across northern Indiana. You guys are in the clear here tonight from Muncie and points northward and westward. You guys are all in the clear. Your severe weather threat is over. So don't really expect anything else to come from it for you guys. Our main focus is southern Indiana and southeast Indiana as these storms track across the state. Those of you behind this line, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Logansport, you guys are all in the clear. You guys are done for the night here. And once this line of storms move out, you guys are done. We're going to have to watch these down south for Evansville, the southern part of the line here. But again, after this moves out of here, those of you behind it are in the clear. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning that just got extended here is for Shelby County, Rush County, Decatur, southeastern Johnson County, Bartholomew, Jackson, and Jennings County until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Quarter-size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts associated with our warning here for Greensburg. As you can see, it just got extended again, now including the Connorsville area as well. 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail in effect for another 1 hour and 1 minute. So they are extending this severe thunderstorm warning far in advance as they possibly can. And we do have an extension on our tornado warning now. It does include the Greensville area as well. You can kind of see your area of interest right in there. It is right south of Petersburg there, right on County Road 50 North. Is in effect for another 31 minutes here. Radar indicated location here. Tornado and damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. So even if you don't get a tornado in this supercell, you're at least going to get some damaging winds of up to 70 miles an hour associated with it as well. So again, a blanketed severe thunderstorm warning now for southeast Indiana, ranging from Richmond, Indiana, Connorsville, Indiana, Greensburg, and Seymour included as well. This storm here was once showing signs of rotation, but has since weakened and broadened out a little bit. So that is good news to see there for them. As we head back down south, we got one severe thunderstorm warning near Jasper, Indiana, north of Boonesville. For ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gust expires in 1 minute. So again, have some other storms popping up out ahead of the main line as well. Again, sub-severe, have a couple special weather statements out in blue for severe weather, or not severe weather, thunderstorms that are below severe criteria. Again, for severe criteria, you need 1 inch diameter hail or greater, 60 mile per hour winds, or more technically 58 mile per hour winds or greater, as well as any tornado. That'll make a storm severe as well. So we're going to keep an eye on those. Back to our tornado warning here. It's showing signs of tightening up again. I mean, this storm has been pretty resilient in terms of that recycling, re-strengthening again before weakening, and ultimately re-strengthening again. So again, pretty decent rotation here just south of Hartsville, moving towards the alert area. So pun intended, you need to be alert in Alert, Indiana, in areas northward. Again, this is near county line, coming into the Waynesburg area. Again, decent rotation here, getting picked up on radar here. Let's go ahead and switch radar products here. You can really see your hook echo there, your kink there. No indication that a tornado is on the ground, but it definitely has that look to it, that something could be soon based on radar. Again, where these couplets meet right in here, this is your strongest area of rotation. You can see a nice hook echo on it now. Moving towards the Hartsville area, Westport area is where this supercell is at. Again, just crossed State Road 46, just south of Hartsville, coming into the Westport, Millhouse and Greensburg area. A nice hook echo on it. Tornado radar indicated, so we don't have a confirmed tornado yet, but we are keeping an eye on that as this storm has been resilient and cycling. So if you guys live in this area, put it in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing. That can be anywhere across the state right now. Love to see your reports. You guys are our eyes and ears on the ground. Due to these fast storm motions today, our chasers that were out in the field earlier across western Indiana are probably done. They're probably going back home just because of the fast propagation of these storms. Once they blow over, they're very hard for our chasers to catch back up with. Again, these storms have been moving at close to freeway speeds today, making them very hard to chase just because of how fast they've been moving. Again, back on our tornado warning here. This is to the south and east of Indianapolis here. You can see our couplet right in here. Doesn't take a real genius to really tell that's rotating there. You can see your hook echo there. This is your inflow nodes. Your rotation is sitting right in here. Again, where these colors meet is your strongest area of rotation. I'm going to move towards State Road 46 here into Greensburg here, and eventually the I-74 corridor is included in that warning here between Batesville and Shelbyville. So again, if you're a motorist listening in, again, have a safe plan ready and be ready. Seymour, Indiana, you guys are probably going to get some hail here. Let's turn on our hail tracker here. We haven't looked at it for a little bit. Let's go ahead and turn that back on here. Again, still showing some hail. Probably some quarter-size hail getting ready to move into the Seymour area. So a lot of things to look at here going forward here. Here's our tornado warning to the north. Our hail core is actually just to the north of Columbus where you see that pink there, south of Shelbyville. Shelbyville probably had some hail a few minutes ago from that cell. That has since moved out of town. Now heavy rain, lightning remains. Let's go ahead and change radars back here to get a better look at it here. You can really see your hook echo here, or really a textbook supercell, really in terms of QLCS standards go. Again, you kind of circle the area of rotation here, right in here, right where that hook is. You have your outbounds here and your inbounds here, and there you have your couplet right there on radar, and that is what it looks like here. Again, I don't think there's anything on the ground. No, I don't see anything. Nothing that indicates anything on the ground at this point in time. But again, tornadoes can spin very quickly. They can form up very quickly, especially from highly volatile events like this one. So again, if you're in Westport, Millhouse, and Greensburg, Newport, Hartsville, again, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. Bathrooms, closets, all great ideas as well. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning has been included or has been extended, but does not include the town of Richmond, Indiana. Do have some special weather statements off to your west there. Switch radars here and briefly talk about what's going on up north here. Again, really anywhere behind this line, Blackford County, Grant County, you guys are now in the clear. Wells, Adams, Huntington, Wabash, all of you guys are in the clear now. We're really focusing, if I zoom in on this, so here's our tornado warning here. We're really focusing on this portion of Indiana right in here. So we're down to the last third of the state of Indiana for our severe weather event. And again, things have kind of been ahead of schedule a little bit today. And that's another reason why we have more of a QLCS threat and not a supercell threat, as the greatest wind shear parameters are actually behind this line. We didn't have that overlap occur like some models were predicting. So, but again, there's enough wind shear out there for a brief tornado spin up to occur. And we have seen that here. Really nice hook echo on radar now. Once again, so this storm has been cycling through. Go back on velocity here. A little bit broader perhaps on that scan, but again, really nice hook. So I don't really see a reason why it wouldn't try to cycle through here. Again, tornado indicated here, radar indicated tornado. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind gusts were located 8 miles east of Columbus, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So outside of a tornado risk, you also have 70-mile-per-hour winds here associated with the storm here too, especially on the south side of your hook, where you have what's called RFD, or rear flank downdraft. That can really kick up the winds on the south side too. So a lot of different things to look at here with that. Go ahead and get my dual box open here. Zoom back in here. Kind of see you can see your gust front here right on the leading edge. There's your kink there. It did broaden out just a little bit, but again, still has a really nice hook on it too. It's going to run into some rain here on the leading edge. That may impact the overall severity of it. We'll have to see how that merger does. So far, it's been unwavering in terms of self-sustaining. It's been recycling and really just self-sustaining here. That's really the best way to put it. Back further south here, towards the Evansville area. Got a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings down here. Can't ignore them. But again, the storms here for this warning here have largely moved out of the area here. Again, this one only in effect here for another 5 minutes here. That was for this storm here that has moved out. So I won't head and read that one, as we're going to let this one expire here. This one goes on for a little bit yet. Again, 5 minutes, mainly for this core here. 1.25 inches for hail, which is a $half size, and 60-mile-per-hour winds here just outside the Jasper area. But it looks like the hail size has shrunk a little bit, which is good news. It still could be some quarters in there, so definitely something to keep in mind if you're in that area.
Hey, Caleb.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, we have Ryan here in studio with us. Ryan was pretty active today in the state of Michigan, might I say, Ryan, having severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up, approaching ice storm warnings in northern Michigan, bipolar state for sure. We have one tornado warning here still in the state of Indiana. We are still watching this kind of embedded supercell, Ryan, on the leading edge of this QLCS. That's been really persistent here throughout southern Indiana, briefly going through periods of intensification and weakening here as it cycles through Indiana. Still radar indicated though, but still nonetheless, lowest room of your home, interior room away from windows. Again, treated as if a tornado is on the ground, as you should with all of these warnings, as we've seen these spin up areas of rotations all day today throughout the line of thunderstorms here. So again, zooming back out here, the severe thunderstorm warnings for southern Indiana, we're down to 1. This one for Indianapolis, they're just going to let it expire. The wind gusts that promoted the warning have moved out of the Indianapolis metro. Indy Metro, I think it's safe to say you guys are in the clear now. Just some rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder hanging on here, but you're largely in the clear. Back down towards Jasper, Indiana. Again, the one warning they let expire. This one, they're going to let expire as well. We'll have to see. We'll turn on Hail Tracker here just to take a look at it again. Maybe a little bit of a hail core here.
Do you need a break?
Much. Hey, go ahead, Ryan.
Do you want a break? I bet you've been live here for like 5 hours. So if you want to take a bathroom break or a food break, hop out. I got you.
All right. Well, I go get a drink of water. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan here. let me know when Ryan, when you have your radar pulled up here, and I'll turn the wheel.
I got it. Yeah, go for it.
All right. I'm going to hop out, get a drink of water here. Ryan's going to take over here for a few minutes while I go do that.
Yep. So I'm just going to pop out of here. I don't know exactly what Caleb has covered over the past couple of minutes here. We'll go over everything from top to bottom here. So north side of Indy is looking pretty good here. There's not much to be concerned about north of Indianapolis currently. Fort Wayne's clear. South Bend's clear. Gary's clear. Lafayette, Logansport, Kokomo, you're all clear. The main concern here is with this line that extends roughly from about just east of Muncie over Winchester. This is not severe up here, but we are severe down here. These yellow boxes are currently from Connorsville to Shelbyville down toward Greensburg and Batesville, North Vernon, Seymour, Versailles as well. And then down here, we also have a couple of warnings in effect here for the Jasper and French Lick area. But these are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong or half-dollar size hail. We do have numerous severe warnings up here, as I just mentioned, for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that tornado warning is in effect here for the Greensburg, St. Maurice, Newport, Westport, Milhosen, areas. And again, let's take a look at the velocity here. Pop this in. We have a little bit of a notch here just to the north of Westport. It's not looking overly strong or concerning, but we kind of have an indentation that kind of butts out here, right about here. We see that nice green type of red type of meeting. That's the kind of concern we're going to have for anything tornadic developing here. I don't expect to see this on the ground. It is not on the ground via debris tracker, but I will say that that is the main concern here over the Westport area. Go ahead and animate this as well. We're going to track this back, track it forward. We're going to see that kind of notch moving almost due east here, a little bit north as well. So Pinhook, Letts, Tarkio Corner, Slabtown, Smyrna, and Nar Corner, New Pennington, New Point, Mechanicsburg. You guys should be in your shelters, lowest floor of your house, away from windows. If you have a basement, go to the basement. If you don't have a basement, go to the most interior room of your house, away from windows. A closet, a bathtub will work as the storm moves towards you. Again, not seeing anything on the ground currently, but it does indicate some rotation is there. It could spin up at any time. Again, this can be just to the north, a little bit east of that Westport area, moving toward Milhosen. People in the clear currently. Let's go ahead and talk about that. I'm not sure if Caleb's discussed that yet, so if he has, I apologize. Go ahead down here toward the Evansville area. I say Vincent. Let's go ahead and animate this second line here. I think Vincent's is okay. Princeton, Evansville, you are not. You have a secondary line coming back through here. But Vincent, Sullivan, Terre Haute, north toward Bloomington, Indianapolis, Greencastle, all the way up to the Michigan border, you are clear. If you are basically, I'm going to draw a little bit of a line here. If you are north of this white line here, you are all clear for the evening for severe weather. If you are out ahead of this line down here or out ahead of this line out here, you are not in the clear. Muncie, I'd say you are in the clear. Take our eyes back to that tornado warning. And in effect here for 16 more minutes. It is the only tornado warning in the state of Indiana currently. Check our debris tracker, our velocity. Not seeing too much here. Again, that area of concern has not changed. I'm waiting for a new update scan here. Just sitting off to the east of Westport there. Moving east-northeast. So this may actually move out of the warning box here based on its current trajectory. I would not be shocked to see this kind of head toward Napoleon, Ballstown, Lookout, Osgood areas. I think you guys on the south side of this tornado warning should be on high alert and ready to take shelter in the event one is extended over or if this storm moves out of the warning polygon. They just trimmed that warning back, continued at radar indicated for 15 more minutes. We potentially have, I want to take note of this as well. It's not as defined as this one down here, but perhaps another little area, a notch there, heading toward the Nar Corner, Slabtown area. Again, these aren't strong by any means, but they are the areas of interest where we are kind of concerned. If something were to spin up, it would be in those particular areas. I am more intrigued down here for the Westport area. Zooming out though, taking a peek at these storms, you see these bright red colors all along the line here. We are going to be looking at strong winds, no matter where you're at, from Connorsville down to Columbia, Metamora, Batesville, Versailles, North Vernon, all of this line contains damaging winds up to right around 60 miles per hour. A new scan coming in here. Again, the only concern I would have is still for that area near Millhausen. It's about to continue outside of that warning polygon toward Napoleon. So if you guys happen to live in Napoleon, Ballstown, Lafferville, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. My brain doesn't work right now. That town is going to head out of the warning polygon here. So be on alert. Could see an extension of that warning to a little bit further south and east there as the storm continues to trek off to the east and a little bit north there. Going down here to this warning continues for ping pong ball size hail. Let's take a look at our Evansville radar and take a look at the reflectivity there. Nothing on rotation tracker. Just honestly, some pretty hefty hail there. Although the latest scan kind of went from bright purple back down to reds here. So perhaps the only concern heading up toward the Greenbrier area where we see these darker purple colors, could see some hail there. Moving up toward the Paoli, Chambersburg, Stampers Creek, Youngs Creek, Valine areas. And again, that's going to be ping pong ball size hail. Wouldn't be shocked to see some strong winds in there as well. Although this kind of looks like a mess down here of just mess of conglomerate storms. Nothing too organized with this line, which is good news. But hail and wind still a concern there. Good news is no rotation based on the latest scan there. So going back north here to that tornado warning, continuing to track that. We're going to be seeing additional either warnings extended over here to the Ohio state line momentarily, I would assume. As these storms continue to move to the east. Instead, they actually upgraded this warning to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. That's going to include places like Metamora. It's going to include places like Milan or Milan. Actually, no, Milan is not. I'm not sure you guys pronounce it down there. Up here in Michigan, we call it Milan. I've heard it pronounced Milan or Milan. But anywhere, points north, Batesville, Metamora, Columbia, and Connorsville, you are all in a 70 mile per hour considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornadic tag with it. Now, when we see these little indentations in the line, like right here, that catches our eye for perhaps some rotation. So I'm going to take a peek at velocity there. I don't see anything on velocity, but I'll keep an eye on that as I head toward Connorsville's area or the Connorsville area. The main concern continues to be this rotation back down here, heading toward Millhausen and Napoleon areas. And again, this isn't going to be a strong indicator of tornadoes. It's pretty weak in nature. It's just a little bit of an indentation in the line, a little bit of a bulge there that we could have something kind of spin up there. We have a lot of wind gusting out. That kind of creates some, I guess you can say, friction, kind of starts to make it turn on itself, kind of curls back in. All of a sudden, you have a brief spin up tornado happen. But this does not look to be overly concerning as of the latest scan. Honestly, it's possible we could have something spin up there, but it's pretty weak signature based on radar. But I will say, Napoleon, it is heading towards you. You currently are not under a tornado warning. You are under a severe warning with a possible tornado tag. So it's kind of covering the basis here. But look at the latest scan. It does appear to be continuing a little bit of a weaker signal there, moving exactly toward Napoleon for you guys. In fact, they actually just they updated, sorry, long day for me. I just out chasing, just got back here. They just updated that tornado warning and extended pretty much almost to the Ohio border here. It's going to include Batesville, Metamora, Brookville, Cedar Grove, St. Peter, as well as Sunman, a lot of other rural township areas. We have a couple areas we talked about. There's one up here we discussed about 5 minutes ago. The same one down here near Millhausen. 2 areas of rotation potentially moving east-northeast here. And as such, they did extend that tornado warning further to the east, a little bit north as well, to cover that secondary area of interest down here by Millhausen. And we see that green and red coming together. The reds are outbound, the greens are inbound winds. So you have those coming together. They twist, they turn. That indicates your rotation directly over the Millhausen area. It does not appear to be strong. Let's check our debris tracker just to make sure. A lot of times you can get a lot of brief spin-up tornadoes occur. Look at weak in nature. It's a little bit cluttered there based on latest CC. Usually for a tornado, you want to see a very distinct circular ball of yellow, orange, or blue color. So we do see a couple areas here of what we call a CC drop, but if you notice, there's not really anything circular. It's more so scattered here, scattered there. It's very inconclusive. I wouldn't say anything's on the ground based on that scan. We want to see a very distinct little circular ball for tornado debris signatures. Going to go back here to our radar, take a little bit of a zoomed out look. Going further north here, this line is pushing out of the state. Winchester, you're about to begin to clear. Overland, Hagerstown, Cambridge City, Centerville, Webster, Richmond areas. Be on alert. Strong winds moving your way. I do think there is some potential for some damaging winds with this line down here, as they have it warned. Further north, a little bit more unorganized looking. We do have a severe warning up here by the Lynn area for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think the most concerning is going to be down here, this particular portion of the line from about Newcastle down to about Columbus, that line right here. Further even south than that, I mean, most of this looks pretty unorganized in nature. We have a new warning out here for Fredericksburg, Palmyra, New Pelican, Salem areas. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as quarter-size hail. This one looks a little bit more QLCS in nature. We had that red and green kind of meeting, but not quite meeting. Very classic signature there for a QLCS type of feature. We could look for a spin-up tornado along that line, but we want to see much brighter colors than this, pretty dull in nature, so no big concern there. We're going to keep it right here on this tornado warning. We're going to zoom out just a bit and animate that for you guys as you continue to track these storms. Looks like Caleb's coming back here now. Welcome back, Caleb, to the stream.
Glad to be back. See, we got a extended tornado warning here.
Cover that in detail, watching two areas. Area 1 down here by the Napoleon area. Area 2 up here by like St. Maurice. A little bit of notching going on there. Nothing too significant, but enough to kind of warrant attention. You good to take back over, Caleb?
Yeah.
Okay. If you need me, text me. I'm back on ops, but I got a lot of work to do. So I'm here if you need me, though.
Sounds good. So with that being said, we are continuing our severe weather threat here across southeast Indiana here. Again, we do have a long, little bit ways to go here yet before we are over here for the evening. We do have additional line of thunderstorms here making their way towards the Evansville area. They are sub-severe at this point in time, but nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on them here. And we won't hop off until the severe threat has completely ended here in the state of Indiana. For those of you wondering if you are in the clear, if you are behind this line here, let's say from Bloomington, Greenwood, Indianapolis, Muncie, in points northwestward and northward, you guys are good. You guys are in the clear here for tonight. That also includes Bedford, Indiana. You guys are good too here for tonight. Again, Vincennes, you guys should be in the clear here for tonight as well. We'll have to watch for some storms to your south, but you guys should be good to go here for the rest of the night. Newcastle, Indiana, again, these are these storms that we're watching that could re-intensify. Special weather statements in Ohio there, Mercer, Dark, all Glazed counties, etc. Here we are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail just to the south of Winchester, Indiana, along US 27 here in points southwestward, including the town of Richmond, Indiana, also getting in on some hail action as well. Back to our tornado warning here. We are still watching the cell here just to the southeast of, or southwest of Batesburg. Again, decent rotation showing up here, but again, nothing super tight here, but again, it is worth watching and worth mentioning, as we do have an active tornado warning still in effect here, coming into the Napoleon area here. That's where your best area of rotation is. I don't think anything is on the ground here, but let's go ahead and check our debris tracker here just to make sure, as Ryan would say. A lot of times in QLCS situations, you get these spin-up tornadoes that are very shallow rooted, and they also can spin up very quickly as well. So let's go ahead and check that just for kicks and giggles here. Again, I don't really see anything that really screams anything on the ground at this point in time anyway. Still a decent area of rotation to watch here. And maybe a little one up near Columbus as well. But again, mainly a gust front here with your best area of rotation outside the Napoleon area, moving towards the Sunman area as well towards a state line there towards the Bright area eventually here too. So again, little ways to go here tonight, but nonetheless, radar indicated 1-inch hail. So there is some quarter-size hail in there as well, so something to watch for. And then this is moving east at 60 miles an hour. So overall, the severe weather threat today has overperformed in terms of timing. It has really been a fast-moving system today. And we thought that may happen, especially if these storms evolved and grew upscale into a squall line. Typically, those squall lines are pretty fast movers here, which we saw that today, which is good. Going back here, you can kind of see a little bit of a hook echo here, kind of embedded in the rain. Your inflow notch just to the south of Batesville here. Kind of see where your inflow is getting taken in there. A little bit of a hail core. This is kind of where your hail would be associated with the system here. Just to the south of US 421 here, moving towards State Road 229. Moving close to the Batesville area here, just to the north of Napoleon now is kind of where your rotation would be. So if there is anything on the ground, it would likely be rain wrapped, as it is kind of is obscuring itself in rain, which is also pretty common when you have QLCS systems as well. They're notorious for becoming hidden in the rain. So another reason to take these warnings seriously as well. Again, moving back down to the south here, we'll switch radars here to Louisville here to get a better look at our southern storms here. We had a severe thunderstorm warning, including Salem, Indiana. Still in effect here for another 17 minutes here, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail for you guys. You can see your hail core sitting right down here just to the south of Salem, coming up to State Road 135 and New Pectin. So we are coming up on that now, just to the north of Fredericksburg here. Not a big wind maker. I don't see a lot of velocity for very strong winds here. Mainly a hail maker here for this guy. Quarter-size hail. It is warned for 60, so there could be some embedded gusts there, especially in the core of the storm there, approaching State Road 135. A little bit further south, these storms are sub-severe, but could have some pockets of gusty winds, perhaps maybe 30 to 45 miles per hour in there as well. And also some small hail. Back down to the far southwest portions of Indiana, we are watching our next line moving in, round 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it. This next wave, we'll call it that, our next wave is moving in here. But again, sub-severe at this point in time. I don't see much in the way of wind with it at this point in time. Let's go ahead and check our hail tracker here. I think that's going to be the biggest risk here going forward is kind of more of a hail risk here. And yeah, this supercell, this lone supercell down here, you kind of see how it has hook echo on it. This is elevated rotation. This is a rotating thunderstorm with elevated rotation, not really posing a tornado risk, but a lot of times when you get a rotating updraft, even in the upper levels of the storm, it really promotes hail development and hail growth within that storm. So here in the Boonville area here, just to the east of Evansville here, wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning get issued on that guy for quarter-size hail. We'll go ahead and track our correlation coefficient here, or hail tracker. And yeah, you can see a little bit of a hail core right in there, State Road 61, probably going to move just to the south of the Boonville area as well. And as well, Evansville area, probably going to get some quarters, if not maybe a little bit smaller hail, maybe dimes and nickels in there as well. You see your hail core right in there in the Kentucky side of the peninsula right now, but it's getting ready to move into town here. A little bit less than that scan there, but nonetheless, a few hailstones are possible there as well. And as we move back north here towards our tornado warning here, go ahead and switch radars here. Kind of in between radars again here, but see which one displays it the best here, whether it's Wilmington. It's not Wilmington. So a little bit of a notch here on the leading edge here, but you can really see your pronounced gust front here. See that big boat out front there, that big convex bow from Connorsville to Batesville. That's your gust front here on the leading edge, marching towards the Ohio line here. Richmond, Indiana, you guys are warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag in it, and that goes for these little embedded vortices or embedded areas of rotation here on the leading edge. So we can't rule that out as well. Seymour, Indiana, you guys should be in the clear. The worst of it, you guys are still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the worst of it is off to your east. They probably will be trimming that warning back here pretty close, but you guys should be okay for the night. We'll have to watch some of these other storms here to the south, but I don't think there'll be an issue for you guys. They'll remain further south for you guys. So some rain, lightning here momentarily, but Seymour, you guys should be good. Brownstown just got hail. Yeah, not surprised to see that. Again, hail is really the biggest risk here right now outside of damaging winds. Again, a spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out here. Again, we do have that wind shear component. You can kind of see here right on the leading edge here. A little bit of a couplet still there, but again, very weak, very broad. But again, tornado warning still remains in effect here for Franklin County, Ripley County, and Dearborn County in southeast Indiana here. Again, radar indicated rotation, what's left of it right down here outside Napoleon. But again, this storm has been known to cycle through, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it here. Again, a lot of this rotation has been very shallow, especially on the squall line side of things. So again, it's worth noting it. It's worth watching it, as spin-up tornadoes often happen very quickly with QLCS setups here. So nonetheless, something to keep an eye on here going forward here. Back down south here, we'll go ahead and turn our hail tracker back on here to get a look at the hail across the region here. Indianapolis here, you can see your smaller hailstones right in here. Dimes, nickels, maybe a few isolated quarters, and there's yellows. But again, nothing too significant there. Down here, near Salem, New Pecton here, some large hailstones probably in here. See that deeper colors there. This is a little bit behind here, sitting right in here now, just to the north of New Pecton. Could have some quarter-size hail here for Clark County, Harrison County, and Crawford, as well as Washington County and southwestern Indiana. It's kind of overlapping these counties here. But again, wouldn't be surprised to see some quarters in that as well. When you get seeing your deeper colors, your whites, especially your grays, that's when you're getting to your larger hailstones, your quarters, your severe criteria plus is kind of a good way to look at it here. Evansville, Indiana. Again, you guys are okay for now, but we have a lot of activity off to your west here that is producing some smaller hail. New Harmony, Indiana. You guys are probably getting Poseyville, Stewartsville, Rapture. Probably getting some decent hailstones, dimes to nickels, somewhere in there right now. If there's anybody in the area, let me know what you're seeing in the New Harmony area, if there's anybody watching. Same thing goes for Boonville. Boonville, let me know what you got. If you guys, if we have any viewers from the Boonville area, that'd be great to know what is going on down there near the river. Again, let's go ahead and turn correlation coefficient on. This doesn't just work for tornadoes. It also works really good for hail. Again, you can see your hail core right in here. Not quite as pronounced, but still there, just south of Boonville. Probably getting some hail there. And we go up north here to the Poseyville area. Again, maybe a little bit of hail here. Some sporadic bursts of hail is what that looks like there. So something to keep an eye on. We'll look at our cell down here. Again, not as pronounced as what it once was, which is good. So a little bit smaller stones, according to the radar there, which is good news. Is what we want to see. Go back to velocity here to get a look at our winds here. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail for Corydon, Georgetown, coming into the Ohio River, moving south-southeast. It looks like moving east at 40 miles an hour here. So this southern band is a little bit slower than what our northern storms are moving, but that's typically how it works as well. But again, tornado warning still in effect for the Batesville area. Again, kind of some broad rotation embedded in there. Nothing that really screams, a tornado at this point in time. Still radar indicated, but it is our only tornado warning still in the state of Indiana at this point in time. Go ahead and switch radars here. We'll go ahead and take a look back at it and switch to Wilmington's radar here just to see. Again, we're kind of in between radars here. But the two areas of interest, kind of one near right in here in the middle of your tornado warning near Oldensburg, a little bit of rotation there, and then maybe a little bit of a start of a couplet up here just to the east of Columbia. So again, those little waves, little nicks, crannies in there could have embedded areas of rotation as well. So something to keep an eye on as these storms move into Ohio. But again, nothing really screams tornado on the ground at this point in time. But nonetheless, be in your safe place. You can really see a really pronounced gust front here. Pretty strong winds here where you have these bowed out segments here. You can get some really reinforced winds here, up to 60, 65 perhaps, maybe a little bit stronger working their way down to the ground. So a strong, severe thunderstorm nonetheless. Treat it seriously. Be in your safe place, lowest level of your home. Again, spin up tornadoes can sometimes go unwarned along these gust fronts there where you have a lot of surface convergence. A lot of these areas of rotation are very shallow rooted, so the radar has a hard time picking them up as a whole. So again, be serious, treat it seriously, be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows until this storm passes. And especially it's moving along the I-74 corridor as well towards Harrison, right at state line there. Again, a little bit of rotation here just south of Batesville, maybe a couple little areas. You can kind of see where those little hooks are on radar. Those are what we call QLCS notches, those little kinks where we have a little bit of rotation there, some frictional rotation there with your leading edge there. So something to watch there going forward here. But again, this is definitely your strongest storing segment in terms of damaging winds. So Richmond, Indiana, you guys are getting in on it right now. Anybody watching from Richmond, let me know what you have. Any hail, damaging winds, let me know what you see there in Richmond. Kind of in between a special weather statement and a severe thunderstorm warning there. Both are kind of in effect for you. We've got a special weather statement, which expires in 22 minutes, which includes Richmond, but we also are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So I would treat it as you would the warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for that one. So we go back south here. Pea-sized hail in Richmond. Yeah, great. Any winds there, JR? Let me know what the winds are doing there in Richmond. Kind of curious to know that. A little bit further south here, less of a wind threat, more of a hail threat, but still warned. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Kind of see a little bit of a gust front there. Yeah, heavy rain in Richmond. Yeah, I believe it. Rainfall rates are pretty high here in this band of storms here moving through. That's for sure. Could have some ponding briefly as this line moves through. Drains might have a hard time catching up here briefly. Moving back down towards the Boonville area, this supercell down here is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size inch hail. This isolated guy by itself moving towards the Ferdinand area. Again, these storms are gradually moving east as the cold front will eventually boot them out of the state later this evening. So we do have that to look forward to. We just gotta get there. So, and we'll get there here shortly. So once these storms move out of Indiana, we'll hop off here. But I think we have another hour or so to go before the severe threat is over. So we do have a little ways to go here yet. Back to our tornado warning here. Again, still has a nice hook on it on radar, despite not really being impressive in terms of velocity, not really seeing a lot of inbounds and outbounds. Those bright colors right next to each other, that's really what you want to see for a tornado. But nonetheless, again, spin-up tornadoes are possible all along this line here. Again, anywhere you see a kink, you can have some embedded areas of broad rotation in there that could quickly strengthen as well as quickly weaken. So again, this whole warning is warned for tornado possible, has a considerable tag on it for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So this is the strongest portion of the line in Indiana at this time. So treat it as caution, okay? Oxford, it's approaching state line right now. Richmond, you're in the worst of it now. Should be coming to an end here probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Area south, Connorsville, you guys are okay. But again, approaching state line here, watching this little kink here, approaching US 27 here, as well as State Road 101 near the Liberty area. A little bit of a notch there, a little bit intriguing, as well as the Brookville area as well. Kind of rolly down here, so you're not going to see these storms coming very well until they're on top of you. So again, another reason to be in shelter and be in your safe place as well, especially in Brookville, St. Peter, Sunman. Again, you're not going to see these storms coming. You're kind of in nooks and valleys. So again, another reason to be in your safe place and treat these storms seriously. Back to radar here again. Probably the area that has my most interest right now is actually north of the tornado warning near Liberty. have a really nice notch here developing, moving towards West College Corner here on state line here, moving towards the Ohio line here, just south of the Eaton area, Oxford, Ohio, in the Bath, Indiana area. Something to watch here going forward here, see what the National Weather Service will do, if they'll extend the tornado warning north, or what they'll do there. But definitely something to keep an eye on here. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient to really suggest anything's on the ground. I really just see rain at this point in time. A little bit further south here, again, you can kind of see these little waves, little nooks that come out here, or protrusions, right? You see these little ripples. There's one, there's one, there's one, there's one, and there's one. So all these little ripples are just kind of embedded waves of different airspeed or air volume. And within these little nooks and crannies, you can have these little spin-ups. And that's kind of what we're watching for here along this severe thunderstorm warning. So anywhere in Franklin County, or eastern Franklin County, might I add, in southeastern Indiana, Wayne County, Union County, Dearborn County, Hamilton, Butler, as well as Preble counties in west central Ohio, over here just across state line here. 70 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail, but also a spin up tornado cannot be ruled out here, especially where you have these notchings here coming into the Liberty area. Again, this has my eye currently for looking the most vulnerable at this time, or the most eye catching, I guess is a good way to put it here, where you see those notches there coming out. So again, watch for a spin up tornado anywhere here. Connorsville, you guys are in the clear. You guys are good. Greensburg, you guys are good. Same thing for North Vernon. You guys are okay, in the clear. It's really for Oxford, Ohio, and then areas right along the Indiana-Ohio border here are going to have to be watched here pretty closely as these storms move towards the Cincinnati metro. And even this tail end Charlie here, starting to get a little bit of a hook on it here. So we're going to have to watch some of these guys here as they move out of Indiana and into Ohio. So you go back south here towards our severe thunderstorm warning right along the Ohio River here. Again, this is warned for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail right along the US 150 corridor east of Marengo. English, you guys are getting a strong thunderstorm right now, but it's sub-severe. Again, maybe some dimes, nickels in there, maybe some gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour. But again, sub-severe, mainly a hail and gusty wind threat. This cell here has my eye just by the look on the core of it. Let's go ahead and turn on Hail Tracker and take a look at it. No warning or statement on it yet. And yeah, could have some dimes to nickel size hail in here. When you get the pinks, probably could have some nickels in there, maybe a few embedded quarters. But again, sub-severe, but close to severe criteria for hail. Let's go ahead and turn on our correlation coefficient to look at the hail core, see if it has one. Yeah, a little bit of hail showing up on there on the ground. So could have maybe some dimes, nickels in there moving along the 64 corridor towards Eckerty, Tazewell, Mifflin, rather. You guys could have that as well. Back south here towards our supercell here, the Boonville area. Let's go ahead and take a look at you. Let's turn our hail tracker back on. Again, this is where our quarters would be once you see those deeper colors, your grays, almost like your gray blues almost. That's where your quarters would be. Right along here, coming into Folsomville, right along Lincoln Trail Road here is really where a hail core is situated at, moving towards the Hillman area, I-64, Selvin. Probably going to go just to the south of you, but you could get on the edge of some hail there in Selvin. Dale, you guys are en route for hail. This is one for quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Let's go ahead and turn our CC on just to look at our, yeah, you can see a little bit of a gust front there. Let's go ahead and turn on our hail tracker. Yeah, there's that. And CC is right here. Again, there's your hail core sitting right in there. This is going to move into the Jockey area. Folsomville, again, probably getting some quarters right in here in this narrow corridor here. Probably getting in some decent hail here. This is in southern Indiana, just outside the Ferdinand area. So Ferdinand, I'd watch this supercell here pretty closely as it is being a hail producer and could bring some hail in your direction as well. Not really seeing that too much for Evansville. Again, very heavy rain, though, for Evansville. Watch out for ponding and flash flooding in your vicinity here remotely, as we could have some heavy rainfall amounts for you, I think is the biggest threat here. for Evansville. Maybe some small hail, but again, lightning and very, very heavy rain. Back to our tornado warning here. Again, you can really see our little nooks and crannies here, our little waves that we have here on the leading edge as it approaches state line here. They did trim back the severe thunderstorm warning. So again, Connorsville, Greensburg, you guys are good. Richmond should be calming down for you probably in the next few minutes here as well. Let's go back to other radar here. Yeah, a little bit near Liberty, Connorsville, areas west of this line here. You guys are in the clear. You guys are all clear here tonight. Yeah, Lynn, Indiana, you guys, I believe you're right in here somewhere. Yeah, you guys are in the clear. Lynn, Indiana is in the clear. Your worst of it is off to your east. Same thing with Newcastle. Newcastle, you guys are good. You guys are good to go. Anywhere behind, in fact, tell you what, let me do this here for you to help you out. For those of you wondering, if you guys are on this side of this line here, you guys are in the clear. Muncie, Franklin, Bloomington, basically the only people that we have to worry about right now are far southeast Indiana and far southern Indiana. Otherwise, the entire state is in the clear, other than these areas right in here that I circled here. These are the only areas that we have to watch here going forward here, but everywhere else is in the clear here tonight. So hopefully that helps clear things up here. And we still have a bit of a hook echo here, but we have a really wavy situation here on this line, a really kinky line. So we're going to have to watch this for embedded circulations. Well, we have embedded circulations, but spin up tornadoes here right on the state Indiana-Ohio state line, approaching Cincinnati Metro here. We're really watching these. See, here's the hook echo here, and here. US 27 is here. 101 is here. North of Mount Carmel, you got a little bit of rotation here. And right here, getting ready to cross into Ohio here. West College Corner, you guys are on deck, if not on you right now. Cedar Grove, a little bit more of a bow echo here. But again, a little bit of a notch here. Could have some embedded rotation here. Thus, the tornado warning has been renewed for another 26 minutes here. Again, radar indicated rotation, quarter-size hail. But also on top of that, we also have a damaging wind threat as well. So, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds for this warning down here for Hamilton and Oxford, as well as far eastern Indiana. Tornado possible, 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds here. So we have a considerable threat here for this line right in here. But again, Connorsville, Greensboro, you guys are good to go. A little bit further south, take a look here at these cells again. Again, mainly a hail threat for these and heavy rain. Could have some gusty winds here as well. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for another 11 minutes here, or for far southern Indiana. This will be for Harrison County, Crawford County, as well as Floyd County in Indiana until 8:30. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And again, back to our supercell here, approaching the Ferdinand area. Again, another 25 minutes here for you, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, though, which barely clips Indiana here, just on the peninsula here, just south of Evansville. Evansville, you're just getting missed here by this severe thunderstorm warning, but it is in Indiana. You can see your gust front there, mainly on the east side of Evansville, southeast side. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail in effect for 40 minutes here. But again, for Evansville Metro and points northward to Princeton, right along the US 41 corridor, mainly a heavy rain threat. Perhaps maybe some small hail, a lot of lightning with it as well. But again, watch for ponding in this area. We have a lot of heavy rainfall coming down in a short period of time that could really promote some flash flooding and also some ponding, especially on roadways, ditches. Again, southern Indiana, we're really rolly down here. Our soils can't absorb the water as they're rockier as well. So we have that to keep in mind as well. And we do have another tornado warning, which does include a sliver of Indiana here. Go ahead and read this here. Radar indicated. This is for Ohio County in southeastern Indiana, Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, Dearborn County, and Switzerland County in southeastern Indiana. Radar indicated rotation here. This is for that southern cell that we were kind of talking about that started showing some kinks involved here. We'll go ahead and switch radars here just to kind of show you what is going on here. Again, there's our kink right in there. But again, we're in between radars here, so we're not getting the best visual here either. I guess if there were to be an area rotation, maybe right in there outside of Pleasant here. Kind of see a little bit of a hook echo too, so maybe a little bit further south here. Again, it's hard to tell based on being this far away from the radar here, but nonetheless, radar indicated tornado, lowest level of your home, safe place. You guys are good to go. Seymour, Indiana, you guys are clear. You guys are in the clear tonight. You guys, some rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder, but other than that, the severe weather threat is over for you, Maria. You should be good. Again, still watching some kinks here along the state line. Wouldn't be surprised to see an additional tornado warning issued as this line approaches the Dayton area for a QLCS spin-up situation here. So, again, 2 tornado warnings in effect for far eastern and southeastern Indiana here. The first one to the north here in effect for another 23 minutes here. This is for Franklin County, Ripley County, Dearborn, Hamilton, and Butler County, Ohio. And then for the southern one here, we have Ohio County, Ripley County, Dearborn, and Switzerland counties in Indiana under a tornado warning. Again, radar indicated rotation here. Switch to the airport radar. Yeah, a little far away. For that guy. Go ahead and switch back to velocity here. Getting maybe a little bit of rotation there, just north of Pleasant, but again, kind of hard to tell. We're far away from the radar. And then just behind this line here, we kind of have a more steady. We call this stratiform rain. It's just your typical rain with embedded thunder. No severe weather behind this line. Just a nice gentle spring rain behind this. Connersville, yeah, you guys are clear. You guys are in the clear now. It is out of your area, so you should be good, Zach. Just some rain, embedded thunder for you guys. Still kind of a severe thunderstorm warning. They haven't quite trimmed that back where it's just stuck on my screen here. But again, you guys are good. The worst of it has moved into Ohio. Do we see your location? Again, moving back south here to our severe thunderstorm warning outside of Evansville, just south of Evansville. Again, Orange County, I see some questions in here. Honestly, I would give it just a few more minutes here for you. But for the most part, you guys are good. Actually, I would, once this line finishes moving out, Orange County will be in the clear. Give it a few more minutes here. Watch this area just off to your west a little bit too. So I'd give it a little bit for Orange County yet. And back here in the Evansville area here, again, very, very heavy rain. Some strong winds as well on the south side of town, right on the Ohio River here, coming into the Newburgh area. Kind of see those brighter colors there, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour gusts embedded in there, where you see those heavier purples there too, an additional gust front there as well. So again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail here for far extreme southern Indiana here, catching the sliver of Indiana here. And then over the Boonville here, our supercell near Dale that has been producing quarter-size hail in 60, still in effect for another 20 minutes here, moving towards the Ferdinand area. Go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here, take a look at it. Again, still producing some pretty good size hail near Dale. Pun not intended, I know that rhymes. But yes, it is hail in Dale right now. But moving near the I-64 corridor towards Ferdinand, we'll go ahead and turn on our correlation coefficient here. Get a little bit of a hail core in there, but again, not as pronounced as what it once was. So that's good news here. But nonetheless, we are still showing some hail falling to the ground here, where you see our colors right in here, how they correlate with the purple and even the blacks here. Still a hail core associated with it. So plan on quarter-size hail moving into Ferdinand, but it looks like it may be weakening just a little bit. Hopefully that trend continues. Moving further east here, back to our tornado warnings. Again, 2 tornado warnings in the state of Indiana at this time. The one of most concern is right in here. It has moved into Ohio here largely. Again, this one here has had some kinks and some spin-up areas of rotation embedded within it. The large majority of that has moved in to Ohio, which is good. But we're still watching Ohio County and Switzerland County here. Right in here, these guys are still in a tornado warning as well. Dearborn County, you guys are in it too, but I don't see a whole lot going on there. Maybe a little bit of kinking here outside of Harrison, but nothing that really screams a tornado is imminent. Go ahead and switch radars here. You can see they trimmed that back there a little bit as well. Again, here's our area of rotation here. Kind of right on the Ohio-Switzerland County line here, really. I'm going to be moving right down the line here between Switzerland County and Ohio. There's our area of rotation right in there near Pleasant. This is moving going to be towards the Rising Sun area, right on the Indiana-Ohio state line. I'm going to be moving more so almost in Ohio County a little bit as well, kind of straddling the Ohio-Switzerland County border there as it moves into Ohio towards the Florence area or Cincinnati. So sirens are probably going off in Cincinnati would be my guess now that tornado warnings are approaching the suburbs. So I wouldn't be surprised to hear a few reports of tornado sirens going off in the Cincinnati metro area. Again, a pretty potent squall line here now into western Ohio, approaching the Dayton area as this line continues off to the east-southeast here. Again, here's our little bit of area of rotation here just north of Pleasant, right on the Switzerland-Ohio County border in extreme southern Dearborn County. It has moved. I think the area of rotation largely has moved out of Ripley County. Could have some small hail, though, in the very far southeastern corner of Ripley County. Could have some hail in there still, but that has largely moved into southern Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland counties here across far southeast Indiana here. Still a tornado warning for northern Dearborn here, as well as far eastern Franklin County. But again, your risk for Franklin County has largely moved into Ohio here near the Oxford, Hamilton areas here. So you guys are okay. The worst of it, I think, is over. A little bit still to go here across southeastern Franklin County. Got a little bit more to go here. But again, best area of rotation is in Ohio here, with a secondary area we're watching near the Switzerland, Ohio County border here. You can kind of see those brighter greens here. Here comes the next scan. Right in here a little bit, but it looks more like a gust front to me. But nonetheless, on those leading edge, you can get those spin-up mesovortices or those spin-up tornadoes, which are possible on the leading edge of that. So something to keep an eye on here over the next few minutes here as those storms exit Indiana and move into Ohio. Again, back to Evansville, Indiana here. Again, they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning to include, then we saw another one pop up here. We'll talk to that one here in a second. Quarter-size hail. They did bring the wind threat down to 58 miles an hour, but still producing hail. This is for southern Du Bois County and northwestern Perry County in central Indiana, issued by the National Weather Service in Louisville, Kentucky. They kind of control this area down here in southern Indiana. Moving northeast, 45 miles an hour. So quarter-size hail is the risk here. You can see that black area there just to the south of St. Henry there. right along I-64, moving into Ferdinand. This is your hail core here. So Ferdinand, probably be prepared for some quarters here, probably in the next 5 minutes or so. And again, severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded here just to the south of Ferdinand, Boonville, Hatfield, Rockport, all the way to St. Menard. Tell City, you guys aren't in it right now, but you could be here in a little bit. 60 mile per hour winds is the only hazard with this. Could have some nickel-sized hail, but again, 60 mile per hour winds here. You can kind of see your gust front here, have your brighter colors there, right along the State Road 61 corridor there. From Rolling Acres all the way down to Spotsville, Kentucky is your gust front there, but that does include far southern Indiana. So again, nonetheless here, have a nice gusty winds here, and that'll continue to move probably towards the Tell City area, Leopold area here. I have to keep an eye on that for you guys over the next hour or so. But once this line moves through and moves past your location, you guys are in the clear here tonight. All of northern Indiana, you guys are good. You guys are in the clear. Indianapolis, western Indiana, you guys are in the clear. Literally anybody on the north side or west side of this line, you guys are in the clear. No more severe weather is expected tonight. Our next system moves in on Wednesday. We'll be analyzing that and the threats associated with it. We could see some more severe weather with that system. We really won't know until this system gets out of the way. We have to get through this system before our guidance models really have a good idea of what the atmosphere will be capable of next. It's kind of like trying to look through a cloudy lens, right? You need to clean it first to have a better idea of what you're looking at. No different here in meteorology. We need to clear the air first, so to speak, to allow forecast models to interpret the data a little bit better. So kind of a unique analogy there to help you guys out with that. But again, we still have 2 tornado warnings in Indiana, far eastern Indiana, Franklin County, far southeast Franklin County, and far eastern northeast Dearborn County. Could have a slight chance of a spin-up tornado, but again, the leading edge of that storm has moved into Ohio, so I think that's where your greatest risk is associated with that. Here's a live look at Evansville, Indiana here. You can really see the winds are blowing there, kind of see the rain curtains moving here. So again, very heavy rain here in the Evansville area. There's some lightning. Traffic's still out there, but again, look at all the ponding on the road there. You can see the tires splashing water there, so there's some good lightning there too. And this is kind of this storm right in here that we're looking at here on that camera. But again, heavy rain is the biggest thing there with that. Lots of lightning, heavy rain. So do be prepared for that. There you can see your gust front there. We'll go ahead and switch radars here to show you that gust front here across southeast Indiana. Let me switch radars here to Evansville. Here you can see a large boat out front here, just to the east of Linville, all the way to Dixon, Kentucky here. Indiana state line right in here. And again, southern Indiana is still in the hazard risk area. We could have some pretty strong wind gusts moving into the Hatfield area, Rockport area. Again, here's the river. This is just on the north side of the Kentucky border in Indiana here. Boonville area could have some pretty strong winds here associated with that too, where you see these brighter pinks here. Wouldn't be surprised to see some hail in there, as well as some winds, maybe approaching 65 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised to see that there, where those stronger cores are bringing those stronger winds down to the ground. So again, wouldn't be surprised to see that there. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 40 minutes here. The National Weather Service in Paducah, Kentucky issued this one here. This is for Warwick County, Spencer County, Davises County, and Henderson County in Kentucky until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 9:15 Eastern Daylight Time for that one, for this line here as it moves off to the east. So Ferdinand, then you just got through some hail right now. Could have some gusty winds coming on your tail or just to your south here in a little bit too. So an area to watch here going forward here as these storms finish moving out of Indiana and into Kentucky here, probably over the next hour or so. The severe threat will end for the entire state here. So we're getting very, very close here. We just have to get rid of these storms here along the Ohio River Valley. And once we get those out of the way, we'll be clear. But again, this is our last round of storms here. Nothing is coming behind this round. Once this moves out, we're in the clear for the rest of the night tonight. So some good news on the horizon. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel here. We just got to get through a few more of these storms as we progress here. I'm just checking something here behind the scenes, so bear with me here real quick. Again, 2 tornado warnings still hanging on here in Indiana. Well, I guess we have 3. They did reissue this one here. This is for far eastern. I guess, nope, that's Ohio. I'm sorry, that is in Ohio. Ignore that one. We still have 2 tornado warnings here in Indiana still hanging on here. One for far eastern Franklin County, as well as Dearborn County, and then Ohio and Switzerland counties there at the bottom, tornado warning associated there. Again, a little bit of rotation here, maybe right here along the Ohio-Switzerland County line. State Road 262 south of Dillsboro there, Friendship. Maybe a little bit there, but again, nothing that really screams tornado at this time. More along the line of straight line winds. You kind of see how it has a more bowed out front to it. That's more indicative of straight line winds, but nonetheless, could still have a spin up tornado on the leading edge of that. But I think what really screams tornado the most is where you see this protruding out and you see that kink, that hook. That's really what you want to look for in terms of rotation. Moving back south to our Evansville storm here in southern Indiana. Again, a pretty potent gust front here. Moving just past the Boonesville area, approaching Ferdinand again. So Ferdinand again, I know you just had some hail. You have more hail and winds on the way. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Don't shoot the messenger. This is going to run along and south of I-64. So mainly primarily south of the I-64 corridor for this storm in particular. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. I know it says 0.88, but there could be some quarters in this storm here. Let me turn on Hail Tracker just to confirm that a little bit. Yeah, right in here could have some larger stones in it. Perhaps nickel to maybe quarter size as well. I know it's warned a nickel size 0.88, which I would confirm that based on what I see on radar. But again, damaging winds, primary threat here with these guys here. And you can see your stronger wind gusts here as they protrude out as well. Here's your hail core here. Let's go ahead and turn on a correlation coefficient to look at the hail core on that guy. Let's go up here. Let's go with this one here. A little bit of a hail core, perhaps south of Tennyson there, right in here. But again, I don't actually see too much there. It's kind of distorted there on the radar, so hard to tell. But again, damaging winds. You can even see your gust front here on correlation coefficient here, right on the leading edge here. This is your gust front. You know, winds picking up, dust particles, birds even getting caught in the wind. That's your gust front right there, approaching Crinzy, Rockport, Owensboro, Kentucky. Again, pretty strong winds here associated with this. Turn on velocity here, and we can show you here. Here's that gust front here. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes 1 for 70 miles an hour, especially in these embedded pockets here. These embedded pockets of winds could be 60 plus, where those winds are kind of funneled down a little bit. Think of it like winds being funneled down a chute. That's really what we see here along and just to the north and south of the Ohio River here. The Ohio River is right here. This is just to the north of that. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see this warning go for 70 miles an hour here. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems here based on reports and mesonet observations as well. But again, a very potent line of storms here moving into the Santa Claus area. Again, Gentryville, Crinzy, Lewisport, Kentucky, Troy, Indiana. Again, all on deck here. Again, I'd be prepared for honestly 70-mile-per-hour winds here associated with that warning. I'll have to see what the revision is going forward here if they do update that to 70. But there where you have these brighter colors here, 60 plus possible mixing in there in those isolated areas. So again, widespread 60 with the potential for 70 in those stronger pockets there, mixing down to the ground. Wouldn't be surprised to see that go warned for 70. Back to eastern Indiana, far eastern Indiana, Switzerland, Ohio counties, Dearborn, eastern Franklin County. Again, it is largely cleared into Ohio on this portion of the state here. Again, this tornado warning is still in effect here for Franklin and Dearborn counties. However, the main line has exited those counties. So Franklin County, you guys are largely in the clear. Still have a sliver of your county still in some heavy rain. But again, the actual tornado threat would be on the leading edge of this, and that is in Ohio. Move a little bit further south here. This tornado warning continues here. This is for Ohio and Switzerland counties, Indiana. See a little bit of convergence here right along the Ohio Switzerland county line, moving towards Patriot, Warsaw, Rising Sun. Right in here is where your best bet would be if there would be a spin-up tornado embedded in there. Again, nothing really that screams tornado, mainly just gusty winds right now. But again, some broad rotation is being detected here. Radar indicated here. Moving east at 55 miles an hour. So a tornado, quarter-size hail, radar indicated rotation here. So again, there's enough confidence here, enough vorticity on the leading edge. The National Weather Service went ahead and pulled the trigger on that tornado warning, and they're leaving it there. And I can't entirely blame them either. A lot of vorticity here on the leading edge here of these storms here as they approach Cincinnati Metro. Going into a very populated area, they want to make sure people are treating the storm seriously, as these storms can spin up tornadoes very quickly. So no harm in that at all. Moving back south, again, large hailstones now in the Tennyson area right in here. Here's your hail core right in here. Probably some quarter-sized hail in here as well. Again, this warning, 60 mile per hour, 88. This is, nickel and 60. But again, probably wouldn't be surprised to see a few quarters in there here in that core. This is on the Indiana side of the border here. Here's the Ohio River. Have another hail core that might go towards the Rockport, Indiana area here, right on the Ohio River, as well as the Patriotville, Pueblo, just to the south of Hatfield here. Could have some nickels associated with that. But again, best shot for quarters right in here, moving towards Dale and St. Menard. Again, a lot of these areas just saw hail less than 10 minutes ago and are on deck again. But again, this will be the last round. After this line moves through, you guys are in the clear. So Evansville, Indiana, you guys are officially in the clear for Evansville, Indiana. The worst of it is off to your south and east. We don't expect any more severe weather for you guys tonight, just some heavy rain. But also associated with that heavy rain, a large flood advisory is in effect for this entire area here, including Evansville, Boonesville, just south of Ferdinand here. Again, heavy rain, flooding is ongoing. Doesn't say how much there, but again, heavy rain is ongoing here. We can actually turn on to see how much rain we have gotten here in that area. Let's go. We'll go right in here. So again, very heavy rain here, up to a couple inches in spots, especially have those purples there. So again, that's the reason that flood advisory is in effect there for that area as well. In a very potent gust front here, moving across far southern Indiana, in northern Kentucky here. Ferdinand, Indiana, you guys are on deck again. I wouldn't be surprised to see. I know you're not in the severe thunderstorm warning itself, but be prepared for some gusty winds here. Could have winds 50 to 55 miles an hour, and perhaps another nickel to quarter-size hail core moving your direction as well. Same thing for Dale, Rockport, Owensboro, St. Menard, 60 mile per hour winds. Nickel-size hail is what it's warned for. But again, as we turn on our hail tracker here, get a pretty potent hail core here moving towards Dale. Again, it looks like it's going to go just to the south of Dale. This is where your worst of the hail core is, moving towards the St. Menard area in southern Indiana. As we go a little bit further here, Again, all of the tornado warnings have now expired for Indiana. We have no active tornado warnings in the state of Indiana for the first time in a while, which is terrific news. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ohio, Switzerland, and Dearborn counties. Tornado possible tag on it. So the rotation that prompted the warning has weakened, and the National Weather Service felt the need to cancel that tornado warning and went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag tornado possible in it in the event that some of these could strengthen up again. So again, these storms here are about ready to exit Indiana. Again, they're right on the Ohio-Indiana line here in eastern Indiana. We are mainly down to our storms here, flirting with the Ohio River. Again, our main area right down here, Owensboro, Kentucky, Jasper, Indiana, points eastward. Once this area moves out, the entire state will be in the clear. We just have to get there over the next hour or so, and we'll be done here for the night. But again, lots of hail being reported in these storms here. A couple potent hail cores in Kentucky, but you don't have to go that far into Indiana to run into potentially some quarter-size hail. Getting into these blacks and these purples here, not only are you having very strong winds, but you're also having wind-driven hail. If you have narrow swaths of isolated 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail, again, that's a very potent thunderstorm here. And again, yeah, they have upped this to 70 mile per hour winds as expected here due to that risk here. Damaging the threat considerable here. So you have a wind-driven hail threat here, mainly associated with this band here. They have downgraded the hail a little bit, the penny size. But again, wouldn't be surprised to see a few isolated quarters in there, especially where you have those blacks and those deeper grays. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few quarters in there. So don't be surprised if the hail is a little bit bigger than pennies, especially right in here, just south of the St. Menard area, coming into the Leopold area as well. Special weather statement for these storms here out ahead of it. Again, subsevere winds probably the 50 and maybe penny to nickel size hail in these. This severe thunderstorm warning was just added for our squall line here. 70 mile per hour winds, penny size hail is the going hazard with it here. And here you can see our potent, the squall line here. I'm getting ready to move into the Ferdinand area. It'll be a little bit south of you guys. Dale, you're in it. The worst of it just to your south. Just crossing the US 231 corridor, moving towards Tell City, Indiana, Cloverport, Kentucky, Leopold, Indiana here in the next 10 minutes as well. So again, a very potent squall line here. But again, those of you on the backside of this, Princeton, Vincennes, Evansville, you guys are in the clear. You guys are all set for the night. Was loud hail and ears popping in Boonesville. Yeah, I don't believe it. You don't have to have a tornado warning for your ears to pop either. A lot of times in straight line wind events, you can get a pressure difference there. And that can cause your ears to pop as well. It doesn't have to be a tornado to have your ears pop. Your ears can pop in straight line wind events too, especially when you get to 60 plus miles an hour. So not surprised to hear that. And I'm sure the wind really made the hail really loud for you, Carrie. So what size was the hail? Do you know how large the hail was in Boonville? I'd be curious to know that. If you were able to look outside safely, I hope you were in your safe place during that. But again, this is our main storm of concern here. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings still hanging on in Indiana, with the tail end of it still in far southeast Dearborn, Ohio County, and Switzerland County here. Getting ready to move into Ohio. But areas on the northwest side of that, you guys are in the clear. Switch radars here. I'll kind of give you guys another broad look here. Here's the Indiana state line right in here, right? So if you guys are on this side of the line, you guys are in the clear. Even northeast Indiana, you guys are in the clear as well. We're just watching this far little region here, right along the Ohio River here, is our last area of concern for the night before these storms move into Kentucky and Ohio and out of the area. So we are almost done with the severe weather. We just have a really potent squall line here to get through across far southern Indiana. But by the time this gets to Louisville, it'll be in Kentucky and our threat will be over here. So probably maybe another hour here, and our severe weather risk should hopefully be over with here. But again, 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Considerable damage tag on here. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. Again, when you get these intense squall lines, you can get those embedded areas of circulations right on the leading edge to help produce those spin-up tornadoes here. You can kind of see a little bit of that there. Again, these bulging, these little kinks. You have that difference in wind speed, right? You have slower wind speeds next to really fast wind speeds. That can create little eddies or mesovortices within the line. So that'll be something to look at here going forward. Just south of the river, Owensboro, Kentucky, wouldn't be surprised to see some like 60 or 70 plus mile per hour winds in that pocket there. Maybe 75 right there. Some pretty potent winds just a little bit off the ground there. Kind of switching back radars here. We have really good radar coverage here because we're right next to two really good radars here. So some of the best radar coverage in the state is southwest lower Indiana because of Evansville and Louisville, Kentucky. The closer you are to the radar, the better interpretation we're going to have of what's going on at the ground. Yeah, there's still some tornado watches hanging on back behind this line. Again, it takes some time for the National Weather Service to trim those back. But again, as they do that, the threat is continuing to move out of the state here, especially eastern Indiana. Eastern Indiana, say north of the I-74 corridor in eastern Indiana. I mean, this whole area here, you guys are in the clear. You guys are done. Now we're just mainly focused on the Ohio River Valley, as well as Jasper and points south and eastward is really where we're focused on right now. And once those storms move out, we'll be done. We'll be in the clear. So we're almost done. Have a little bit more to go yet, but we are on the tail end of it here. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just have to get through this really potent line here. Moving into the Ferdinand area, St. Menard, Leopold, State Road 37 corridor here, Tell City, Terry, Dexter, Addison, Kentucky, Cannleton. You guys are all on deck here. Again, a really large flood advisory just got issued here for 3 hours and 7 minutes. Just saw it pop up here on my screen here in green. Again, training thunderstorms here, producing very heavy rainfall rates, a lot of ponding. We're in really topography here, really rocky soils. We can't absorb the soils as well down here as we can in the north. So again, flood advisory there. Turn around, don't drown. Come across excessive runoff. Again, watch out for there. Bedford, Indiana, you guys are in the clear. You guys are done. You guys just getting some rain. But other than that, you guys are pretty well done. Yeah, there's Bedford. I knew you were around here somewhere, but I knew you were north of this. Yeah, you guys are done. Just getting some rain here for the rest of the night. And also keep in mind, temperatures are going to cool down here tonight as well. We'll be in the 40s and low 50s for the majority of the state for tomorrow. So we have that to look forward to. Or not look forward to. I like my 70s personally. Yeah, Columbus, Indiana, same thing for you. Yeah, you guys are good. I mean, if Bedford is clear, you're further north than them. So, I mean, yeah, you're good. Like I said, anyone north of this line here, if you live north of the Ohio River by, let's say you live 50 miles north of the Ohio River, you guys are good. You're clear. Maybe not even 50 miles north of the river. If you're 30 miles north of the river or beyond, you guys are clear. So if you know you're not between 30 and 50 miles to the Ohio River, you guys are good to go. Again, we're just watching these storms here across far southern Indiana. I know you see some rain here on the backside that may scare some people, but again, that's all it is. It's just rain. Nothing severe out of this. It's just nothing more than just a light rain. And that'll slowly taper off overnight. No, Keelan, this is it. There's no other round coming after this line here. Again, once this line moves out, I don't know how many times I have to say that. Once this line moves out, we are done, period. So hopefully that's the last time I have to say that. And we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for far eastern Indiana. This is for Dearborn, Switzerland, Boone, Kenton, and Hamilton counties in Ohio and Indiana. But again, this is right on the Indiana-Ohio state line. The worst of it is now moving into Ohio. So eastern Indiana, you guys are in the clear. This severe thunderstorm should finish up here in the next 2 minutes here, and you guys should be in the clear here. Again, we have to watch far southern Indiana there, just north of the I-71 corridor there in Jefferson County, kind of right in here. Jefferson County, Switzerland County, Clark County. Have to watch you guys down in here for some of these thunderstorms. Again, potentially, especially heavy rain too. You guys have seen a lot of rain down here. Could have some flash flooding and ponding. Again, flood advisories are popping up all along the Ohio River Valley here. So again, keep that in mind if you guys are out on the roads here this evening. Again, our most concerning storm right now is this cell right in here, far southwest Indiana, moving into the Louisville area. We have a tornado possible tag on it, 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage threat on it now. This is for Crawford County in central Indiana, Perry County in south central Indiana, Meade County in Kentucky, as well as Hancock County and Breckenridge County in Kentucky as well. So sharing both Indiana and Kentucky here, right along the river here. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds here associated with this. Penny-sized hail, but it also has a tornado possible tag on it associated with those little notches on the leading edge that we have to keep an eye on. Switch radars back here. Go back to Evansville's radar. Again, here's our gust front right in here. Here's the Indiana line right in here. Right. Kind of goes around like this. So as you can see here, the worst of it is in Kentucky, but we do have some really strong winds here on the Indiana side as well. Moving through Santa Claus, Indiana, moving towards the Leopold area as well. Tell City, Indiana, getting in on some action too. Might get kind of close to the Milltown area, Corydon, Indiana. Or I guess that's Kentucky there, but that's Indiana. Corydon, Indiana. We'll have to watch this storm here pretty carefully as it moves into Kentucky here over the next 45 minutes or so. Again, we'll zoom back out here to give you guys a broad look here. Here's a broad look at the region here. Again, as you can see here, we're confined to far southern Indiana, right along the Ohio River here. If you live in central Indiana, northern Indiana, you guys are all clear. You guys can go to bed, enjoy your evening here. If you guys are in the Evansville area, Jasper area, Vincennes area, you guys are also in the clear. You guys are done for the night. If you guys live along the Ohio River here, basically from Ferdinand, Tell City, eastward, south of Salem, have a little bit more to go yet, but the majority of the state of Indiana is in the all clear. We are just confined to extreme southern Indiana, right along the Ohio River. Yeah, Kira, we've had a lot of tornado warnings, but I can't say, and we won't know if we'll have any confirmed warnings until the next 1 to 2 days. National Weather Service will conduct their surveys to see if we had any today. But I can't say we had anything confirmed at this time. Today really evolved into a damaging wind risk, which I thought it may. A lot of it had to do with our instability and our wind shear parameters. Again, our best directional shear, which is wind turning at different directions with height, didn't really overlap with the best ingredients. Again, our better wind shear is actually behind these storms here and not ahead of them where it needed to be for tornadoes. So due to that overlap issue, we didn't have a widespread tornado risk today like we thought we would have. We just didn't get that overlap that was being predicted and modeled by our model guidance to the same extent. But nonetheless, we saw a very potent squall line move across the entire state of Indiana, and still in progress across southern Indiana, has produced significant wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour and produced several tornado warnings as well. So widespread severe weather outbreak did occur today. It just wasn't quite the scale of the tornadoes as what was being forecasted. A lot of that had to do with instability in our wind shear component. There's different types of wind shear that can have different effects on how storms evolve. I assume, Trinity, you mean like this Richmond, Indiana? If you're up here, yeah, you guys are in the clear. You guys have been in the clear for a while now. If you're up in here, you're just getting some rain now. And the worst of it is right down here along the Ohio River, mainly just outside Louisville, right along the Ohio River. And these warnings are all in Ohio. These are not in effect in Indiana anymore. Our only severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana is down here in far southwest lower Indiana, moving into Kentucky. Perfect. Thanks, Trinity. Yeah, you're in the clear. You guys can rest easy, go to bed, enjoy your evening. Listen to the rain outside. Should be a nice gentle rain. You guys are good to go. And we're mainly confined to like this small area here in far southwest Indiana here. This line of showers is now moving across the river as I speak. Once this moves into Louisville and out here, we'll probably hop off here, as that'll conclude our severe weather threat today. But again, we still have a considerable warning here in the state of Indiana, thus we need to stick around for it as the threat is not officially over yet. Getting close, but not yet. This is still for southern Crawford County in south central Indiana, Perry County in south central Indiana, until, I guess, for another 12 minutes here. We'll see if they reissue that or not. Go ahead and show you the gust front here that we're talking about here. Still a very potent gust front here on the leading edge here. And you can see it does still affect Indiana. Here you go. Indiana state line. Kind of hard to see, but it's right here. And there's the Ohio River. So again, kind of have to see here as we get into the Corydon area outside Louisville here on what effect that'll have here, as it could move back into Indiana briefly one more time before it moves fully into Kentucky here. But still a very potent gust front here on the leading edge and very, very heavy rainfall within that and behind it as well. We have a lot of what we call stratiform rain, which is non-severe rain. It's just rain with like nimbus clouds, like a nice rainy day. That's kind of the rain that we have here behind this. Just a real gentle, light to moderate rainfall. Yeah, Wednesday, I know there's a lot of chatter about it, and rightfully so. Depending on where your source is, you know, some sources are claiming big things while others are not. We won't really have a good idea here at ISCN until we get this first system out of the way. Forecast models sometimes have a harder time with another system when there's already a bigger system impacting an area that could be impacted again by severe weather. And so it's kind of like looking through a foggy magnifying glass. There's a lot of distortion, and we don't have a good interpretation of what the environment is until we clear that environment out. So we have a lot of rain, a big system in the area now, but we need to clear that out before we have a better idea about what's going to come Wednesday, if that makes sense. Now, it definitely has potential for widespread severe weather, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. It should be watched pretty closely. There's a hint for you. So we know there's potential, but then again, we won't really know what the exact risks are until we know what the variables are, what ingredients we're working with, the exact setup, and the dynamics. And our forecast guidance won't really have a really solid idea until we get this first system out of the way. The atmosphere can recover. It can take time to take that data and interpret it into their forecasts. Ashley asked, is there an Ohio Storm Chaser page? Sort of. We don't have one, but one I would recommend is Ohio News and Weather. We work pretty closely with them and have a lot of respect for them as well. They do pretty good work in Ohio, so if you haven't, I would give them a like. That is Ohio News and Weather. It's a green logo of Ohio with Ohio News and Weather on it. They do really good stuff. Very similar to what we do. So if you haven't eaten about Ohio, that's where I would direct you to go. And there's a good chance they're live right now covering the severe weather threat as well. And still a severe thunderstorm warning here. 60-mile-per-hour winds now. This is for central or southern Crawford County, central Perry County, northwestern Meade, east central Hancock, and central Breckinridge counties in Kentucky. So again, still flirting with the Ohio-Kentucky line here. Pretty potent line here, but our severe thunderstorm warning is right here, still in effect for parts of Indiana. And we're going to let this line finish moving completely out of Indiana before we hop off here, even if we briefly don't see a severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. We're going to let this line finish moving through and out before we hop off officially here to make sure nothing else is issued. Here's a wide view across the state of what we have left here. Again, eastern Indiana, you guys are in the clear. Far southern Indiana, you guys are mostly in the clear. Could have some rain here. A few thunderstorms here right along the Ohio River. They are sub-severe right now. The main batch that we are watching here is our severe thunderstorm warning across extreme southern lower Indiana. Again, this is in effect for another 6 minutes here. This is for southern Crawford, central Perry, northwestern Meade, Hancock, and Breckinridge counties in Kentucky as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail associated with that. So Perry County, eastern Perry County specifically, could have that. And then extreme southern Crawford County. Again, literally like just the boot. Like Alton is the only thing warned in Perry County right now. Could still have some gusty winds in Marengo and Leavenworth. Don't discount that band. Could be 40 to 50 miles an hour there, just not severe criteria. And then Harrison County, far extreme Harrison County, just got added here in the severe thunderstorm warning. Tobacco Landing and Mockport, Indiana. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, quarter-size hail, 1-inch diameter, or greater associated with the southern line here. Does include extreme southern Indiana. So after this warning expires here, this will be the only severe thunderstorm warning left in Indiana for now. I'll have to watch this line to the north here. Wouldn't be surprised to see an additional warning on that. So it's not kind of premature to downplay that entirely at this time. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. And the reason I say that is, go ahead and pause this. So although this is the strongest portion of the line here on the Indiana side, though, we still have some gusty winds here associated with this. So we could still have some winds of 45, perhaps 55 miles an hour, just shy of severe criteria, especially coming into the Leavenworth area, Corridon area. Again, this is a strong thunderstorm. Even though it's not severe warned, it is strong. I wouldn't discount it on the northern end just yet, even though the warning is just to your south. It is still a pretty strong thunderstorm, even to your north. So I wouldn't downplay it completely yet. And we'll turn on our hail tracker here. There's our velocity. Again, you can kind of see your gusty winds here on the north side as well. Yeah, could be getting some hail here in the Leavenworth as well. Although not severe warned, it is below severe criteria even in hail. Could get some dimes, maybe some pennies coming into town as well. Hugging along in south the I-64 corridor there for the greatest hail. Cloverport probably got some peas or pennies in there as well. North Face Campground, Indian Lake. I assume you mean over here in Ohio? Could perhaps have some small hail in there. Nothing too significant. Again, you're under a special weather statement there. But we won't focus too much on that, as we are strictly Indiana. Again, Sulphur, Beechwood, you guys are probably going to get some hail right now. Here those deeper purples are running right along the I-64 corridor there, just to the south of Magnolia, Carefree, Kirby. You guys are probably getting some hail in there. Again, the warning is just to your south here. The worst of the storm is getting ready to exit Indiana into Kentucky and then re-enter Indiana briefly. I know that sounds weird, but when you have a river that's very wavy and bendy, sometimes storms will do that as they move in a straight line, and we all know rivers don't. So again, the severe weather risk is almost over for Indiana, but we are not quite done yet. We have a little bit more to go yet. But those of you across central and northern Indiana, you guys are in the clear. Still a little bit more rain to get through here across far eastern Indiana. But again, you guys are in the clear here tonight. Nothing else is expected behind this line here. So once we get through this line, the entire state will be the all clear. We're close to giving that, but not quite. We have to get this last line here over here out of Indiana. You can see we got a tornado warning in Kentucky now, close to the Indiana border here, but not quite. We'll turn on velocities here just to look at it. Yeah, there's your QLCS spin up there. Right in there, here's the Indiana line. Right here, this is kind of moving in this direction here. But let's see if we have anything on that for kicks and giggles. Nothing real definitive there. But again, pretty tight couplet there. Definitely can see why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued a tornado warning on that one. Again, we'll have to keep an eye on that as this line approaches Indiana. But again, this is moving more east and away from Indiana. This one does not have a risk in southern Indiana at this time. So some good news there. This is moving east at 50 miles an hour, and east will keep it south of Harrison County, Indiana. That would be the closest county to this tornado warning in its path. But again, it's going to move towards the Radcliffe, Kentucky area and away from Indiana. So good news on that one. How many of you guys listening right now, any of you guys have any damage today? Hail damage, trees down, or anything like that? If you guys had any of that, feel free to put it down in the comments or when that occurred. I'm curious to know if we saw any damage or if any of you saw any damage. So quite a few you guys watching here. Be curious to know if you had any hail or damage or anything where you guys live. I had peas to dime, or dimes to nickels rather, at my house briefly, but it didn't last too long, just a few minutes. Earlier today. Now we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning for the state of Indiana, and it is a sliver of Harrison County, Indiana, and that is for basically New Boston, Tobacco Landing, and Mockport. That's about it. If anybody lives in the far southern parts of Harrison County, that is the only severe thunderstorm warning now in effect in the state of Indiana. We are down to one severe thunderstorm warning. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible included in Harrison County as well. We're going to have to watch this line here along the US 150 corridor here towards Louisville here. This could strengthen. I wouldn't be surprised to see a warning on that. Again, right now it appears to be sub-severe, but strong nonetheless. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this northern extent here over the next little bit here. Here's a really good look here from the Louisville radar here. Again, state line is right here. And as you can see, Harrison County, Indiana is in a warning about like this. This is the warning for Indiana. And that is mainly for this portion right in here. This is our strongest portion of the line. Right now, just to the south of the Ohio River, you can really see your brighter reflectivity here. But Leavenworth, Indiana, probably going to get in on some really strong winds here. Again, I know this isn't warned, but again, 60-mile-per-hour winds cannot be out of the question here for you guys as it moves towards New Middletown, Corydon, Laciona, Indiana as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this northern extent here. Wouldn't be surprised to see that warning moved a little bit further north there. And you can really see these protrusions here of these stronger wind gusts mixing down to the ground. And again, our tornado warning right in here where our couplet is there. But again, very, very strong winds here associated with this. Again, this is close to 70 miles an hour right in here, just south of the Ohio River here. So again, southern Harrison County, I know the population isn't huge down there, but if you are watching from that area of Harrison County, I would not let your guard down for this storm here, as it is quite potent in nature. So there's the newest update here. Yeah, Leavenworth getting in some pretty strong winds here. Again, 50 to 60 miles an hour here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few gusts of 60 here. I know you're not in the severe thunderstorm warning here, but radar really shows some pretty strong winds here moving into your vicinity here shortly. So again, southern Harrison County, Indiana is the only severe thunderstorm warning that remains in the state of Indiana. But nonetheless, really potent winds here. I mean, look at how these are just funneled right in. I mean, we're talking pockets of 70 miles an hour within these blues here. So again, very, very potent here. Our tornado warning is for this couplet here. Let's go ahead and turn on CC for the heck of it. You know, why not? Let's see if there's anything on the ground in Kentucky. Maybe, but really hard to tell there. Nothing definitive. Go ahead and hit play just to see what that looks like. Not really definitive to say one way or the other. But what is definitive is the really strong winds that are going to move into southern Harrison County here over the next few minutes here. Really potent system here to finish out the night here across northern Kentucky and extreme southern Indiana, preferably Harrison County, Indiana. So again, this is our last severe thunderstorm warning for the night here. We've been live now for 6.5 hours now. So quite a while here. We've been hanging out together. And like we said, we're going to cover this throughout this entirety here. Not because we're tired, not because we feel like quitting. That's not why we end streams. We end streams when the severe risk is 100% over for the state of Indiana. And because we cannot definitively say that yet, we do have southern Indiana here getting impacted here. We are still live here. Look at the hook echo here in southern Kentucky here. No doubt a mesovortex there, or TVS, tornadic vortex signature there for rotation there. There in Kentucky. No threat to Indiana, though, on that guy. Move a little bit further north here. Go ahead and turn on our... Don't need to look at 2 radars here to confuse everybody. Again, extreme winds here. I mean, this is a pocket of 75-plus miles an hour winds here. Paynesville, Midway, Kentucky, just south of the Ohio River here. Again, pockets of 60 miles an hour moving into southern Harrison County right now. This is extreme winds here. Where you see those blues there, that is exceptionally strong winds moving into the Midway area. Again, know anybody in that area? Let them know, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 70 to 75 are possible there. I know this is warned for 60, but you have isolated pockets here of 75. Widespread 60 with pockets of 75 would be a good way to put it here. Primarily south of the Ohio River, but again, southern Harrison County here isn't a severe thunderstorm warning, and we could see some pockets just north of that, just south of the Corridon area, get in on some pretty strong winds here. Anybody in Corridon watching right now, or in Harrison County, southern Indiana? I'd be curious to know if we have anybody from Harrison County in the chat right now. And again, that is exceptionally strong. All right, we do have a tornado warning now for Harrison County, Indiana. I'll get that uploaded on the page now. This is for this notch right in here, if I had to guess. Right in here, south of the Paineville area. Something to watch, but it does include southern Perry County, Indiana. Again, a tornado warning is in effect now in far southern Indiana. And this is right on the river here. Probably for this area, right in here. Again, like I said, we have those pockets of those stronger winds. When you get protrusions of really strong winds next to slower winds, you can have eddies form in there. And that's where you get those spin-up tornadoes at. So that is why they went ahead and issued a tornado warning here, which does include extreme southern Harrison County, Indiana. So again, another reason why we cannot call this threat 100% done is we do have far southern Indiana to worry about at this point in time. Go ahead and switch radars here. Let's go ahead and zoom in here. Again, right in here, it's going to go right next to the sliver of Harrison County here over the next few minutes here. And let's look at this here. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a tornado on the ground for that southern blip there. In fact, let me zoom in here just a little bit. Let's turn on correlation coefficient here. Not that one. Again, I don't see anything there, but a little bit lagging behind here, so this might be it right in here now. But again, don't see anything there either, but I'd be highly surprised if there wasn't something on the ground right there. That is very, very tight rotation. And again, we're very close to the radar too. So what we're seeing is basically on the ground. We're just a few hundred feet off the ground too. So not hesitant to issue tornado warnings when you're getting signatures like that. a few hundred feet off the ground. Yeah, nothing on radar yet, but again, very, very tight rotation there. I mean, look at your hook echo here. This is in Kentucky. The Ohio line is right here. But again, we have to watch this area very closely here. I'm kind of surprised they haven't extended the severe thunderstorm warning north, just south of Corydon here. Again, severe winds, I would say, approaching the 130, State Road 135 corridor here, towards Central, Dogwood, Elizabeth. Again, you guys, I would watch out here. Got 60-mile-per-hour winds here, moving in your direction here. Again, not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but again, I would count that as being severe there, approaching the 135 corridor in southern Harrison County. See if it shows anything on CC on this one here. Maybe a little something there. Again, just so hard to tell. Being right on the edge here, you know, is it a tornado? Is it clutter? These things are so hard to pinpoint on radar. It takes a lot of training and identification to even see them. It's difficult to pick them out. You can see the rotation, but it's extremely hard to definitively say there's one on the ground or not, just because of how shallow they are and how fast they spin up. A really nice hook echo here as well. Again, this is far southern Harrison County, Indiana. And this should be, once this line fully moves into Kentucky, the severe weather risk should be over here for Indiana. So we have a little bit more to go, not much. Jackson County, you guys are in the clear. Again, this is far south of you, not headed in your direction. Again, Jackson County's up here. This is to your south, not coming in your direction. And they did extend this tornado warning here. 2 tornado warnings right next to each other. Let's see what they have here. Radar indicated still, and radar indicated. Again, that is tight. Just to the south of Irvington in Kentucky. In southern Harrison County, though, getting some very strong winds here. I know you're north of the warning here, but getting 60-mile-per-hour winds here is not out of the question here in southern Harrison County, south of I-64. Again, this is moving east towards the Kentucky, towards Louisville, or areas south of Louisville. Starting to get some very tight rotation here. Going to approach far southern Harrison County here, like the tip of Harrison County, of Indiana. If that'll be the place where, in fact, we do get a tornado tonight, I don't know. I almost find that comical how it barely touches Indiana. But nonetheless, if you guys live along here, you know, Tobacco Landing, Evans Landing, you know, be in your safe place, interior room. Even if we don't see a tornado with this, you know, very strong winds, 70+ miles an hour. Possible here with this storm. Let's go ahead and turn CC on just to look here to make sure nothing is on the ground here. I'm going to switch radar products here. Again, right in here, here's the Indiana state line. So again, this is approaching far southern Harrison County in Indiana. Again, very strong rotation here. And if anything, a pocket of close to 80 miles an hour, straight line winds here, where you see these deeper blues here, which could very easily affect the La Ciona area and then far southern Harrison County here in Indiana. So if we're not getting a tornado, you know, plan and take shelter as if you would for a tornado These strong winds are strong enough to cause significant damage, both structurally into trees and power lines as well. So again, very, very, Christina, there is no round 2. This is it. After this, we're done for the night. And those of you on the north side of this line are in the all clear. There is no round 2. I don't know where or how that rumor got started, but there is no round 2. This is it. So right now we are in far Harrison County, Indiana. We did get that additional severe thunderstorm warning now for Harrison County now north of the original warning. So, better late than never, right? We got it. 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail is the hazard here for Elizabeth here, including New Middleton as well. But again, your strongest winds are to the south here. Again, extreme winds here just south of the Ohio River. Even a pocket of intense winds just on the north side coming into La Ciuna here, West Point. Again, I would be in the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside here. Once you start seeing blues here, I wouldn't be surprised to see 80 miles an hour in there in this area here. Once you start seeing those blues, could have a pocket of 80, especially when you're this close to the radar here. And here we might have a possible tornado on the ground. Very sus, very suspicious here. Correlates really well with radar, so possible TDS there. We'll have to track it here to see if that moves in the tip of Harrison County, Indiana. So again, possible tornado there on the ground. Again, kind of hard to confirm here. We need a couple more scans here to confirm that to see how it moves with it. This will be south of the La Ciuna area. Again, something to keep an eye on here. There's our possible area of suspicion here. And this will be moving towards just south of Tobacco Landing, Cedar Farm Landing, and Davison. You guys are on deck here. Possible tornado heading in your direction down here. So again, Cedar Farm Landing, Davison, Hughes Landing, New Boston, Pilcher Landing. Again, interior room, lowest level of your home. Possible tornado heading in your direction here. Could cross the Ohio River here any moment if it is in fact on the ground, which I am suspicious of this right here, mainly because of how tight this rotation is and how well that coincides with it. Now, it could also be debris getting kicked up by what we call RFD here. Straight line winds could loft debris in the air and cause this reflectivity as well. So this could be leaves, could be sticks, dirt. It could also be that as well. Not necessarily a tornado. However, it really coincides really nicely with our couplet here. Moving right towards far southern tip of Harrison County, Indiana. Have to wait here for the next scan here. But again, I would not be surprised if that is a tornado on the ground. Moving just outside Brandenburg Station in Kentucky. Going to move south of Tobacco Landing here. Southern Harrison County, just the tip here. Cedar Farm Landing, Davison, Pilcher Landing, New Boston, Evans Landing. Again, you guys are on deck here. Possible tornado on the ground. Just have to see here how it moves here with the radar here in the next scan here. Again, right in here is what we're looking at here. Moving towards the tip of southern Indiana. Again, possible tornado. We'll just have to see here. Okay, latest scan here on CC. Kind of cluttered out here, but again, that still could be something right in here. I'll have to see how that tracks here. It is in line with it. Once you get this close to the radar, a lot of times it becomes distorted and cluttered a little bit. That's unfortunate with being that close to the radar. There is such a thing as being too close. But again, extremely tight rotation here. Will not be surprised to see a brief tornado on the ground associated with this. But again, very strong winds here, 60 to 60 plus miles an hour in this, moving into Harrison County, Indiana. And there's a new radar update here. So again, right in here is your strongest area of rotation, or areas just to the north of that here. Did cross into Indiana. So be curious here to see what they do here. Can't confirm it right now, but again, that's extremely tight. Wouldn't be surprised to see something on the ground there. We're just too close to the radar to definitively confirm it here. We'll have to wait and see what they do with the warning. But again, possible tornado there. And once the threat continues to move into Kentucky here, again, after this line, the top of it here moves over here. That is when we will end our stream here tonight. So we are almost done. Probably here in the next 20 minutes or so, we will come to an end here. But we want to make sure the severe weather is 100% done in Indiana before we do. Again, Louisville Metro is not in a severe thunderstorm warning. However, you have some strong thunderstorms moving in on the south side of town here. Again, here's your hook on radar associated with that couplet too. So a really pronounced hook here as well. So again, I would not be surprised, if there was a tornado on the ground there. This really tight rotation, 2 areas of rotation there associated with that. Just too close to the radar to be able to make that call definitively. That'll be up to the National Weather Service. But again, we still do have this tornado warning in effect for southern Harrison County. Here comes the latest scan here moving in. You can see the radar being moved around here. And very strong winds here in far southeastern Harrison County, Indiana. This is extreme southern Indiana, right in the boot, the bottom of Harrison County, Indiana. North of I-64, you guys are in the clear. You guys are good. It's mainly south of the I-64 corridor, which has the greatest concern right now. Here you can see the Indiana border here, right here. And again, very strong winds here, right on the north side of that. So again, something of interest, right in here perhaps. But again, a lot of it's just clutter. And we have to wait for this to clear the radar. And as it does so, it'll largely be in Kentucky. But again, a few minutes to go here. Again, tornado radar indicated. Could have some winds here, 70 plus miles an hour. See what they do with the warning here as well. It's going to go right over the National Weather Service's office here. So they're going to sample these wind speeds as well. And we'll have to see what they do here. So again, this is for extreme southern Indiana, Harrison County, Indiana. Tornado warning still in effect here for another 20 minutes here. They may trim this back as it enters into Kentucky fully, but nonetheless, pretty strong area of rotation is on the north side of the radar here, right along the Ohio River, moving south of Elizabeth, south of State Road 11, south of Valley Station, Kentucky here, moving across extreme southern Indiana here. Again, due to the fact that it's so close to the radar, it's extremely hard to tell if there's any debris or anything like that. We're just too close, unfortunately. Richmond, Indiana's in the clear, Hannah. You guys are done for the night. Like, you guys are way up here. These storms are gone. You guys could have some rain, but other than that, once this reaches Kentucky over here, the entire state's in the clear. Again, this is our only severe weather hazard right now, as far as southern Indiana. Northern Indiana, central Indiana, Columbus, I-74, you guys are all in the clear. This is it for the rest of the night down here. Again, we'll watch these storms exit Indiana, and once they fully exit Indiana, we will hop off here. Probably only got about 20 minutes or less here of the stream here before we cut out here. Just want to make sure all warnings are expired, as well as the threat is fully into Kentucky here. But again, Evansville, you guys are good. You guys are in the clear. Again, we're really focusing on southern Harrison County here in the extreme southern Indiana. Maybe a little bit of Crawford County here, just a little bit getting into some thunderstorms action here. But again, it's largely moving into Kentucky here as we speak. So we are almost done here with our severe weather threat today. And then going forward here, we'll start forecasting Wednesday's system as well. Have another potential storm system moving in on Wednesday. More details on that will be known as we go throughout the week here. Still a lot of uncertainties to figure out. Again, our forecast guidance doesn't really fully have a good interpretation of what will happen on Wednesday, and won't have a good interpretation until we get this system moved on and out of the way. Again, look at the velocity here near Howard, right at the radar here. Very, very strong winds here impacting the radar here for the National Weather Service in Louisville. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of a warning they put out here for Kentucky as these winds are sampled at the ground at the actual National Weather Service's office there in Louisville. Louisville itself is not in a severe thunderstorm warning. You got Jeffersontown just south of Shively. You guys are for 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail, but Louisville itself is not in a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are sub-severe. Your strongest winds are to the south of Shively, crossing the Ohio River right now into Kentucky. But again, look at all these flood advisories, though. Back behind this line here, we saw some very heavy rainfall in a short period of time here. So again, turn around, don't drown if you are on the roads here. Again, really rolly area. So again, rocky soils can't absorb, can't percolate the water. Low percolation rates could have some ponding, excessive ponding, runoff, etc. So do be careful and watch for that if you guys are out on the roads tonight. Again, here we're just waiting on these storms to finish moving out of Indiana before we call it quits here for tonight. So just a little bit left here. Again, the severe threat is largely out of Indiana. So that's the good news here. We're just really focused on the river communities here, right on the Ohio River here, of extreme southern Indiana, outside the Louisville area here, from New Albany all the way down to Brandenburg here, Kentucky. So this is really where our area focus is here. And you can see the gust front here has passed the radar here. Still showing signs of rotation here. This is what passed through southern Indiana here, moving along 841 in Kentucky now. Still showing signs of rotation there. So again, radar indicated there still for that tornado warning. But the tornado warnings are officially out of Indiana and into Kentucky. We have one severe thunderstorm warning hanging on here, but that is it. Focus on. So again, just a few more minutes here, and we'll be good to hop off here. Just maybe give it another 5 to 10 minutes or so, just to make sure this area up here behaves itself as it enters Kentucky. So again, we are almost done here with the severe weather risk in Indiana. Corydon, Indiana, yeah, you guys are in the clear. You guys are officially in the clear. The worst of it from this storm was just to your south, but you guys are good. Yeah, you guys are right here. Again, this is your line here, so you guys are in the clear. Just some rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder from here on out, but the worst of it is past. You guys are all clear. Same thing for Bedford. Bedford's in the clear. If you don't live along the Ohio River, immediately between LaGrange, Kentucky, Louisville, and southern Harrison County here, you guys are all in the clear. So this is literally the only spot left in the state that has some sort of risk. Everyone else in the entire state is clear. So once this warning expires here, and we see this move into Kentucky here, that'll probably be where we conclude our stream here. But again, ending too early just to come back on for a couple minutes doesn't really end well. So we're going to wait until this severe weather threat has completely ended for the state of Indiana. And then we can give the affirmative all clear statewide. So that'll make everybody feel better and make everybody sleep easier tonight as well. So again, at least we don't have a severe weather threat that goes well beyond midnight like we saw a couple weeks ago with a similar setup that went well into the early morning hours, literally from 11 p.m. to about 7 a.m. At least we don't have that tonight. At least this ended here largely before 11 o'clock and even ahead of schedule too. A lot of forecast models yesterday were having a slower system that would still be ongoing here for a couple more hours. But we actually ended the risk early tonight because of how fast they grew upscale and quickly moved across the state tonight. So we're actually a couple hours ahead of schedule, according to some of the guidance models that we had here over the last 48 hours or so. So it was the quicker end, or the quicker solution to the forecast. So I'm okay with that personally. I know nobody likes having to worry about severe warnings after they go to bed. It's just makes it hard to sleep at night for many, and totally understandable. And here's our rotation here. You can kind of see this hook echo here. And look at your rotation here. Again, that's some pretty tight rotation here. This is the one we were looking at south of the Indiana line. There they reissued the tornado warning in Kentucky. Again, radar indicated. They're all radar indicated. But again, lots of notching here. Before we hop off here for the heck of it, we're going to turn on CC and just see what these look like here on the Kentucky side. One, out of my personal curiosity, I want to see what they're doing. Especially this one. Yeah, still too close to the radar. Can't really confirm anything there. Maybe It's still messy there, hard to tell. Zoom in on this radar product. Yeah, still hard to tell, but nonetheless, your strongest area of rotation is now in Kentucky. Indiana state line is right here. So this has pretty much officially moved into Kentucky. So we are just minutes away from giving the official all clear in the state of Indiana as a whole. So as soon as this warning is canceled here or extended to the state line, we will give that official all clear in Indiana. So we are just minutes away here from giving that official all clear. Once this moves out into LaGrange, Kentucky, we will give that all clear. So we are minutes away from the all clear across the state of Indiana. So, woohoo! On the home stretch, almost done. Then everybody can go to bed, sleep easy. Don't have to worry about any storms tonight. Life is good, right? So there's that tornado warning extension here. This part of Kentucky is getting rocked. A very strong portion of the line here that really developed and impacted southern Harrison County too. I'd be really interested to see here what they find here for southern Harrison here, as this line seemed to impact severe southern Indiana. So I'd be real curious what is found there. And look at your hook echo here. This is a classic example of what we talk about here in terms of QLCS spin-ups. We saw this in Indiana. These are called mesovortices. And mesovortices is a fancy meteorological term for embedded areas of rotation on the leading edge of a thunderstorm, primarily a squall line or QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. So these mesovortices or tornado vortex signatures, TVS, there's lots of acronyms. Meteorology is just full of acronyms, right? You might as well go to space with all the acronyms that we have here in meteorology. But anyway, this is what is real classic here, and what makes the QLCS so dangerous is the fact of how small, but yet how fast and potent these mesovortices can be and how fast they can spin up here. A few minutes ago, we had 2. Fast forward 5 minutes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them here within about 20 miles of each other, north to south here in Kentucky. So that's what makes these events so dangerous, is how fast these spin-ups and mesovortices can form. And it also keeps the radar operator at the National Weather Service on their toes, too, as this is ever-evolving, ever-changing, and you look away for 1 second, and boom, you got one. So that's how fast these things evolve in these kinds of setups. So it's also why treating a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag possible on it in these situations is key, because of how fast these can spin up here. And all of these are fairly tight here. I mean, the radar beam is only a couple hundred feet off the ground here too. So we are very close to the radar here. So a lot of these could potentially form spin-up tornadoes. We may not see a debris ball on radar just because they're weak. They quickly spin up, quickly dissipate before they have time to really loft debris into the air very high. And that'll largely be determined by the National Weather Service. They'll go out, they'll survey it with this area of interest, and they'll look at the debris patterns. You know, straight line winds, they lay everything flat, unidirectional, one way, like a steamroller. When you have a tornado or even a gustnado mixed in there on the leading edge, you'll see convergence and divergence, meaning the damage has a rotational pattern. It's laid down counterclockwise. So when you see that, that kind of makes you raise your eyebrows going, oh, okay, was it a gustnado? Was it a land spout? What do we have here? Because we obviously had some rotation. So that's, in a nutshell, what the National Weather Service will have to do here in the coming days to differentiate straight line wind damage versus tornado damage, to look for that convergence and divergence in the damage. Each damage has a pattern or an identification key to it. And a lot of that has to do with how the damage is laid down. It kind of goes into forensic meteorology there a little bit. You ever watch those like murder shows on TV? You know, the forensicist goes into, you know, okay, we found this body. How was it murdered? You know, and kind of goes into the whole spiel. Well, here's the damage. How was it formed? What's the culprit? Same thing here. You're looking at those key identifiers in forensics, both in construction and also in radar as well, trying to determine the culprit, as you will. Kind of like a big game of Clue, but in meteorology, you know. Think of it like, was it the tornado in the QLCS in Kentucky? Kind of like that. So a little bit of a fun analogy there for you guys to chew on. I would love to give you a site for Kentucky, Deborah, but I honestly don't know of any, to be honest with you. I hate saying that, but I really don't know of any. So again, we are waiting on this one severe thunderstorm warning to be trimmed here. Expires in 4 minutes, so we're a few minutes away here. And as soon as it does, we are in the official all clear for Indiana. So we are just minutes away here, if not seconds away, from giving the 100% all clear for the state of Indiana tonight for March 30th, 2025. Other than you're in the clear, Ray, or Danielle, I'm not really sure what you mean. There's nothing else coming other than maybe some rain. But the severe weather threat is basically over for Indiana. All of Indiana is in the all clear. We have one lingering severe thunderstorm warning here outside of Louisville. But again, the main severe weather threat is now in Kentucky and out of the state of Indiana. So the entire state, in fact, I'll just go ahead and say it here. The entire state of Indiana is officially in the all clear. The severe weather risk has ended for the state of Indiana here tonight. Again, we do have one warning here, still hanging around here. But again, that main squall line is in Kentucky. The severe weather risk associated with it. Going forward here, the rest of the night here, we have some scattered rain showers, a few lightning bolts in here too. But again, no severe weather. This is just a light to moderate rain lingering behind the squall line here. That'll end here over the next couple of hours. By midnight tonight, the entire state should be dry. Temperatures will drop behind the cold front here tonight. And in fact, let's go ahead and time it out here for you before we end here. We'll go ahead and show you what's on the model here. Again, I have way too many pages turned up. Let's just go from that here. Again, we'll refresh this. Go back to 00Z here. So here's our squall line right now. It's largely in Kentucky. We have some rain here on the backside. But look at this. There's some snow moving in Wisconsin. We won't see that, thankfully. As we move throughout the day, tomorrow, here's 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We could have a few showers, especially across northwest Indiana, but the entire state will largely be dry. Could have a few sprinkles, but not a lot. Will largely be dry, mostly cloudy though. But again, a few isolated showers can't be ruled out. As we go into Monday night into Tuesday, again, dry, partly cloudy. But again, temperatures are going to cool down here. That's the biggest thing here is our temperatures here behind the cold front. Here we are now. Here's our cold front. Here's our line of storms. Our cold front's still sitting back here to the west a little bit across Illinois, northwest Indiana, with our warmest temperatures ahead of that squall line. They're feeding on that warm, moist, unstable air, right? As the cold front comes through, look at our temperatures here. Here's midnight tonight. Here's 1 a.m. Northwest Indiana is in the low 40s. Southern Indiana, 60s to upper 50s here. This cold front is going to quickly progress through Indiana here. Here we are at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 7 a.m. So by the time a lot of us are on our way to our morning commute, temperatures will continue to fall all morning. So our high temperatures that you see in your weather app may be at, maybe now or after midnight tonight will be your high temperature for tomorrow. I know that's kind of sad. So if you see 58, 57 on your weather app, well, that's at 1 in the. By the time most of us are out of bed or on our work, we'll be in the 40s or close to it, if not upper 30s by northern Indiana by 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And here we are in the afternoon. We warm up a little bit. The 30s stay in northern Indiana. They didn't quite make it to southern Indiana. We'll be in the mid-upper 40s by noon tomorrow. Warm up briefly. Illinois gets in the 50s, but we are not that lucky by 6 o'clock. Again, that cold front continues to move through. Mid to upper 30s for northern Indiana, 40s for southern Indiana. And as we move into tomorrow night, again, widespread 30s, maybe even a few 20s. So widespread frost is expected. I know a lot of us have daffodils coming up right now. A lot of the early spring vegetation has begun to grow, enter its vegetative growth stages. So keep that in mind. If you have any flowers outside, might want to cover them up tomorrow night. Is some frost as possible if we're not too windy. And this is for Tuesday night. This is Tuesday morning at 8 in the morning here. Again, upper 20s, low 30s, maybe some upper 30s across southern Indiana. But again, largely in the 30s. And here we are on Tuesday. We start to warm back up a little bit into the 50s. And we'll have to see how far that warm front progresses. And then we warm up on Wednesday. So again, that's kind of the layout here. Going forward here, back to our radar here. Again, there are no active warnings in the state of Indiana at this time. They have all moved out and into Kentucky. And this is your main leading edge here. Here's our state line here. This is it. Heavy rain coming in Madison here. Charlestown here. Give it about one more minute here before we hop off. But other than that, the entire state is in the all clear. No more severe weather is expected for the remainder of the night. Could have some lightning, heavy rain, especially like Bloomington along the I-69 US 50 corridor here. US 50, 37, 150, all the way down from Bedford to Louisville. Could have some moderate rain, a few rumbles of thunder, but no severe weather is expected there. So that is good news here for the remainder of the night here. And here's our last little sliver here, and it has officially moved into Kentucky. So that is good news there. So with that being said, we are probably going to go ahead and hop out here. Again, thank you guys so much for joining us here. It's been a privilege to be able to serve the citizens of Indiana, keeping you guys ahead of the storm from beginning to end. That is our mission here, being live when the first warning is issued until the last warning is issued. So again, we are in the all clear for the state of Indiana, and we will see you guys next time. We'll be watching the system for Wednesday. Again, more details will come on that this week. We need to finish clearing the air, get this system out of the way, let forecast models regroup, resample the atmosphere to really have a better idea. But again, could have our next severe weather day on Wednesday. So do keep that in the back of your mind. I don't know specifics yet, but again, all hazards appear possible at this point in time, but we won't know the specifics until that data is analyzed further. So again, just a day to keep an eye on. We'll have more updates in the days ahead. So with that being said, take care, guys, and we will see you next time.